Chapter 551 The God and Demon Spy Team. After George stopped asking questions, the garrison officer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, please go to the high tower to drink a pot of milk tea and have a rest. People from the 8 departments will come to greet you soon. The defense officer seemed to be doing their best to delay this team for a while, so that the city could prepare something. Time. Because as the Mr. Bishop asked, there is no flag of the Kingdom of Iberia visible in the entire capital of Iberia. No one from the Holy Court has been here for many years. And those flags were removed long ago, because they were considered an eyesore by the men from the 8 departments. Everyone knows who this Helenska belongs to. But now the relationship between the Holy Court and the Southern Wilderness is so subtle and tense. If something goes wrong because of this matter, the masters of the 8 departments will definitely not admit that they did it. So the blame will definitely be thrown on themselves. Little bumps on the body. No, I'm just asking casually. After George thought for a moment, he looked at Moss and said, Let's go. Moss, let's go into the city. After finishing speaking, the knights had already pushed away the resisting horses in front, and the team entered the city directly. After entering the city, Gale took Salmon's letter and most of the people with their vehicles and went directly to a large restaurant owned by the Kanglin family in Helenska. In that bustling neighborhood, there is not only a large restaurant owned by the Kanglin family, but also many stores around it. And those who were watching the scene for them were also people from various tribes in the southern wilderness. Basically every tribe has a stake. It's really a big family and a big business. George touched his chin and remembered that Saul told him that he also had a lot of industry here. And there must be someone from Soraya in the Sun Temple here. Thinking of this, George arranged something for Soraya. Let her take the heavenly arms and go to places like temples to have a good connection. George, with such a big fanfare, are you afraid that the Holy Court will know the news? Soraya asked hesitantly. They should know by now, George said. Today the Knights of the Throne are here on behalf of the Holy Court. You can go ahead and do it. Call all your little brothers. After hearing this, Soraya became excited. Okay, then I can treat this as a week's holiday. At this point, Soraya felt a little gaff. She coughed awkwardly and said, I mean, if there is enough time, I plan to visit various tribes. You know, Father God and I have been to the southern wasteland before. We will stay here for a week. Soraya, but please hurry up on this matter. I hope more people will stand on the side of the Frost King tonight. George looked at Soraya and said, It has been 2 or 3 months since Moss took Soraya to the southern wilderness. After Soraya's last meeting, everything that should be fermented should also be fermented. Maybe some places have not yet received this information. But as the center of the northern southern wilderness tribe, this Helenska that has just went spring hunting must have already fermented. Many of the high priests of the Sun Temple have probably been waiting for the god's response for many years. After the shaman below sent the secret report, their minds were already agitated with uncertainty. This time, the sun god just had to pick up the fight, and it was done. No further preparation is needed. Soraya, you are the most powerful archangel in heaven. I believe you can handle it after you finish your business. The rest of the day will be your vacation. Sure enough, after hearing this, Soraya, who was still pretending at first, became arrogant. She stretched out her hand and gave George a no-question sign. Then he swaggered towards the sun god with his hands behind his back. Several heavenly armed forces followed her like a doglegger, with a leisurely look, and no sense of urgency at all. It's like going shopping. This dead girl really left a way out for herself. George secretly gave the German angel Gasper, one of the 6 angels summoned together with Soraya, a wink, signaling the spy he had placed next to Soraya to keep his eyes open, in order to be able to become a god again. Soraya didn't know how many hidden nails she left behind. But this time, the hidden nails in Helenska can be exposed to her eyes. After seeing Soraya walking away with her people, George pulled Saul over. You follow the list given by Salmon and visit me one by one. They don't need to be obedient all the time. I need to use their tongues. I will lend you Silyak. In addition, before tonight, I want to understand the situation in the western region of Rodenk. The people in the southern wilderness have a better grasp. Master, please rest assured. Thor is always efficient in doing things. The devil looked at the list and smiled evilly. If he let it go, he would have 10,000 ways to make these nobles obedient like dogs. George gave instructions. Keep in touch with Soraya. There are many shamans here. I don't know if they have dealt with demons. Let Soraya's people cover you. After thinking about it, George felt a little worried about Siljek. He was afraid that as soon as she left his sight, he would become the boss, making it difficult for Thor to perform. Siljak's strength is undisputed among the demons in the sanctuary. But when it comes to conspiracy, she is still too young compared to Thor. She patted Hylyak next to her and communicated with her mentally. Hylyak, you are my most precious baby. I am not at ease with this guy's soul. You should talk less and do more on the way. Whatever you do, don't interfere. Just note it down quietly and tell me later. Hearing these words, Siljak felt dizzy and soft, as if she had eaten honey. His eyes were watery, and all he wanted to do was give birth to a nest of spiders with human faces for their master. Then George opened his mouth and said to Siljak, in addition to helping Soul, you also help Soul find if there are any mines here. If we don't handle things well this time, we will have to rely on these mines to retreat. Master, don't worry. When they are all pregnant with my child, they will all be obedient. Siljak licked his tongue and said, listen to Soul's command and don't cause trouble for me. After sternly warning the restless guy, George let them all go. Afterwards, George looked at the backs of several people and slowly began to think deeply. The biggest thunder is actually in his hand. The stick scroll has been repaired in the past 2 days, but it has not been sent to heaven yet. This is mainly the opinion of Dawn Light. He hopes to have a good chat with the broken fallen angel inside. It's a waste of words. In the end, I have to use my strength to force her back into the scroll. With the stick scroll, it was no longer up to her to decide whether she wanted to be obedient or not. Chapter 552, A Show of Force. After the arrangements were made, George took some people and walked around the city leisurely. Halinska has 4 main city gates, and the blocks behind these 4 main city gates are the city's 4 main markets. Farmers, herdsmen, and tribal caravans exchange needed grains, livestock, and various daily necessities here. Spices, silks, and even slaves are also sold in these areas. Cattle, sheep, and horses can be seen everywhere on the streets. And the market looks messy and crowded but orderly. George paid attention to the commodity prices here and found that the prices of food and daily necessities were very high and fluctuated greatly. However, the prices of meat, silk, furs, and luxury goods are very low and stable. Iberia is actually the largest grain-producing area among the 7 countries, Salman said, but excessive grazing has greatly reduced grain production, and the conquests of various tribes have also made the lives of farmers unstable. Again, in addition, a large amount of grain is shipped to Sun City every year, which makes the price of grain here extremely high. Judging from the prices of meat and cheese, people here can still have enough to eat. But this city does not seem to have prepared many strategic materials, and the population price here has been falling again and again in these years. An ordinary slave only costs 2 or 3 silver foxes. A strong slave only costs 3 or 4 silver foxes, and a beautiful girl only costs $7 or $8. That's all, according to Salman, a big slave owner. This was the city where he mainly imported slaves. After reading this, George frowned secretly. The various tribes in the southern wilderness are constantly fighting small battles. But judging from the Halinska, they are not prepared for large-scale battles. However, this is the eastern fortress of the various tribes in the southern wilderness. Whether it is marching into Elda or defending the Holy Court and Star Kingdom, this is the most important supply point. The Battle of Faith has been clamored many times by the Hawks in the Holy Court, but there is no intention to prepare for war on the southern wilderness side. I don't know if Adley has concluded that the strong ones are doing it outside the Holy Court, or if he is powerless and can only pretend to be cool on the surface. Afterwards, George and the others went to the blacksmith area and found that there were many workshops here, and the prices of various weapons and precious metals were generally slightly lower here, and there are a lot of them, and the main orderers are everyone. It seems that there are no official restrictions on items needed for war. Salman, do the various tribes have such a big demand for weapons? George couldn't help but ask. There is a lot of turmoil in the southern wilderness. In addition to the conquests of various tribes, there are almost endless bandits and riots. It is unclear whether they are the southern wilder people or the mob. In fact, in the entire Iberia, there is only the Frost King. The people at the bottom of the force in this aspect have a better life. At this point, Salman's expression became meaningful. After Awali came to power, his series of policies enabled the Iberian nobles to be more armed. And the nobles also had a real relationship with the tribes. They were closely united. After establishing a solid guard force in various areas, the bandits and mobs were finally gradually contained. But those tribes that did not cooperate with Avali often caused big troubles. It seems that this Awali is more than the spokesperson of tribal interests. George understood what Salman meant. Many of the weapons in the hands of bandits and mobs were probably secretly supported by nobles and other tribes. Even many bandits are members of tribes and nobles. As for these rebels who rob grain and burn fields, whichever tribe they cause trouble would suffer miserably. So they turned to Avli, who had the resources in their hands, to help the tribe tide over the difficulties. From the market price of population, food, and war resources, George gradually gained a deeper understanding of the situation in the southern wilderness. And he gradually discovered the problem. George finally confirmed one thing to Salman. Salman, does Nan Wang know about the Holy Court's claim on the War of Faith? I know. But so what? Salman shook his head and said, the people of the southern wilderness are not afraid of war, and the Holy Court cannot completely annihilate or expel them. In this fog, tribes come and go without a trace, and they have long been accustomed to fighting without the support of cities. And whether it is gathering, traveling, escaping, or blitzing, they are true masters. Moreover, they are extremely capable of enduring hardship and are also the best at attacking baggage. Therefore, for so many years, the Holy Court has invested a lot of losses in the war, but it has never been able to make any real achievements. The Holy Court is like a prairie fire, and the southern wilderness is like weeds. After the fire burned, a large area was cleaned up, but when the fire subsided, the weeds grew again. This made many people who firmly supported the Holy Court not reap the good fruits in the end. Those who are becoming more and more moist are losers, like Kanglin. Even this Alinska has gone through many hardships after the Twilight Battle. But after the Holy Court leaves, the people of the southern wilderness will still come back. Apart from southern wasteland, the Kingdom of Stars has occupied this city for the longest time in history. The foundation of the alchemy industry here was built by the Kingdom of Stars. But the Kingdom of Stars has only stayed here for 3 years. This city is indeed impregnable. But people from the southern wilderness rarely attack the city. But amid the constant harassment, it was impossible to farm around the city, and could only rely on the food stored in the city and external support. When fewer people come, they can only be surrounded for reinforcements. And when the reinforcements from the Kingdom of Stars arrive in large numbers, most of the baggage will be stolen during the attack. Originally, the Holy Court and the Kingdom of Stars were engaged in foreign conquests, and the war consumed a lot of money. After the army comes, it is often difficult to achieve anything. So in the end, the two extremely powerful empires, the Holy Empire and the Star Kingdom, signed a peace contract with these rogues in the southern wilderness. George nodded after listening. He could see that during these years of turmoil, the Iberians were already in dire straits, and the southern wilder people, who had just established a foothold in Iberia, were in desperate need of recuperation. Before Awali came to power, there was a famine due to overgrazing by the tribe. But in fact, Southern Baron has not yet established a rear area that can truly provide a stable supply of food. Alinska is not the rear, but the front. Production here will cease when there is a war. The real rear area should be Sun City and the nearby River of Stars basin. But this so-called rear area needs supplies from the north. To this day, although food can satisfy people's daily needs, many daily necessities need to be supported by trade. Therefore, it can be said that Nan Wang is now a taut string. If the pressure is greater, it will break. By that time, the bandits raised by Avli and the tribes with various demands will probably cause a more terrifying chaos from within the southern wilderness than the Holy Court attack. Of course, if Avli can be given some time, he will be able to integrate the southern wilderness and the Iberians, so that they will not distinguish between you and me, and realize his vision of great unification. From then on, these weaknesses of southern wilderness will be slowly eradicated by him, and the entire southern wilderness and Iberia will establish a powerful dynasty that will make the 7 countries tremble. But unfortunately, the chief did not allow it. What he wants to see is a turbulent north, a tribe that only the chosen ones can call upon. As for the life and death of the tribe and the life and death of the Iberians, he does not care, because in the coming disaster, the people he wants to save most have already taken root in the River of Stars basin. Under the pressure of the great chief, Avli could no longer take drastic measures. After the Frost King detonated conflicts among various tribes in the north, the Grand Unified Order that Avli had established was already in jeopardy. In this situation of internal contradictions, unless the southern wilders are willing to abandon everything they have built in Iberia and leave it to the rioting rebels, it will be difficult for them to invade north. A bunch of idiots who show their teeth and show their claws, being strong on the outside and doing bad things on the inside. He found the weakness of Nan Wang and also knew what Avli needed most. Maybe the Holy Court has no time to deal with these bastards now, and Avli knows this. However, The old man who came here today must be scared to death, because he can kill the 8 tribes. At this point, George was already confident about how to wipe Soraya's ass. After that, George and Lorna walked around for a long time and saw many sights in Helenska City. We even had a meal at noon. But the so-called team that came to greet him never came. Sir, this period is quite sensitive. After seeing the Frost King, Prince of Frost, in the team, the 8 great divisions may be deliberately neglecting us, Salmon said. To be honest, he felt a little uneasy. Along the way today, they looked at everything they should and should not see in the city. However, Adley and others had no intention of changing those sensitive things. It seemed that he was deliberately watching the Holy Court. Usually when they come by themselves, they are more or less pretending. Don't worry. Let's buy some souvenirs, George said, looking at the girls carrying things. George was completely different from what Salmon thought. Adley would indeed not send anyone here now. Frost King, Shing Ting, and Kangling came to Helenska together, which was too sudden and too surprising. He needs to digest it well and understand the situation well. After that, Salmon's carriage was filled with all kinds of gadgets. Lorna and Angel picked out some voodoo dolls. Judging from the surprised expressions on the 2 people's faces, it seems that the witch doctors here are quite capable. They are much stronger than the scholars raised by the nobles. Along the way, George and the others saw several people fighting in the street. It seemed that with the beginning of the hunting festival, the friction between various tribes also entered a larger period after all. This quota is not only closely related to the interests of the tribe, but also, and everyone is also fighting for it. Coupled with the current dispute between the Frost King and the Fire King, undercurrents are surging in various tribes. And although many tribes, such as the 8 great tribes, have not directly joined the dispute, but the different supporters have almost split into 2 factions. They dislike each other. While Moss and Malim were watching the crowd fighting over there, they were holding handfuls of large meat skewers and competing to see who could eat more. The sound of rumbles of cavalry came from the distance. The leader of this group of iron cavalry is shaped like a large solid block, and the hundreds of knights around him are also like bears. The horses they ride are all extremely tall mutated giant horses. Their entire bodies are all black, without a trace of hair. These people, including men and horses, are all wearing heavy black cold-forged iron leaf armor. The iron breastplate on the chest is in the shape of an ogre's head, and the iron helmet on the head has 1 ogre horn. Looks ferocious and fierce. They were galloping towards them with their whips raised, and pedestrians on the road were so frightened that they hurried away when they saw these knights. Some of the nobles of the southern wilderness, who had gathered together to fight, were unable to dodge, and all of them, including people and vehicles, were knocked over. The knight behind didn't forget to swing his whip and whip those who were blocking the way while yelling. The nobles of southern wilderness, who were originally domineering and showing off their power, were stunned after seeing this group of people. They didn't dare to say a word even after being whipped. They only dared to run to the roadside and cover their faces, showing this smiling face. Because this is a group of real uncles in this Helenska. Each of them comes from the upper-class nobles of the tribe, and they all have the blood of the Sun royal family flowing through them, and their strength and status are well matched. In various wars in the past, these knights and their ancestors have established a great reputation. The 8 major tribes can challenge the Frost King and Fire King because of these groups of knights. The attires worn by George and the others are extremely conspicuous here, and Salmon's luxurious car is parked not far away. Used to carry the things Lorna and the others bought on the street, there is also a large Holy Court banner hanging on it. Flag. Tell the city that Kangling brought people from the Holy Court here today. Many people who care about the Holy Court have been watching nearby for a long time. This group of people came straight after seeing it. But when the knights approached, they did not slow down. Salmon turned pale and hid behind George. When the leader rode in front of George, he suddenly tightened his horse's hooves amid a roar from the horse. The giant black horse raised its upper body, and its hooves swinging in midair were less than a foot away from George. The wind and sand brought by the knights blew into everyone's faces. Moss was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and went up to beat the horse to death with one punch. Aji stretched out a hand and grabbed Moss's wrist, stopping him. It seems that Moss is still far away from the 5th humanoid boss of this shelter. However, Lorna could not hold back the furious princess of heavenly wrath. Her big meat skewers were stained with ashes, until a big hand reached out and patted her forehead. Good child. Don't be angry. They are here to treat us to dinner. This was the first time that George took the initiative to talk to Malim. But the medicine cures the disease. George's words seemed to have an effect. After hearing this, the innocent little girl narrowed her eyes and smiled at George. as if she suddenly felt that this soft-spoken villain was not that annoying after all. And the guys in front of them are not that hateful anymore after all. They want to treat themselves to a meal. Treating someone to a meal is not simply a treat to a meal. They came here to show off the people of the Holy Court. Chapter 553 Hlinska Palace. After the leader stopped his horse, it was as if he had not seen the Holy Court envoy present. First, he glanced at Salman coldly. And when he saw Salman hiding behind George, his face was pale, but his chest was puffed up, and he couldn't help but laugh coldly. Then the man looked at Moss, opened his voice as loud as a bell, and shouted the name of Big Stupid Bear. Then he burst out laughing. It seems that the nickname Bear was not the first one given by George. And from the structure of stupid plus animal, the people in the team immediately understood who the guy in front of them was. I just don't know who called out the Big Stupid Cow or the Big Stupid Bear first. In the midst of the red-faced scoldings between Big Stupid Neo and Big Stupid Bear, George took a look at the big strong man. This Thunderbolt Yaksa is not as wide as Moss, but a little taller than Moss. At 2.3 meters tall, the average adult stood next to him like a child. He has a square face, a big mouth, a big nose, and eyes as big as copper bells. The chin is covered with beard, but he should be around 20 years old. A few years older than Moss. After all, they are all Abili's younger brothers. During the exchange of insults between Moss and Thunder Neo Yorksa, both of them maintained a little restraint. But it seemed that they would have to compete after a while according to the custom of the people in the southern wilderness. The banquet was there must be a fight. There should at least be wrestling. Moss claimed that after killing him, he shot his horse to death. This dark horse is obviously the darling of Thunder Cow Yaksa. After Yaksa heard this, he suppressed his anger and mocked Moss for not overestimating his abilities, and then turned his attention to George. His face was stern. He stretched out his right hand and turned it slightly in the air, making a very casual, "Invite a guest" etiquette, and then said with a half smile, "Masters of the Holy Court, it is disrespectful to ask you to wait here. Southern Wilderness is very hospitable. Whether it is a friend or an enemy, you will always have food to eat and wine to drink. Abli Buddha, a feast has been prepared in the palace. Please allow us to welcome the holy envoys." George nodded. The relationship between the Holy Court and Nan Wang is indeed not small. But although the Holy Court won the battle, they have never regained their face. It seems that in order to calm the situation and protect the interests of the group of Iberian nobles living in the shadow of the southern wilderness, the Holy Court lords, who have come here have given enough money to these people through the emissaries from Salman. Good face. Speaking of which, they are all doves. But this time, it was the hawks who came over. And it's here to kill you. Then I'll help you all. George showed a soft smile to Jokisa and the others, and nodded gently. Then he got into the car with Salman and others. He didn't get angry with this reckless man at all because of this trivial matter. This quick response made Jaksa slightly surprised. He snorted, tightened the reins, turned the horse's hooves, and led the knights to open the way for the vehicle. Humph! Another group of spineless cowards. Hlinska Palace? George had heard about it for a long time. After the king of Iberia was kidnapped, the nobles of Iberia redecorated the palace several times in order to cater to the Sun King. Nowadays, it looks like it has gradually become more exotic, and many of the paintings of the seven gods have been replaced by those of the sun god. It can be said that it is thoughtful, but unfortunately, the Sun King rarely comes. As a result, this place became the administrative center of the 8 departments and the real northern capital of the southern wilderness. In name, the Frost King and the Fire King are also subject to the management of the Sun Royal Clan. The king here now is called Avali. You're a cripple who knows how to show off. Moss is already hungry, and he doesn't know how to order food first. Moss patted his belly and shouted angrily in the guest palace. It's like the pastries are stuffed in the mouth, and they don't count as food. But Maline was very happy eating these desserts in the palace. I mistakenly thought this was a real meal, it was just a little too little. This was indeed not a formal meal. Jaksa sent them over and left, only calling some nobles to sit with them. Afterwards, the bishops and priests of the cathedral came to greet the holy envoy. It wasn't that they intentionally didn't go to the city to greet the holy envoy today, but that they had no information. Only then did they really know that the Holy Court's elders were coming. As for this holy envoy, he belongs to the Temple Knights, and is the archangel extradited by the cardinal. There are separate materials for this thing, but they have never been taken out. Salman originally planned to dictate the identity he and George had previously conceived, but he was stopped by George. Your Excellency Bishop Ironser, my name is George. Just remember this name. As for what we have here this time, and what tasks we do, It has nothing to do with you. I will call you when necessary. Several bishops and priests were shocked, knowing that after this person visited this place, the Holy Court was afraid that something big would happen. After chatting for a while, George discovered that these bishops and priests were doing nothing in this place. He has been colluding with Solomon all day long. And he is also a bit greedy and lustful. It can be said that everyone is full of brains and intestines in Helenska. However, their loyalty to the Holy Court and their faith is real. According to Solomon's previous words, there was a political struggle in the Holy Court for the candidate of the cathedral bishop here. In Solomon's view, although this bishop of Ironsor is mediocre, he is still sitting in the seat. It is extremely suitable in this position. After several words, the bishop kept hinting to the holy envoy that this place was no different than other places. So he should be careful and not be young and energetic. He also specifically mentioned a few cardinals, including Avery. It seems that this cathedral bishop has a strong backing. He was sent here to appease Nan Huang and prevent the conflict between the Holy Court and Nan Huang. Listening to the bishop's hint, George nodded secretly. The Holy Court's vision of judging people is quite accurate. Although this bishop is incompetent, he has done practical things in southern wilderness. Judging from the current situation, those rational people in the Holy Court, the leaders, who look at the situation are most afraid of a war between the two sides. The Holy Court has always been concerned about faith and life. These leaders can make such decisions at the expense of the glory of the Holy Court. It can be said that they have real vision and foresight. It also shows that the current situation in the north of the Holy Court is unbearable. A little fuss. And if these people are so cautious, they may have discovered the enemies within the Holy Court. So I don't have any experience, and I don't care about going south anymore. If the two sides really want to fight, the situation will collapse immediately. George secretly wrote down the names of the people mentioned by Bishop Ironsor. It can be said that most of these people should not be lurkers. Not an extreme one either. However, George discovered that, except for a few such as Avery, most of them were old school. You are really stuck in the east now. Let me help you deal with the matters in the south. After several conversations, George saw that he could not dig out much useful things from the bishop. So he lost interest. After appeasing Bishop Ironsor, he got up and walked around with Solomon. There seemed to be a banquet hall not far next door, and servants were busy going back and forth in the corridor outside the door. As the time for the banquet got closer and closer, there were more and more nobles in the room. Like George and others, many people were specially invited guests from afar. But his status is far less noble than that of the holy envoy. There are also many nobles from various tribes in Iberia. They all heard that King Shuang, Kanglin, and Xingting were here today. So they came here in advance and passed by the reception hall on the way. The entire guest palace smelled like a salon party. But the principals of the major tribes were not seen. And many princes who were good friends with Shuangya, including Ram, did not come over either. It's just the little guys who come here. This seems to express an attitude just as Solomon said. If you want the 8 departments to support the Frost King, you must have Avli's nod. The attitude of the 8 major tribes can influence many large tribes. Coupled with the showdown made by Thunder Nyo and the others today, it really made Solomon feel a little flustered. It seemed that the banner of the Holy Court had the opposite effect. Let the entire southern wilderness unite together and exclude this outsider. Even the Frost King had defected to the Holy Court, making many tribes dissatisfied with Frostfang. However, his boss George was not anxious at all. He just took Solomon and Priyanka to visit the guest palace and asked them to explain the antiques in the palace to George and Aji. Priyanka didn't know the current situation. Since the last multi-person event at Tiannu Villa, she had not found a chance to contact the master. I finally got a chance today, and my whole body almost touched her. But Solomon, who was accompanying him, was like an ant on a hot pot. A little bit like the emperor was not in a hurry to kill the eunuch. Indeed, Kanglin could be said to have completely stood up in the eyes of Nan Huang today. And he also brought Shuangya and Shunting together. If the 8 departments are not managed obediently by the boss today, then everyone in Kanglin will be beating him up in this southern wasteland. And many of the foundations they have established in various tribes will be in vain, including the chief, who will also be extremely dissatisfied with Kanglin. Don't get close to Moss. Moss, and you are not that familiar. Moss's voice echoed from the crowd not far away. These words seemed to attract George's attention, and he asked Solomon amusedly, "Oh, those are not the nobles who have good relations with Shuangya and Kanglin." Solomon looked at some nobles not far away with a strange expression. After thinking for a long time, he said with certainty, "It is indeed not the case. There are many nobles today who have rarely interacted with our two families before. Some of them had some troubles with you before. These people may really be passing by. Indeed, today is a bit strange. Although the principals of the 8 major tribes did not come, there were many southern wilderness nobles who rarely interacted with Frost King and Kanglin today. Moreover, Salmon originally thought that these speculators were coming for Kanglin or the Frost King. But it seems that many people are more interested in William and other deputy bishops and Templar knights. In fact, these people's attention was all focused on George. But no one dared to come forward to say, Lo, holy envoys are indeed noble. But they are representatives of the interests of the nobility. And whether they are priests or bishops, they are essentially priests. On an occasion like today, it is normal to come over and listen to some teachings. Or come over and kiss the big ring. And although these tribal nobles may have had some entanglements with Xuanyao and Kanglin in the past, everyone was very thick-skinned when it came to making fun of them. Since they were able to come to this hall early today, it also meant that they didn't care about Avali knowing that they were in contact with the Holy Court. But the behavior of these people is extremely special. After they arrive, they don't interact with anyone and just go to that station. Or he panicked and flattered Moss, as if he was looking for a savior. And many people secretly glanced at the messengers in the field from time to time, their cautious eyes seeming to be quietly sizing up the robber leader. There were also a few people who looked around quietly with great awe. Occasionally, when George saw someone's voyeuristic gaze and nodded slightly in response to someone, that person actually trembled with excitement. It was like hearing an oracle. Oh, George nodded after learning about these people's previous factions. He found that although these people were of low status, the people behind them were all on the list. Basically, most of them had sent people here first. Although the real person on the list has not yet appeared. This is a signal released by the two. Sol is indeed reliable. Soraya seems to be visiting the Night Temple with a group of people. This girl has finished her job long ago. Faster than Sol. These people, including Soraya's shaman, actually cannot play a big role in the tribe. The real decision makers are the princes of the 8 tribes. And these people are not superstitious about the sun god in their beliefs. But this is enough. They have laid the groundwork. And George will take care of those princes. After retracting his gaze towards the fireplace, George continued to play with various toys in the palace to kill the boring time. The knights seemed to be somewhat unwilling to entertain the nobles. At this time, they all worried about the boss and watched the fun with him. While they were chatting, they talked about the origin, year, and handiwork of those masters. It's just a way to kill boring time. Soon, many nobles also participated. Although these rough guys in the shelter were all from low-class backgrounds, they have followed their boss to many places over the years. The treasures they have dug through ancient tombs, and the trophies they obtained from demons are almost too numerous to count. It can be said that most of the rare treasures of the northern nobles have gone to the shelter. Many good things that were not sold were kept in the shelter, and the Church of Dawn all day long, being played with by them. In addition, these people often hang out with night dyers and adventurers. So everyone can talk about a lot of things. So everyone is very discerning. And Aggie and Brenda know the most about antiques. The way he talked so eloquently made the nobles around him admire him very much. Obviously, these were all the great men of the Holy Court. Indeed, there are not many people who can achieve this level of knowledge through robbery. Chapter 554 Sun Royal Family. Priyanka was like George's lover, clinging to George's arm. While coaxing the knights, she cooperated with Salman to introduce all the things that the elder was interested in. From time to time, he looked at the master with admiration. But everyone in the hall was secretly looking at her. For a moment, Salman couldn't tell whether those people were paying attention to George or this girl. Indeed, this female companion was dressed very eye-catchingly today, and she could indeed win some face for her master. The service on that person was different. It was a black evening dress brought by a businessman from the Kingdom of Stars. This girl herself is one of the best in terms of talent, and she is a real top courtesan. In addition, she is very good at pretending, and she looks like the only daughter of a wealthy family who can be equal to Salman. This caused everyone present to look up and down at her exquisite figure from time to time. The charming and delicate look she showed from time to time made many men present feel excited. And they saw Lorna wrinkled her nose not far away. Saucy! 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 Rona blushed and stammered for a long time. But in the end, she still couldn't say the shameful curse word that Siljek usually cursed. However, she secretly decided that when she secretly wrote a letter tonight, she must tell Sister Sophia and Aunt Tanya what happened today. That's a lot of experience. Aji shook his head and said, I've seen quite a few things, but there are more things here than in his grandma Alfonso's ancestral tomb. At this point, Aji looked at the dumbfounded nobles around him, and suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. Gentlemen, let me make it clear that I have never been there. I heard it. It was just a metaphor. George nodded. Indeed, the rare treasures here come from almost all over the world. The largest number of them are the cultural relics of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And even the Kingdom of Stars has a lot of things. It seems that Avali has indeed established a deep trade relationship with the Kingdom of Stars, no matter where they came from, including the cultural relics of the Kingdom of Shah. They were all given by merchants and nobles later. It can be seen that this Awali is not only very good at politics and trade, but also has been preparing for his ideals very early. Compared to the Palace of the Sun, the things here are still a notch behind. Salman looked at something in his hand, and said this thing was given by him. But the Baidu is worthy of its name. The rare treasures in the world belong to Sun Palace 7 and Helenska 3. The wealth in the south is basically concentrated in these two places. It's really an exaggeration. Lord Salman, how can Helenska compare with the Palace of the Sun? A soft voice suddenly sounded from in front of the door. It's really an exaggeration. Lord Salman, how can Helenska compare with the Palace of the Sun? Everyone looked back and found that the person speaking was an elderly priest. My lord, you are the high priest of the Sun Temple. George and the people around him were playing with antiques, and looking over there casually. His eyes briefly glanced at the priest. And then he focused on the crowd, who followed the priest into the hall. These people were luxuriously dressed, and seemed to be the most prominent tribal nobles in the northern and southern wilderness. And some of them turned out to be Iberian dukes and marquises. Among them, there were more than a dozen very young people standing at the front, with their unruly expressions and eyes aimed at Moss. You will know who these people are. But George couldn't help but look at a tall, thin guy behind the crowd. He was not wearing a hat, and it was not apparent whether he was carrying a stick or a cane. But the attire is similar to Renaissance clothing. But it is very different. There are not so many kinds of lace decorations on the upper body, and there is no skirt. Instead, there is a sense of simplicity in Non-Huang service. What she wore on her legs was not the weirdly colored stockings often worn by nobles, but a kind of board trousers tied into tall boots. George had also seen this kind of clothing in the city. There are also nobles wearing such clothes in the hall, but none of them looked as neatly dressed as him. After seeing it, people couldn't help but be impressed. George's eyes slowly moved up to his face. This man looks ordinary, gentle and elegant, with a bookish look on his face, and a typical scholar's taste. But only his eyes were like a lone wolf. He seemed to be concentrating on wiping his palms with a handkerchief. He was inconspicuous among the crowd. But upon closer inspection, he was so conspicuous. Around him, the princes were invisibly surrounding him in front of him, and the people around him unintentionally kept half a step away from him. The various princes, uncles, dukes, and marquises in the crowd, no matter how solemn or unruly his expression is. Everyone around him showed a reserved look. George was sizing up the crowd in front of him, and the other side was also sizing up the crowd here. The moment Avali's eyes fixed on the man playing with antiques in the crowd, he looked into his falcon-like eyes. Couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. George knew that these people came together to show him that they were monolithic. On the surface, they all came to the banquet with the high priest. But in fact, all tribes had reached an agreement, including this high priest. Well said. He had just performed evening rituals in the temple, and after hearing the news, he hurried over. But I'm afraid he already knew the news, and he spent the entire day at Helenska Palace. I came late, on purpose. On this occasion, the bishop of the cathedral began to play the role of his intermediary. When introducing the mission to Nan Wang, the bishop was a little embarrassed. Although many important figures did not necessarily state their full names when introducing themselves, in such a formal occasion, they should still say their full names. However, when he learned about the situation before, the leader of the mission dismissed him with one sentence. And then, he even forgot to ask for his full name. He introduced the main heads of the mission by name plus position, which was more or less in line with etiquette. Then, he first introduced to George the certain Duke Yuming present, who was the prime minister of the king of Iberia, a certain nobleman. And what kind of minister he was. The high priest of the temple was invited by him and Duke Yunming. Recently, because it was the spring hunting festival, all the tribes gathered at the tribal reserve south of Helenska. After hearing about the arrival of the holy envoy, they all admired the majesty of the holy court and came here specifically to pay homage, including the 8 princes, princesses and bishops of the 8 departments. They were also introduced. Among them is Awali. Among them, Avali ranks 4th. and the brothers above him are all in their 40s or even 50s. According to Moss's previous statement, some of the princes and princesses in the 8 great parts were unrestrained and bold, while others were bold and generous. Some are generous and hospitable. But at this time, there was nothing friendly about the unruly look on George's eyes. Chapter 555. The 8 great parts that show their sharpness. Although the leaders of the tribe are all smiling, they are somewhat sharp. But the bishop is very conciliatory and has a bit of humor. He spoke beautiful Mandarin. And during the introduction process, when some of the prince's words were stinging, he even saved a few scenes. Those barbed words, so cleverly explained by the bishop, suddenly turned into a friendly joke. It can be seen that no matter how mediocre the bishop is, he still has a certain level of professionalism. During the whole process, the atmosphere between the two parties was generally acceptable on the surface. But some of the tribe's words made William and others laugh. Throughout the whole process, George smiled and nodded, just like an ordinary envoy who came to visit. And his words were always polite. Facing the ridicule from the Southern Wilderness tribe, he didn't say much. This attitude made the voices in various tribes become louder. Some princes also used their cold eyes to look up and down at the Iberian nobles, who were mixed with the holy court. Seeing these speculators, secretly wiping away cold sweat, weeping and smiling bitterly, it was as if they knew they would die tomorrow. But something even more terrifying made them stand firm, no matter how timid they were. The nobles who stood on the side of the tribe today were laughing harder and harder, and occasionally glanced at the Iberian nobles, who were opportunistic, and came to lick the butt of the holy court in advance. That sense of shameless superiority was vividly felt by them today. However, Abeille, who had been silent in the crowd, frowned secretly. As usual, people in the holy court must take advantage of their words to enjoy themselves. But this time, the dog sent by the holy court did not scream or bark. Especially this time. The holy court has already pulled the Frost King over, so it must be a bluff. But today, even Moss, the restless guy, was very unusual today. In the face of some sarcasm directed at him, he didn't say a word, although he seemed to be holding his breath. He just stood next to the holy envoy and sneered. This situation made him somewhat unexpected. And those little people who suddenly fell towards the holy court today also surprised him very much. Bishop Einser has been trying his best to save the situation. There are uncles on both sides that he can't afford to offend. But the topic keeps getting louder and louder. He was so anxious that he couldn't help but secretly wipe away cold sweat. And at the same time, he was lamenting the decline of the holy court. It wasn't until the eunuch in the palace came to inform Duke Yuming that the banquet was ready, that the bishop breathed a sigh of relief. However, this guy seemed to suddenly remember something at this time. And on the way, he introduced Abeille, the son-in-law and heir of Duke Yunming. He is also the Grand Consul of Helenska, second only to the hand of the king. It can be said that mentioning Abeille for the second time is truly bringing him to the table. In addition, the bishop also specifically mentioned that Abeille was the governor of the Northern Division of the Southern Wilderness. There are Governor-General of the Southern Division and Governor-General of the Northern Division in the Southern Wilderness. Nancy refers to a piece of land drawn by the Holy Court for the southern wasteland to the north of the River of Stars, for them to move around, nominally leased by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Basie refers to Iberia. This position was established by the Holy Court, originally to divide the Southern Wilderness. But because the Holy Court did not know enough about the Southern Wilderness at the beginning, and was very arrogant in treating the social structure of the tribe as the same as the Seven Kingdoms, so there was no success at all. People in Nanwan looked down on the Prime Minister's political affairs. The political affairs of many tribes are even done by their servants. So after it was established, it became a nominal position. To put it bluntly, the tribe has almost forgotten this position. But if this position is visible, it has status. He is qualified to sit at the long table on the high platform of the venue. It can even be said that he is equivalent to the chief of the 8 departments. No worse than the king and prime minister of Iberia. And Abeille was indeed the first person to truly hold power in this false position, and the first person to be reminded of a position by the tribe. After finishing speaking, the bishop gave George a special look, which seemed to tell the holy envoy that Abeille was the real owner of Helenska. Bishop Ironzer's hint was so lame that everyone present could understand what it meant. This made many people around him look strange, and they looked at the bishop as if they were looking at a clown. Einser, I was wrong and could sit in this position today. Sure enough, there is no ordinary person. But it's a pity that today I have to live up to your hard work. If you don't defeat these guys, there will be nothing to talk about. Indeed, the bishop had his own ideas. In Bishop Ironzer's view, the holy envoy came with Kanglin, so the holy envoy must know the situation. It's just that Avli has been deliberately pretending not to show his face. So he can't take the initiative to talk to Avli. Otherwise, the subsequent negotiations will be inferior to others. It is simply telling others that the holy envoy has something to ask for. Therefore, the bishop pretended to be stupid and used that extremely lame hint to almost tell everyone who the leader here was. As a result, the holy envoy had countless reasons and then started talking about business. Avli naturally stopped pretending. The bishop deliberately mentioned the governor of the Southern Wilderness and Northern Division, and even gave Avli's face to George to slap as a leader. He deliberately disgusted Avli a few times, and the situation was solved. In the subsequent negotiations, the position where the holy envoy is standing will also be higher than Avli. Avli frowned slightly after hearing the bishop's introduction. I felt a little unhappy that the bishop had put himself on stage so talkatively. After all, his attitude today can be seen by anyone. He doesn't want to show his face. And this governor of the Northern Division sounds extremely harsh. He held up his chest slightly and behaved like a prince. It seemed that he was emphasizing that he was the Prince of Nanwang, not that shitty governor. After the courtesy, he looked at the person in front of him, waiting for George's words. But when he raised his head, he found that the person in front of him just nodded, said "oh" suddenly, glanced at himself, and then left directly. The other knights of the delegation followed George towards the banquet hall, glancing at Avli slightly as they passed by, as if to see who this person was. The only one who responded was Moss, who spat on the carpet and followed the group. The bishop was surprised for a while when he saw this scene, and then he quickly followed. The other minor nobles saw that all the people from the 8 departments remained where they were. After a slight hesitation, they all followed the envoy with ugly expressions. No one was greeting the people from the 8 departments, as if the leader in front was the host. A prince spat on the carpet and said angrily, "Bah! What a pile of cow dung! You really think this is your home? Avli, that boy Moss has completely become the dog of the Holy Court." Well, Avli looked at the back of the holy envoy in front and said nothing. This mission was becoming more and more confusing to him today. Avli looked at the eldest prince of the 8 departments and suddenly asked, "Brother, is there a high-level divine grace knight named George among the temple knights?" The eldest prince was the oldest, and was the main leader of the resistance against the Holy Court in the Northern and Southern Wilderness. Later, he participated in many occasions such as signing agreements, and was the person most familiar with the Temple Knights. And until now, he has been studying the Temple Knights of the Holy Court. I have a deep understanding of the command habits of each leader. Therefore, he is the person who knows the most about the Holy Court among the 8 majors. There are 2, but they are neither. The eldest prince shook his head and said, "I have never heard of those powerful knights. These people are all holy sons or saints. I am not wrong about it. But their auras are a little special. They may be new people after the Black Tide, or special forces that have never come out." The high priest suddenly said, "Avli, please be more serious. If the Holy Court sends new faces, they will definitely take action." Yeah. Avli knew that there were some top-secret troops in the Holy Court that they didn't know about. But he felt that the behavior of these people was not the style of the Holy Court. Moreover, he also couldn't understand why Frostfang, who had the biggest conflict with the Holy Court, suddenly turned 180 degrees overnight. But no matter what, the Holy Court is now a sick and weak lion. No matter what they did, it was meaningless. And they were unable to help Nanwang when he asked for help. They can no longer even take care of the people under their own rule. The only thing they can do is to fight for the last time in the north for the creatures in the south. Once, he expected to seek some support from the north. At the same time, Iberia could also serve as the rear of the north. Once Xinjiang Pass fell, the Holy Court retreated to the Kingdom of Stars. The people of the Southern Wilderness can also carry out guerrilla attacks in the Holy Empire where demons are raging, delaying their opportunity to go south. The only chance for survival is when both parties work together. But now, he has completely seen through this group of people. They only have meaningless beliefs in their hearts, and they don't understand the meaning of death. Avli hopes that this holy envoy is also a sensible person, and that he will not be as stupid as those big men in the Holy Court, and repeatedly touch the bottom line of Southern Wilderness. Nanwang does have constant disputes internally, but externally it is united. Digging out a Frostfang won't change anything. If he arouses the wrath of the war chief, not only will Frostfang be destroyed, but the second shelter he built in the north will also be completely destroyed. And no matter what kind of thoughts this person has today, he must extinguish his last bit of thoughts. Knock him out completely. As for the nobles who are ready to make a move today, we will deal with them one by one later. Chapter 556 Divine Banquet. The banquet hall of Helenska Palace has a palace atmosphere. After some changes in southern wasteland in recent years, it looks even more generous and heroic. However, in terms of decoration, it still generally retains the style of the seven gods. But some sensitive things have been replaced. And among the seven gods, the twin gods of the solar system, and the 5 gods of the moon system, among the 7 gods have distinct styles of the sun and moon gods. This can be regarded as a signal jointly released by the Holy Court and the Southern Wilderness. Many things in the Kingdom of Stars also have this style. After the victory in the Holy Court, the banquet and signing ceremony were held in this Helenska Palace. So this is an extremely sensitive thing placed on the countertop. No one will change it. However, the style of the banquet hall is slightly closer to the style of a foreign country. Light gauze curtains can be seen everywhere. And those beautiful maids are not the big skirts, big butts and tight waists of the 7 kingdoms. Instead, they were wearing a simple and lively gauze long skirt. It has a slightly Saudi Arabian flavor. It seems like you can roll up your skirt and sing and dance at any time. Compared to Cheongying's venue, what is here is not a round table, but a series of solemn large horizontal tables. In addition to the large long table at the main table on the high platform, the long tables below are also short, so people have to sit on the floor. All seats face the central dance floor, or the dance floor. The entire venue was also covered with large colorful carpets. And the carpet on the dance floor was woven with a pattern of galloping horses, which was very Southern Wilderness style. It can be seen that the people of Southern Wilderness are actually very developed in handicraft industry. It's just that the various technologies in the Southern Wilderness are relatively concentrated, and they are not as widespread as those in the 7 kingdoms. After George and the others entered, they found that the hall was already filled with many people, and the dishes were being served one after another. The banquet in Southern Wilderness is not as rigid as the 7 kingdoms, and the people coming today come from all over the world. These people were whispering to each other in the venue, talking and laughing loudly, and walking around casually. Some people were even bare-chested and wrestling on the dance floor. The entire banquet seemed to have already begun, and we were just about to eat. It wasn't until these people saw the bishop and Duke Yumeng leading the guests through the door that they stopped making noise and slowly stood up, used the etiquette of each tribe to greet the holy envoy, the hand of the king, the high priest, and the princes of the tribe. It looked very solemn for a while, but a little unorganized and not as neat. And George also noticed that there seemed to be 2 people sitting across the table in the corner, but they didn't even stand up. These 2 tables are different from other tables because they have not only started eating, but also drinking. And some are even playing cards. I don't know why the drinks were served first, which made the group drunk. And it was so chaotic that it was like being in a tavern. The behavior at this table was too conspicuous, and the costumes were extremely weird, with their faces covered in colorful ink. The most bizarre thing is that this group of people are not only playing cards, but there are also several players and singers near the 2 tables. These players and singers were obviously playing and singing just now, but after seeing the masters coming in, they knelt on the ground with cold sweat on their faces. At this time, the 2 tables realized that everyone had stood up to pay tribute. Some people turned around and raised their glasses to signal, and then began to gather around again, drinking and chatting. However, most people who are drunkards just look back and do what they should do as if they didn't see it. Some people actually spit on the ground. It was as if the prince had offended them. At this time, under the wave of an old man's hand, the several players and singers continued to play and sing while sweating coldly. There was also an old man who grabbed the maid who was passing by, pointed to the barbecue in the fire pit not far away, and asked angrily in some Nanhuang dialect. He seemed to be asking why the food hadn't been served yet, and why the maids were waiting so slowly. He seemed a little unhappy. As a result, the maid quietly looked at the faces of the owners in front of the door, and at the same time grabbed her skirts in a panic and tried to comfort them. Finally, it was quiet until the waiter not far away brought up the pigs, cattle, and sheep roasted in the fire pit. These bizarre behaviors can no longer be described as disrespectful, they are simply provocative. As the real hosts, the expressions of the princes couldn't help but darken. After all, although they wanted to show some respect to the Holy Court today, they couldn't let people think that all the southern wastelands were really savages. But after seeing the appearance of those people clearly, the corners of his eyes twitched repeatedly. Then he turned his attention and arranged for the guests to sit down. In fact, these people are all great shamans and elders of various tribes. People who have become immortal. They have no rights and usually do nothing. But he has a noble status, and has the qualifications to rely on his old age, and sell his old age. and many older people, or special elders and shamans. Even the chiefs have to show some respect, not only because they have been seen since childhood, nor because they are heroes who have saved the tribe time and time again. Also because some guys who have lived for 300 to 400 years are their ancestors. He is the holy son of the southern wilderness, the sun angel who has stayed in the tribe for many years and has not left. Therefore, the princes pretended not to see it. Even Moss scratched his face after seeing it, feeling a little embarrassed. But he didn't get angry. He knew all these elders and great shamans, and he even saw his great uncle inside. The bishop was afraid that George would be dissatisfied, so he quickly leaned into George's ear and explained. These old birthday stars are used to staying in the tribe and have less contact with the outside world. They don't understand the red tape of the 7 kingdoms, and they don't even understand the common language. Please don't be too weird. Ironser stroked his beard and said, he was very good at explaining. Sir, you have never been to the real southern wilderness before. There, when the host is having a meal, if a stranger opens the curtain, he will be directly invited to eat and drink. And many banquets also retain this custom. This is another warm-up for you to express our warm welcome. No wonder this guy can sit on the Diaoyu Islands here. George nodded and gave Ironser a thumbs up with a strange expression. Then, he withdrew his gaze, and under the solemn arrangement of the hosts, Duke Yuming and others in the venue, he went to sit down at the long table on the high platform with Duke Yuming and others. Duke Yuming's seat is at the top of the high platform, representing the king of Iberia. George is the second representative of the Holy Court at the high table. Then, there are the high priest and the high prince, representing the southern wilderness. There are also Salmon and several princes, who are either older or no etiquette. In fact, these people are similar in status to the leader of the Temple Knights, Duke Yunming, etc. However, in today's situation, Duke Yuming represents the king and George represents the Holy Court. So these people are accompanying them. Originally, Deputy Envoy William was supposed to go to the high platform, but he didn't like the excitement and stayed silently at Aji's side. By the way, Avali also sat next to George. As for the other princes, and those like Moss who have actual princely authority but no nominal title, they can only sit in the second place. After everyone sat down, Duke Yuming began to stand up and raise his glass. No one stood up, but they all raised their glasses. But George didn't listen to a word of what Duke Yuming said. He blinked hard and saw that Lorna and others sitting next to the 2 tables of drunkards were being taken advantage of by a few old men. One was pulled over forcefully. Moss wanted to stop him, but an old man reached out and slapped him on the arm. He also angrily accused him of not knowing etiquette and not taking good care of his guests. Lorna and the other girls were made dizzy by this scene. When they were dragged over, they looked at George and the friendly grandfathers around them, wondering whether it was polite to change tables temporarily. It wasn't until the few of them came to that area that they came back to their senses. Then several girls stood there for a moment, then sat down directly. Ahem, Sir George. I'm very sorry for the rudeness of the elders, Avali said to George with a very embarrassed expression on his chest. He never expected that the first conversation he had with this guy would be this topic. The elders must have felt the radiance of the sun god in him. They meant well, and did not mean to offend. I will go now. No need. Just let them over there. George looked at the crowd over there and twitched his eyes, waving his hand to stop Avali. Just when Lorna was sitting down, he saw a woman dressed like an Indian chief. The woman's face was painted with colorful ink. After Lorna sat down, she drunkenly put down the cards in her hand and laughed. He hugged Rona and drank wine. Indeed, after all, we were rude, because the sun god / 7 gods are there, and the elders are welcoming the real guests. But, Soraya, are you a little too exaggerated today? George looked at the drunken Soraya, covered his face, and closed his eyes. Like many princes, Quan pretended that he had not seen the behavior of the 2 tables. Chapter 557. A shocking blow. They are all friends, ancestors, and family members. Speaking of which, we didn't go to toast. It was rude of us. After finishing speaking, George made a blessing gesture like the sun god. He pulled Avali to sit down. Avali was confused by this. He didn't know whether these words were the respect shown by the holy envoy to the southern wilderness civilization, or whether it was an expression of his understanding of the southern wilderness culture. There have always been moderate factions in the Holy Court. These moderate factions are more tolerant of the southern wilderness, and the Bishop of Ironser Cathedral is a typical example. But these people are out for profit, and will not tell the infidels that they are their friends and their own. He became increasingly confused about this person's identity. But he suddenly had a feeling that what Shuangyo was close to was the force represented by this person. It was not the force that this man represented that sent him and Moss here this time. This divine knight is most likely a leader-level figure in the Holy Court, or an archangel in power in the Holy Court. Adelie suddenly had the intention to chat with this person, but reason told him that this was meaningless. But his intuition was telling him that he might be able to reach a more consistent point of view on some things. However, after this person said this, he grabbed a piece of fat beef, stuffed it into his mouth and drank wine, without any intention of talking to himself. And his eyes had already fallen on the field. He seems to be more interested in the decoration of the venue, the guests from all over the world, the beautiful maids, and the wrestling in the dance arena. Only then did Adelie realize that while he was thinking just now, Moss had taken off his clothes with a prince and started fighting in the audience. In fact, after Moss took his seat, he didn't know whether he was angry about the slap just now or whether he was holding back the anger. Before Duke Yumeng could finish talking, he took off his clothes and walked off the stage. He immediately sang a war song, interrupting Duke Yumeng's nonsense. Duke Yumeng sat back down with an embarrassed look on his face. And Moss also walked into the venue amidst the singing. This song is a war song, and it is sung while taking off one's clothes, indicating that a fight is about to begin. The meaning expressed by Moss's battle hymn is also "Who will challenge me?" It stands to reason that in this kind of wrestling, the more people who stand up and respond to Moss, the more they value Moss, and the more honor they receive. But many princes have long been angry at this young man from the southern wilderness. Seeing him being so provocative, old and new grudges couldn't help but arise. All of a sudden, 8 or 9 people stood up one after another, and the momentum was as if the entire 8 tribes were attacking in a group. Even Ram, today, granted Adelie's previous instructions, knowing that the person coming to the Holy Court was not good. So he stood up and pretended. On the Bad Abu's side, Thundernyo was the only one who remained motionless, stroking the beard on his chin. After his eyes glanced at Moss, he stopped looking at Moss. In Lane Nyo's view, only Moss's brother, the undefeated eldest son of the sun, was worthy of his challenge. As for Moss, he is indeed at a certain level, but Lane Nyo has always felt that what Moss went through was not an ordinary sun warrior training. Instead, like himself, he secretly learned some things about the Sun royal family from the elders. Or maybe Moss simply learned these things with the help of his brother. Actually not. They are all combat skills learned on the battlefield. This allows Moss to rank among the top 3 among the northern tribes. Originally, only the Sun royal family could learn these things. But now, due to the deliberate intention of the Sun King, all the sons of the Sun in the 8 major divisions have entered the Sun Temple, causing the Sun King to completely cut off this inheritance. Even the old immortals left behind by the 8 major tribes never taught the tribe anything again because of their agreement with the chief. Apart from this method, the only way is to enter the Sun Temple, together with those tribes from humble origins. They practice the things of the Sun royal family. This is simply unreasonable, and the princes of the 8 divisions simply cannot give up their tribe and enter the Sun Temple. Therefore, the Sun royal family, like themselves, can only secretly hear something from the mouths of these old drunkards by getting them drunk. But no one can learn the truly powerful wings of the sun. This makes Moss, with his humble status, now qualified to challenge the Sun royal family. Thundernyo was extremely angry about this. But he had no intention of facing off with Moss today. He was not qualified to challenge himself as the number 1 warrior of the northern tribe. And although among the other princes in the 8 major parts and the Frost and Fire tribe, the Frost Prince and the Fire Prince are the strongest. In fact, they are not much different. So in Lane Nyo's opinion, it would be enough for anyone to go down. Although winning may not be certain, losing is not a bad thing. Because no matter how many people Moss brought down today, the number of people he, Thundernyo, brought down today would be 10 times more than him. Otherwise, how can you show off your reputation? Thinking of this, Thundernyo smiled slightly, and his eyes began to wander on the Dawn Knights on the seats opposite. There were exactly 20 of them. He was going to teach these people a lesson today. On the other side, the 8 princes were already singing with Moss. To outsiders, this song sounds like a warm welcome to guests, and they looked like they were singing to warm up the host and guests. But the 6th prince, who was the first to leave, took off his shirt. The person who failed to get the upper hand then stopped and sat down. And the 2 people off the field met and started fighting. The 6th prince does seem to have some strength. From the scars on his chest and his sharp eyes, it can be seen that he is a man who has been on the battlefield for a long time. And the burly figure like an ogre is actually a head taller than Moss. and the totems representing combat skills engraved on his body are no less than those of Moss. There are even several one-eyed ogres on them. The pattern of a human and demon. Originally, there were frequent fights in the tribe, and there was no telling who would win or lose in the entire southern wasteland. Except for those few people from the Sun Temple. No one obeyed anyone. But today's situation is far beyond everyone's expectations. Moss, whose whole body was shining with light, lifted the sixth prince and pushed him hard to the ground. There was a sudden rumble on the ground, and this terrifying impact caused cracks to appear on the stone surface under the carpet. The sixth prince struggled to stand up, but a mouthful of blood spurted out. If you look closely, you can see that his spine has been deformed. There was silence on the grounds. Looking at the man vomiting blood on the ground, Moss snorted coldly, threw away his arms, glanced coldly at Thunderbolt next to the 8 seats, and then let go of his throat and continued singing loudly. Thundernyo opened his mouth, as if he had never thought that the sixth prince was knocked to the ground after just 2 rounds. When Moss looked over with provocative eyes, Thunderbolt's little finger couldn't help but tremble twice, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He saw that this Moss didn't even extend his light wings. Chapter 558, The God of War in the Southern Wilderness, the second Prince Eagledakre. The high priest's expression also changed slightly. He stretched out his hand to signal a priest to quickly drag the sixth prince down for treatment. And when the priest dragged him to the scene, the sixth prince was already unconscious and did not know whether to live or die. I've heard the name of Holy Sunwater, but I wonder if it can revive the dead? George put down the wine glass, wiped the corners of his mouth, and looked at Avali with a half smile. Avali's pupils shrank slightly, and then he suddenly came back to his senses. He smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty, the Holy Envoy is so worried. We barbarians have rough skin and thick flesh and can withstand beatings. With such an injury, after a few days of rest, we will be able to ride on a horse again. At this point, Avali suddenly changed the topic. You should pay more attention to Frostfawn. There are many warriors in the southern wilderness who are not afraid of death. Provocation can only arouse our anger. As if to verify Awali's words, after a moment of silence, the venue suddenly recalled a large number of angry songs. Hundreds of people suddenly stood up from their seats. Not only were they not deterred by the momentum, but they aroused great ferocity. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire tribe was going to tear Moss alive, or as if the entire tribe was going to attack in groups. George's expression moved slightly, as if he was somewhat unexpected. Then, he looked scorchingly at the group of furious warriors who stood up one by one, and his heart became even hotter. Alexander, these daughters of yours really have the same temper as you. This is a group of warriors who can truly penetrate into the purgatory on earth in the north, and cannot be beaten to death or scared away, just among the hundreds of people present. It can be said that they are all quasi-temple knights, and they are all the seeds of the Red-Robe Knights. All that was missing was the experience of fighting demons, and as long as they use potions to nurse themselves back to health, and be well trained by Brenda, who studies dungeons all day long, they will become great players one by one, counting the other big deal in Frostfire, as well as the people from Sun City. It is enough to pull out a Temple Knights. At this time, Moss had flipped to 3 or 4 people, but more and more people stood up. Lanyo looked at the people who were knocked down by Moss. His expression was extremely exciting. The initial shock in my heart turned into fear, but in the end, the fear gradually turned into anger, and from the anger, he slowly calmed down. He could see that there were indeed traces of the Sun Angel in Moss's tricks, especially the unstoppable attack. But it looks like these tricks have only been practiced for a few months, and are very unfamiliar. What he has mastered is not much more than himself, the kind of skill that the elders described as being as unshakable as a mountain. Moss hasn't learned yet. At this time, Moss had already placed the 4th person, and although he seemed to be sweating profusely, his momentum was extremely fierce. When Moss's provocative eyes looked at Thundernyo again, Thundernyo York's heart trembled slightly, but he finally stood up amid hesitation. But at this moment, a big hand suddenly pushed Thundernyo back into his seat. The person who came out was the second prince. He didn't have many totems on his body, but there were 3 most conspicuous ones. One is the eagle behind. When it stretches out its arms, it looks like an eagle spreading its wings. One place is the chest, where there is a huge demon head. What's left are the many Templar Knights and Templar Knights marks. This second prince, named Eagledakre, is in his 50s. He is a brave general who has gone from the war of tribal unification to the conquest of the Sand Kingdom, the Dusk War and the Holy Court War. After the peace agreement between the Holy Court and the Southern Wilderness was signed, He even responded to the Holy Court's call and led a group of people to participate in the demon war in the north. After helping the Holy Court stabilize the sword-suppressing pass, he led some of the tribe's warriors back during the Holy Court siege. He is the true god of war of the northern tribes, and one of the most feared people in the Holy Court. He killed countless people in his life, especially during the tribal unification war and the war between the seven kingdoms. He killed countless people with his hands. He was a real butcher. But he did not imprint those defeated as totems on his body. Because in his eyes, killing tribesmen is not an honor. And killing the weaklings of the noble core of the seven kingdoms is not even an honor. Only those demons could be looked down upon by him. And he felt that the paladins he killed should also gain some respect from him. However, he respected those knights, not the Holy Court. The second prince's body is extremely strong, and there is no sign of aging at all. But his physical strength is far from what he was when he was young. However, this person is far stronger than the young people who have ended up before. And he seems to have an unshakable momentum. He hasn't participated in this kind of wrestling for many years, since he was defeated once by Smoker's stupid son, who ran away from home. But today I got excited. He saw the shadow of that big fool in this kid. And Moss looked at this 8-part real god of war. And he became more solemn than ever. And there was an unparalleled fighting spirit in his eyes. Joxa was a coward. And the battle that had not yet been fought was already boring. This battle only made him more eager. At this moment, Moss's heart surged with unprecedented motivation. And all the hidden strength in his body burst out at this moment. It was as if the previous battles were just a warm-up. However, once they fought, the power that erupted from the arms of the second prince made Moss's heart tremble suddenly. After a few rounds, Moss actually fell behind. These beautiful blows from the second prince caused waves of mountain roars and tsunamis in the hall. Almost all the people from each tribe stood up, except for the Frostfang tribe and the Dawn Knight, whose faces turned red and remained silent. The tribal warriors, who stood up, kept shouting angrily at the Frostfang people and the envoys, who were sitting in their seats. For a moment, they seemed to be surrounded by enemies on all sides. The Frostfang people's faces turned red at this provocation, and they pushed away the Dawn Knights, who were pestering them to teach them how to sing. They stood up with red eyes and walked off the field. In an instant, the 8 great parts also stood up. Many people, seeing that everyone had come to an end and it almost turned into a group fight. The high priest shouted a few times and finally brought the situation under control. Many people separated, leaving a space for the second prince and Moss in the center. People from both tribes stood at the edge of the field with their arms folded, as if they were waiting for Moss to do this. After it's over, the real war begins. The Dawn Knights looked at the crowd, scratching their heads and feeling anxious. Seeing that there were many more people on the other side than here, it looked like the 8 major troops were besieging Shuangya. But as a member of the mission, it is difficult to step down without the leader's order. And those Frostfang warriors are also very proud. Although many people already knew during the time of Dome Eagle, many of these knights were even more powerful than Moss. But outsiders took action as soon as they came up, which made them feel a little bit humiliation. Especially the most restless little monkey. No one has ever fought against him. And no one has ever seen him take action. So I have some distrust for this thin, short guy. Therefore, when Aji pestered them to teach him how to sing, the Frostfang warriors looked at Aji like that for a long time. If it were William and others, the Frostfang warriors wouldn't say anything. In the eyes of the double-eyed warriors, they were the sons of the sun in the Sun Temple. But can this little skinny guy who follows his boss and flatters him all day long do it? Damn it! Even Alexander didn't dare to say this to me. Aji scratched his arm angrily, looking at the guy who came on stage. He couldn't help but sigh. His eyes turned to Moss again. Chapter 559, the number 1 warrior. Look at the intimidating power of the Holy Court. Damn it! Even Alexander didn't dare to say this to me. Aji scratched his arm angrily, looking at the guy who came on stage. He couldn't help but sigh. His eyes turned to Moss again. In the whole field, only Moss can take a look. Obviously Soraya has taught him a lot. And it seems to be Alexander's method. It's a pity that Soraya didn't teach well. And Moss didn't learn well either. I'm afraid Soraya just gave a few words and never seemed to have a fight with Moss. But this kid seemed to think he had learned something great. So he never had a good practice with these guys who could really practice with him. The knights thought that although they were not as good as the god Alexander among the 7 bosses in the school field, they could still play the essence of the silly Alexander in the eyes of the 7 or 8 knights present. Although Moss is very talented, he still needs to go through a few more battles. The second prince seemed to think so too. At this time, Moss and the second prince had already competed several times, and he was almost picked up by the second prince. Fool! Several Dawn Knights couldn't help but curse at the same time. But at the same time, they all saw the second prince's eyes widening. The second prince's method seemed extremely reckless. But in fact, they were extremely cunning. He actually let everyone see a bit of Alexander. The boss always said that he was the best wrestler in the village. Doesn't this village refer to Nan Wong? William scratched his face and couldn't help but grow a mouth. Most of the guys privately called George Boss and Alexander Boss. So everyone understood who he was talking about. It does have some meaning. He likes to use this trick the most. It's over. It's over. This idiot is going to fall into the trap again. Sure enough, as the knight said, Moss fell into the trap this time. If it weren't for the superiority in strength and tonnage, he would have been thrown away by the second prince. Everyone looked extremely anxious and wished they could teach this fool how they usually deal with this move. Many people have itchy hands and have long wanted to go into battle with the H.L. is Lauscher Zeige? But the boss never spoke or gave any hint. He was just eating melon seeds and chatting with Duke Yuming. Oh! It turns out that these last people who arrived are Iberian nobles. Looking at their clothes, I thought they were people from the A-grade departments. George nodded and looked at the last group of people. These people are all the great nobles of Iberia. They are the group closest to Avali in Iberia. And they are also the only group of Iberians who still have military power. Some of them missed the time to start the banquet, and some of them arrived completely late. His face looked extremely ugly, as if he had just dealt with something terrible. Some people, after arriving late, even forgot to apologize to the people at the main table. After coming in, they found a seat in confusion and sat there with pale faces. It wasn't until the person next to him poked him that he remembered something. He raised his glass, forced an ugly smile on his face, and gave a slight signal to the Duke, the envoy, and the princes. At this moment, a heavy sound off the cord brought George back to his thoughts. He looked at the audience and found that during the fight with the second prince, Moss actually turned defeat into victory at the last critical moment and threw the second prince away using the same trick that the second prince had used before. Moss does have some talent, and he is worthy of being Alexander's real son. George nodded secretly. However, although this move seemed extremely powerful and even stirred up the dust from the stall on the ground, George could see that the second prince actually still had the strength to fight again, and Moss was already a little out of breath. After the second prince fell, it did not mean the end, because according to the rules of the tribe, the winner is not determined until he can no longer stand up. And given the situation at this time, it's not necessarily who loses and who wins. However, the second prince did not move for a long time. He lay on the ground and looked at the sweaty and loudly breathing Moss standing in front of him, with slight shock in his eyes. The two looked at each other for a long time without saying anything, but it looked like the second prince didn't want to fight. If the fight continues, Moss may not be able to win. He is almost at his limit. However, with Moss's growth rate, the second prince may no longer be his opponent if we compete after a while. He is already old. George couldn't help but look at the second prince. He saw some shadow of Alexander in this man, and his level is much better than when Alexander first came to the shelter. On his head, there is a SS mark, but with his current age and physical strength, most of this combat effectiveness has probably been transferred from hand-to-hand combat to military use. No wonder the chief is so careful about the 8 departments. There are indeed many talents here. If they hadn't been weakened like this by the great chief, and they united, not to mention the Frost King and the Fire King, even the great chief would have had a drink. George couldn't help but think of the Sun King Smoker, who unified the entire southern wilderness. Judging from his age, he is slightly older than the eldest prince. According to rumors, this guy looks like a giant. I don't know if it's just a rumor or if he's really that tall. Perhaps it would be interesting to call Alexander over and compete with him. After having Abu Liberos, the stick scroll can be sent back at any time, and the light of dawn can be used. The troops of the sanctuary plus the Netherworld army are enough to make any intruder drink a pot. So Alexander is no longer needed to be a bodyguard for Dawn Light. As long as Lorna flies back with Malene to pick her up, the round trip will take about a week. It will be very interesting for the 2 Soraya siblings to get together and visit the Golden Desert. And Alexander should indeed go to Sun City to see it. It's like going home to see it. Smoker is called the Sun God descended to Earth. And although this guy has never admitted it personally, he has replaced the Sun Knights in the Sun Temple with Suns. Therefore, these Knights of the Sun have the title Sons of the Sun. He felt that there must be a connection between Alexander and him. The cheers of landslides and tsunamis brought George back to his senses. His eyes looked to the audience, and he found that it was the Thunder Cow Yaksa, who was pretending to be off the stage. The relationship between the second prince and Moss has not been said yet whether it is really over. But the #1 warrior in the southern wilderness, who had been secretly stalking him before, was already impatient. Judging from the intensity of the scene, this Thunder Neo Yorksa is indeed quite capable. And in this southern wilderness, if anyone claims to be #1, he must be the real deal. However, this crown seems a bit too heavy. It was so overwhelming that Yaksa could no longer bear the weight of this crown. George shook his head, looked at Aji, who kept sending hints, nodded slightly, and asked him to arrange the matter. This response finally made Aji breathe a sigh of relief, and he sat there smiling and nibbling melon seeds. At this time, some of the surrounding knights also came over, looking at this group of guys rushing to fight. Aji secretly thought, how can you fools make the boss happy? Seeing the discussion over there, George withdrew his gaze. He knew that Moss might not be able to beat Yaksa's horse today, but Moss had enough fun today. Next, it's time for these princes to take a look at how much deterrence the Holy Court represented by the Holy Envoy has. Chapter 560 Wolf and Wild Dog. After seeing the boss's gaze, the knights couldn't help but become restless. Everyone gathered around Aji and said, Aji, let me go! I promised to knock him out in 2 hits. Hack you! The title of the best warrior in the southern wilderness belongs to me. Bah! Aji stared at these guys and said, the boss is looking at me. Why are you doing this? Who are you talking about? You haven't learned all the songs yet. After a knight finished speaking, he sang a few lines in a low voice. It actually had some flavor. Aji was slightly startled when he heard this, and then looked at the guys around him. But they all looked at him with smiles, and they didn't seem to want to teach him anything. He couldn't help but glare at the group of subordinates, raised his head, and glanced in the banquet hall, then ran to Lorna with his waist down. Lorna and others seemed to be playing cards, and their faces had been painted colorfully by Soraya. What? Teach you how to sing? The drunken Rona put down the cards in her hand while licking her tongue. He looked at Malim, whose face was also colorful. The 2 girls suddenly thought of a good idea. After the second prince fell, it did not mean the end, because according to the rules of the tribe, the winner is not determined until he can no longer stand up. And given the situation at this time, it's not necessarily who loses and who wins. However, the second prince did not move for a long time. He lay on the ground and looked at the sweaty and loudly breathing Moss standing in front of him, with slight shock in his eyes. People in the tribe never talk much, but Moss's firm eyes made the second prince silent for a moment. He couldn't figure out what the reason was that made Moss choose the latter between the tribe and the Holy Court. He also didn't understand what it was that made him so firm in his choice and belief. From these eyes, he saw something that seemed to say you are all wrong. Indeed, people in the tribe don't talk much. Who is right and who is wrong all depends on their fists. The second prince could see that although this boy was already a little weak, he might not be able to win if he continued to fight. Losing is a mistake. These eyes made the second prince feel so familiar. The stupid boy used these eyes to tell himself that he was right. He firmly believed that the real sanctuary was not Sun City. He was going to the north to find this place, when the stubborn boy ran away with the mercenary group. Smoke was so angry that he vomited blood. Since then, the tribe has no real eldest son of the sun. Just like last time, the second prince wanted to stand up and tell this boy what was right and wrong, and tell him how cunning and treacherous the Holy Court was. But for some reason, when he thought of that scene and the black tide in the north, he had no interest in fighting again. He suddenly didn't want to fight anymore. Times have changed. Buddha. A voice suddenly sounded from behind the second prince, and Thunder Neo's huge hand reached out to the second prince. Thunder Neo York's words were ambiguous, but the second prince understood what he meant from the eyes of his little brother, who regarded him as a son. You are already old. Go down quickly. Buddha, please go down and have a rest. No one in the Holy Court thinks that just having a frost tooth can show off one's power. Today I want the Holy Envoy to take a look at this frost tooth and the one he brought here. What a bunch of idiots people are. The second prince's face turned red with anger at these words. But at this moment, he looked at the angry eyes of Moss and Yaksa, and finally sighed dejectedly. Both kids are grown up. Indeed, times have changed. This era already belongs to young people. It's up to them to choose whether it's right or wrong. The second prince stood up, patted his butt, and then bowed his head slightly and raised his chest to indicate to Moss. After that, amid the cheers of landslides and tsunamis, and the restlessness of the tribe shouting, Jokisa. The former god of war walked off the field lonely. Jokisa! You shy little turtle! You made me wait for so long before you dared to come out! I thought you were an upright hero in vain! Moss was furious, and a puff of white air came out of his nose. He could tell. This timid and cowardly loser cannot be called the #1 warrior in the southern wilderness. He is afraid. He is afraid of himself. That's why it ends now. Jokisa smiled coldly. He didn't even plan to take off his clothes. He just slowly rolled up his sleeves and said, Moss, real wolves never howl. Only wild dogs show their teeth and claws. If you are afraid, no need to find a reason. If you go down now, you can still take away some glory. Jokisa's voice resounded loudly in the hall, and the tribal crowd booed Moss. Thunder Nyo's words, and the tribe's boos were like a powder keg being lit. The battle started in an instant. Moss seemed to know that if the fight continued, he would definitely lose. Also be humiliated. So he planned to decide the outcome with one blow. It came up as a pounce. In this attack, he gathered all his remaining physical strength. It seemed very reckless, but it came in the blink of an eye, and the Thunder Bull Jokisa didn't seem to have any intention of hiding. The sound of the collision was like a furious giant bear being pushed towards a mountain. Thunder Nyo's body didn't even sway. At this moment, Moss looked at the person in front of him with wide eyes. Thunder Nyo's cold gaze made Moss look unbelievable. He thought that with his current self, even if he had already even though he was exhausted, he still had a slight chance of winning. But in the end, it seems like it was the same as before. At this moment, Moss looked at the huge mountain-like figure in front of him, and all the strength in his body seemed to have been drained away. But he didn't know that Thunder Nyo's chest and abdomen were already churning with energy and blood. Lei Nyo secretly swallowed the sweetness in his mouth, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he shouted loudly and grabbed Moss's body. A moment's distraction can often determine victory or defeat. Moss, whose will was wavering at this moment, was suddenly grabbed by the loud shout and was cruelly pinned at Thunder Nyo's feet. This move was just like the blow that Moss used to hit the sixth prince before, but it was even more powerful because the person who made the move this time did not hold back, but go all out. Amidst the rumbling impact, a cloud of dust and smoke rose up in the field. When the dust and smoke dissipated, Moss's huge body was lying motionless on the ground, and the solid bluestone ground beneath him had already formed a depression. After seeing the look in the high priest's eyes, several priests immediately pulled Moss to a side hall for treatment. Thunder Nyo raised his arm slightly, and bursts of wild shouts rang out from the venue. Everyone was chanting his name loudly, as if cheering for the new god of war of the tribe. But compared to the anger in the hearts of the tribesmen, this carnival is far from enough. So, in the blink of an eye, the wild cheers turned into bursts of boos. Everyone looked at the silent envoy group. And there was a thin, short guy who grabbed a handful of melon seeds and slowly walked off the field. Chapter 561 The Scary Clown. On the other side, Avali frowned slightly after seeing the motionless Moss being pulled to the next door. He felt that Lei Nyo had gone too far. But when he thought of the sixth prince, he felt a little relieved. Mr. George, I wonder if you brought enough holy water this time. George smiled cheerfully. With Moss's current body, although he couldn't split it into half, like the Scarlet Moons, and then close it on his own. But it's not as good as a werewolf. So let alone this injury. Just stab him a few more times now. He could also sleep until dawn, and be alive, and kicking in the morning. Putting down the melon seeds in his hand, George said, Master Avali, you are really kidding me. The holy water of the holy court cannot be compared with the holy water of the sun. We haven't built the sun temple yet. Today, I'm afraid we will have to cause a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Avali couldn't help being slightly startled. He looked at George with a strange expression for a long time. Then he nodded. In the side hall, the second prince was also here. He was actually being massaged and secretly scolded Moss for being such a stinky boy. After seeing Moss being carried in, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. But then when he saw the nervous faces of the priests, he couldn't help but walked over nervously and accompanied the priests to check on Moss's condition. But then, these people couldn't help but froze in place with strange expressions. Originally, they thought that with Moss's current condition, he would be at least the same as the sixth prince. But they actually heard Moss snoring. The bruises on his body seemed to be fading away, and even the broken ribs were being healed by the flash of the amulet on his chest. The whole state is like taking diluted holy water of the sun. It's just that this boy's body is exhausted. Just like those unkillable red devils. The corners of the eyes of the second prince Eagle Docre couldn't help but twitch. He looked at the flashing talisman on Moss's chest and his pupils, shrinking slightly. One hand grabbed the amulet. The thing that made this talisman was very familiar to Eagle Doker. And there was a sun seal engraved on the talisman. The aura exuded by the sun seal is more pure than the sacred objects enshrined in the Sun City Temple. Apparently after this thing was made by a wizard, someone left a mark of his own. Allows the wearer to release several high-level solar mantras even if he has not yet mastered certain abilities. And this sun mantra is the Sun Protection Blessing, Soraya's LV8 mantra. Immune to one-directional magic. Increasing resistance by 160. Those who are blessed feel as if they are being protected by gods. Looking at the horns that had left him countless nightmares. And the sun seal that even the great shaman of the Sun Royal clan could not condense. Eagle Doker's mind felt as if he had been struck by lightning. At this time, bursts of violent laughter came from outside the hall. The little man who walked off the field was only 1.6 meters tall. His face was crookedly painted with colored ink. And he looked like a clown. Looking at this short guy, there was a pause in the tribe's cheers. But then many people couldn't help laughing. Some people deliberately turned up the volume in order to deliberately mock and humiliate. Amidst the laughter and cheers of the crowd, Aji shrugged his shoulders, spit out the innermost melon seed slices, then looked at the big man in front of him who was laughing wildly, opened his mouth, and sang a tone-deaf song. A southern wilderness war song with incorrect lyrics and melody. Suddenly, the cheers in the entire hall were replaced by laughter. As if watching a clown. Even the leader of the Holy Envoy, who was looking at the high platform, was laughing and applauded gently. When Aji saw his boss smiling happily, he bowed and bowed during the song. Not only did he sing more cheerfully, he also danced a tap dance just like a clown trying to please his king. Aji! Be careful, and don't beat him to death. George clapped his hands and said, otherwise Avali will be angry with me. Don't worry, boss. La la la. For a moment, the people in the hall burst into laughter, as if they had heard a huge joke. Many people wiped their eyes, as if they had laughed to tears this time. It was no longer mocking. But they couldn't hold it in anymore. Thunder Nyo was also laughing. But his eyes became colder and colder. In fact, his laugh, like that of many tribesmen, was deliberately mocking. Not even now. His eyes were secretly sizing up this person from beginning to end. He knew that the guy who could play at this time wouldn't be too bad, at least he was somewhat confident. But to be honest, this man's fate really made him feel very disappointed. He had been paying attention to the cold-faced priest knight, William, who remained silent at the head of the envoy's table. The position of that deputy envoy was Knight Quan, fake, is indeed qualified to compete with him. And this person made him feel like a silent wild beast. However, this cunning knight of Quan, just like himself, deliberately showed his lack of interest in the game on the court. Obviously he planned to let others consume his energy, and then appear at the end. Joxa smiled coldly, and looked at the clown in front of him. Joxa felt that this clown was very smart and deliberately dressed up like this. After losing, the people behind him would also have something to say. And this little man, who was the first to be sent to die, also gave the impression that he was the weakest in the entire mission. If you hadn't paid attention to the long table before, you would have almost ignored him. However, his body should be relatively flexible, and the mission must want to use him to understand their own tricks. Joxa narrowed his eyes. Planning to defeat the enemy with one blow, this man now looked full of flaws. Like a groom who didn't understand martial arts. Maybe this was intentional. Maybe it was revealed. But Lane Yo knew that no one could make a sudden move in this state. You are too arrogant. Joxa's smile suddenly turned cold. He lost the patience to wait and see. And without even singing a song in response, he went up and took out Aji. The posture was as if he was going to be caught and smashed to pieces. At this moment, the cheers in the hall also reached a climax. In fact, Joxa, who had been motionless, suddenly made a move, which can almost be said to be a bit sinister. The moment when his figure suddenly moved in the silence came in the blink of an eye like lightning. If Siljek had been present and seen this thunderous blow, he would have recalled the over-the-shoulder throw Alexander gave her when they first met. However, Joxa's opponent seemed to be faster. He watched helplessly as the figure in front of him suddenly flashed away like a white light. And then he felt a heavy hit on his neck during a whip kick without any fancy of kick. Obviously, the physical endurance of the person who was kicked by this kick was far inferior to that of Alexander, who often received such kicks in fun. He did not have the opportunity to shake his head, curse, and get up to continue fighting. But after receiving this fatal blow, there was a snap on his neck, and he fell to the ground neatly. At the last moment before he fell into coma, a thought suddenly flashed in Joxa's mind. The deputy envoy was not interested. Maybe he really had no interest in this game. The huge figure fell to the ground with a thud, and a cloud of dust rose up on the ground. Thunder Nyoyorksa, the first warrior in the southern wilderness, completely lost consciousness. The roaring mountain and tsunami in the main hall suddenly stopped. For a moment, you could hear needles dropping on the field. And in this silence, only the king on the high platform was still applauding softly. Aji turned around and saw the boss's face, knowing that his sensational efforts were not in vain, and he had indeed made the boss amused. So he bowed slightly to signify the end of the performance. The attitude that the boss just expressed was more than that. And Aji also saw something from the last look the boss gave him make trouble. I haven't finished singing yet. Aji spat out the melon seed peels in his mouth, looked at the group of people in front of him who seemed to be frozen, and said, It's boring. You can all come together. Chapter 562, Bullying Goes Too Far. Surrender in Farce. In front of Aji, Thunderbolt was like a weak and unarmored T, being crushed and killed by an assassin-type boss that could instantly burst out with extreme damage. The moment Thunder Nyo fell, everyone who was shouting just now thought they were having a dream. And the moment the little man finished speaking those words, his whole aura suddenly changed. He is like the legendary Sun Angel, with his eyes faintly emitting a dazzling light that makes people dare not look at him. For a moment, the people in the tribe felt a kind of fear in their hearts when they looked at the glances. They once thought that only the son of the sun in the temple would make them fearful in the game. But today, this fear was caused by a different person. No, not even the son of the sun can defeat the Thunderbolt with one blow. Aji is not like Thunderbolt, and what he said is not a boast. In his eyes, the more people there are, the more lively it will be, and the better the effect will be. And it is also the most conducive to his performance. He is confident that he can deal with all these people. It can be said that if everyone is really gone, then in the chaos, this man who was able to kill the big demon, wolf ancestor, the weak demon lord, with one blow in the chaos a year ago, although the assassin may not have the physical strength to steal everything from everyone present, he is confident that he will instantly knock down everyone who sees him, achieving what the boss calls perfect stealth. But in the eyes of the people in the tribe, this sentence seemed to announce that there was going to be a big game between the mission and the tribe, or in other words, they did not expect that this person really planned to 1v1. When the little man finished saying this, on the long table where the envoys were sitting behind him, the knights who couldn't bear their loneliness all stood up lazily. There are about 200 people in the tribe present who can be called Sun Warriors. Opposite were more than 20 people. The minority declared war on the majority. But those few people showed an attitude that was not enough to fight for themselves. Indeed, in the game at the sanctuary, those white-robed knights, who have not received special training in the school field, would need at least 20 or 30 people to defeat the top 50 humanoid bosses in the rankings. Just like that big game, the challenge of the demon's copy is the same. And with each additional group of these people, the overall strength will increase exponentially. So let alone humans. Even if there were more than 200 black demons in this hall, they would still have the confidence to charge and kill them several times, and then completely defeat their will, and kill them all in the pursuit. In the eyes of tribal warriors, it is normal to fight with less and more. Facing those cowardly noble armies, they can often chase and kill more than 100 people with just 3 or 2 people. The troops of the nobles often lose before they fight. They can see the panic of defeat in the eyes of their enemies. But this time, the same look appeared among their companions. What a loud tone! A tall figure slowly walked over from the side hall. He was tall and had broad shoulders, the painted eagle on the naked back. The moment this person reappeared in the hall, the atmosphere of the entire hall seemed to suddenly change. The tribe's god of war is like the tribe's confidence, giving people endless courage. The humiliation in their hearts before was like dry firewood, making them furious. In this humiliation and anger, only by baptizing these arrogant opponents with rage can we regain our glory. Perhaps, in the last moment, these 200 or so tribal warriors were like a mob. But in the next second, they became a team that could fight to the death and fight to the last man. May I ask, Lord Holy Envoy, are you serious about what you just said? The sonorous voice of the second prince, Eagle Dokray, resounded throughout the hall, and he looked at the Holy Envoy on the high platform with burning eyes. Everyone felt his anger at this moment. Some people who understood the common language began to translate for their companions. For a moment, the crowd couldn't help but get angry. Many people couldn't bear it anymore and got off the stage and surrounded the arrogant little man. At this time, the Dawn Knights had basically left the field lazily, and they looked at each other up and down with the tribe. Even the elders left the stage, but they looked smiling. as if they were ready to watch the fun. Obviously, the seats where these guys were sitting were all old men, and few of them could understand common language. One of the two bilingual guys had already fallen asleep after drinking too much. One is stuttering. Therefore, this group of people who did not know the truth were just waiting for the next friendly competition. Seriously? You think too highly of your own tribe. His Highness the Second Prince. My subordinates will deal with you. So there is no need to be serious. George slowly put down his wine glass, and couldn't help but feel a trace of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had heard a big joke. He said, "In our eyes, your tribe is a group of timid cowards. You huddle behind us, watching us fight with the enemy, while bullying the weak. Your courage is only in the hands of the weak. You can only show it through your body. Facing the truly powerful enemy, you are nothing." These words were so harsh that Eagle Docre felt a sultry feeling in his chest. The tribe was not a coward. He once led the true warriors of the tribe to fight bravely against the demons in the north. But what he got in exchange was what? In exchange for the fear of the Holy Court. It was exchanged for the Holy Court's idea that the scourge in the south must be solved first, and then the foreign enemies. But he was rough and rude, and he was not good at words, and the more unpleasant words were yet to come. Seriously? You don't have the qualifications to make us take it seriously today. When I look at the northern tribes, there is only one Frostfang who can be called a true brave. And you're so-called brave. When facing him, you have to use despicable. Only by fighting on wheels can you have the courage to go on stage after you win. The whole place will be full of carnival and show off your power. This is the tactic you are best at. The holy messenger's gentle words resounded in the hall, like heavy hammers hitting everyone's hearts. The beating made their faces turn red and white, and their whole bodies were shaking. But to the ears of those in power, these words faintly released a signal. "Sir George, I dare to ask, did you come here specifically to provoke us?" Avali suddenly opened his mouth, and he suddenly looked at George coldly and said, "Provocation? Dear Mr. Avali, it's you who have been provoking me. Now you come to question me again." "Ha." George's voice suddenly turned cold. "Of course, I have something to do here this time, but I can't see it now. It makes sense, because I can't see the excellent character of ruling the people of Iberia from the 8 tribes of you. And maybe it's time to change this place to a truly responsible tribe to manage it." This statement is no longer as simple as releasing a signal. George's words are very clear. "I don't need to be serious to solve you. One Frostfang is enough. I'm going to make you fight." "You've gone too far." The eldest prince shattered half of the stone platform with one palm. He stood up, pointed at the holy envoy and cursed. "Your despicable holy court will only take advantage of our bravest tribe. It's you who are really cowering behind." And the reckless man who couldn't speak loudly shouted, "Now, I will take off your head to sacrifice the flag, so that you can see how the tribe can unite as one." Someone seemed to be shouting, "The tribe is not a coward. Get rid of your holy court, and then we will kill all the demons in the north." Hearing these words, the corners of Awali's mouth twitched. It was like farting. The group of people who came here today are all archangels. It's the humanoid monster that took off the fallen angel from Darken's demon city. If all the people involved in today's battle are put together, there is no way they can be spared. Indeed, at this time, he had completely figured out who the guy who came to make trouble today was. It could be said that it had been a long time, and now he seems to have somewhat understood the true intention of this holy envoy. But this person is exactly what the rumor said, so capable. With just a few words, the situation had already gotten a little out of control. With a good temper, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. "What do you really want to talk about? Why don't you come to me directly?" But I forgot who was hiding underneath at the beginning. He looked at everyone, preparing to stop the spread of this situation. The tribe and the Holy Court must not fight. And what the person in front of me can represent is definitely not the power of the Holy Court represented by Kanglin. The combination of these points makes him a more difficult opponent than the Holy Court. Or maybe a friend. However, just when Avali opened his mouth and was about to wipe away the shit left on this guy's butt, he suddenly discovered that this guy had pooped out again. "Now I stand up." George wiped his hands and stood up suddenly. He raised one hand towards the 8 departments and said, "Your enemies or friends are standing here now. Let me see how united you are planning to kill me. Those who are my enemies, stand up." As if he was afraid that everyone would not understand, Salman started to translate to the entire hall, with a cold sweat on his head, especially to some people in the audience. When George said this, he glanced coldly at the guys who had already stood up and joined in the fun and said, "If you know the consequences, please sit down." Avali's pupils shrank slightly. He stared and looked suddenly at the long tables in the banquet hall, while the two parties were arguing and shouting. Almost everyone had already stood up. Some people have even come to the field. They gathered around Aji and the Dawn Knights, who had suffered many fates, glaring at them fiercely, as if they were just waiting for someone about to speak. And a war was about to break out. But the words of the holy messenger were like a sudden burst of cold water. The temperature of the entire hall suddenly dropped a few degrees with the basin of cold water. Immediately afterwards, something happened that made many princes stare. They watched helplessly as a large group of people standing on the long table rolled down and climbed down. In the bustling hall, a large crowd of people sat down and cheered. Some of the 8 warriors saw the Iberian nobles suddenly sitting down. They looked at these cowardly cowards, and the angry southern wilderness roared with anger and surprise. They stretched out their hands to kill them. The vassal nobles pulled up. But this group of cowardly cowards, under this cold gaze, were sweating wildly, and sitting on the spot shaking all over. Even the nobles, who were being pulled, were clinging to the stone table. That look of someone who would rather die than surrender was something that no one in the southern wilderness had ever seen before. It's like if any of them stood up today, the whole family would die. And the basin of cold water that George poured out also caused some hot coals to explode. The first to explode were the group of elders who came off to watch the fun. Originally, these guys were smiling, looking at the strong children on the field, waiting for their next competition. But after hearing the translated Nanwan language, the elders suddenly widened their eyes, suddenly rushing into the crowd. Some people picked up crutches, and some even twitched their waist knives. It looked like following the sun god to slay the southern evil god, or rushing towards the ogre empire. But many of them were still on crutches, so they lacked some of the style of the past. The old, weak, sick and disabled were slapping the stupid young men while pointing at the noses of the tribesmen and yelling curses. The elders were jumping up and down, pointing at the princes on the high platform and hysterically cursing in a large number of southern wilderness dialects. That look was like a grandfather scolding his grandson. These elders and shamans did not explicitly say that the sun god was here. Just watch what your children do right here. But their attitude says it all. Many people in the audience were dragged back to their seats by the elders and shamans. Facing these parents, the children did not dare to take action. Under the blows of the swords and crutches, they returned to the long table without knowing what was going on, but with fear in their hearts. And like stubborn children, they did not choose to sit down after returning to their seats, but continued to stand where they were. But at this time, only less than half of the people standing in the field were left. Many people found that even many people from the 8 departments had already sat down. As for the Iberian nobles, many of them, who had not received the warning from H.L. seemed to have noticed something. Their legs were trembling, and they bent their legs, as if they were sitting or standing. But this attitude had already shown everything. And not long after, when there seemed to be more people sitting in the place, these nobles slowly sat down completely. Indeed, they don't know what happened, and they don't know why many Iberian lords choose such an attitude today. But they suddenly remembered that if they wanted to stand up, they would have to face the Holy Court. Soon, only 1/3 of the people in the field were still standing. Many tribes that usually had good relations with Xuanya also hesitated amidst the warnings and curses from the elders and shamans. Slowly sat down. At the end, under the aura of the elders who were walking around in the field, pointing fingers as if scolding their grandchildren. Only the last quarter of the people standing in the field were left. Almost exactly the number of warriors in the southern wilderness. And they were the only ones still standing amidst their anger and stubbornness. The whole process was like a drama, starting with a bang but ending like a farce. The lords and princes of Nanwan looked at what was happening with extremely exciting expressions. Some of the guys who heard something from the elders' words also had extremely strange expressions on their faces. With an extremely strange look, he looked at the holy envoy on the high platform. "Everyone, have you seen it?" George put down his hand, like a king announcing the voting results, and sat back in his seat. He shook the wine glass, looked at the dumbfounded second prince in the audience and said, "Your people all know it. Your real enemy is not us, not Frostfang, and not the Holy Court." Chapter 563, Turning Against Guests. Avali invites. Many princes looked at the people sitting down one by one and felt slightly dizzy. Unknowingly, they lost all strength and sat down without knowing it. Avali looked at all this with a pale face, silently realizing that he still underestimated this person's energy. He also underestimated his preparations for annexing Southern Wasteland. He couldn't guess when the Holy Court, the Frost King, or the Lord of the Dawn began to make arrangements. But the arrival of this person is a show of force. He couldn't understand why the various tribes and nobles, who were still expressing their attitudes at noon, suddenly changed their attitudes 180 degrees. Everyone seemed to suddenly change their attitude overnight, which shocked him extremely. He felt that there must be something fishy in this. But these sudden changes in the inner ghosts had already affected everyone. If he could influence many people overnight, then no matter what method he used, it would be even more terrifying. In particular, he influenced the elders. This knife indeed pierced the heart of the tribe. He was right. The tribe was originally a piece of loose sand, and a frost tooth was enough to make this piece of sand that was forcibly condensed by the rain become chaotic. And using these tribes, the fuse in the southern wasteland that he had buried deep underground would be able to be easily opened and ignited to explode. The second prince, Eagle Docre, was the second person to wake up. After he thought about it under the high platform, his face turned a little pale at the moment. He pursed his lips, looked at George, who was looking at him on the high platform, and asked hoarsely, "May I ask the Holy Envoy, which knights are in charge of the Holy Court?" He had to ask this question, because the talisman he saw on Moss was really strange. "I have more knights under my command." George put his hands up and looked at the general below and asked, "Which one are you asking about?" After hearing this, Avali felt slightly dizzy. The eyes of the second prince, Eagle Docre, were extremely strange. "I think you must have heard wrong. What I said was the commander-in-chief, not the commander-in-chief." "Sir, I'm talking about the commander-in-chief." Docre's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but frown and asked, "Sir, with all due respect, as far as I know, the troops led by the Divine Grace Knights can only have at most one Temple Knights. Generally speaking, no matter how high the status of a high-level Divine Grace Knight is, they can lead at most one Temple Knights or a mixed Temple Knights force composed of 3 Templar Knights. After overthrowing the Sun City's Knights of the Sun in the southern wilderness and north, the Holy Court was dealing with plagues and demons in various places, so it sent a mixed group composed of 3 Templar Knights, organized the Temple Knights troops to counterattack. These 3 Knights Templar are the Thorn Birds, the Knights of the Moon, and the Brotherhood of the Knights of the Sun, the Knights of Judgment. These 3 Knights troops are led by 500 Templar Knights, totaling 20,000 people, not counting the regular troops of the 7 kingdoms. What a coincidence! The number of my legions is just a little more than what you said." George touched his chin, stretched out his hand, and made a small gesture with his thumb and index finger. To be precise, the sanctuary's current strength is 3 legions, 3 times more than Docre expected. There are 2 more, which is indeed just a little more. But George does not intend to tell these people the real strength of the troops after tonight. They will give themselves a guess number. Of these 3 legions, one is the Knights of the Temple, 500 big red robes, gold edged with red bottom, Knights of the Dawn, 300 Heavenly Kingdom armed forces, and the original headquarters of the 30,000 Iron Wall Knights. The second legion is the 3 Templar Knights of Black Lake, Bienha, and Toulon, with a total of 1,000 red robe Knights of Dawn, 6,000 Knights in white robes, and 30,000 gray robe level Knights, 20,000 new blue water troops, and 10,000 Windsong Guards. The third legion is a force composed of the new Thorn Birds and 30,000 Sky Eagle modern magic troops. In addition to these 3 legions, there are actually several other external troops, garrison battalions, mercenary groups grown up in various places in Erda, and Alfonso's troops are not included, because they are all regular troops. The strength of these external troops does not need to be weaker than that of the Knights Templar, because one of them is the Heroic Corps, 4,000, the other is the Netherworld Corps, 4,000, and the other is the Demon Corps. The Demon Corps is the most special. It is led by Siljak, in addition to those led by Agatha, who participated in the Battle of Windsong. More than 1,000 demon spiders who survived, as well as the former multi-headed demon spiders of the Blackheart clan, are engraved with in addition to the divine patterns. There are also more than 2,000 demon spider workers in the shelter. Most of them are brainless puppets controlled by brain spiders. There are also a large number of demon spiders that are not engraved with divine patterns. These tens of thousands of demon spiders are concentrated in 2 demon spider nests in the valley and basin. The total number may exceed 10,000. They are led by the loyal spider queens of each new generation. But because they are not all marked with divine patterns, it is a double-edged sword if there is a real fight. The hungry spiders may eat humans as well. So George couldn't trust them. Only when he had to. He would choose to let Siljak and the spider queens pull out this army. In addition to all the above-mentioned troops, there are also many demon elites that have not been reorganized, including more than a dozen big demons headed by Thor, and a dozen fallen Valkyrie, big demon level, led by Sayer, as well as the more than 100 dark demons currently imprisoned in the Cathedral of the Dawn. These more than 100 black demons are managed by the Forbidden Dawn Society and are in a sleeping state. Anthony usually wakes up some to do experiments to understand the weaknesses of various demons and the magic of the demons. These demons kept dying in the laboratory and were constantly captured by mercenaries from the western region. In an emergency, if you have enough power of order, you can seal it in a book and pull it out to defend the city. If they are too poor to come up with money, these special mercenaries with no loyalty at all can still win some one-sided battles under the pressure of Siljac, Queen of the Netherworld, and others. And if we count the undead that Anthony controlled using the heart of the Black Pearl, there are also the red demons and chaotic species in the sanctuary that can be controlled by the apprentice with a wand and kept in captivity. Come on. Come on. This most special monster army compiled from outside can add up to 20,000 to 30,000 people. Therefore, in fact, there are no longer as many sanctuaries as there are in the Holy Court, but many troops are still training, and some new troops are not yet fully equipped. After seeing George make a small gesture, the corners of many princes' eyes twitched slightly. You mean, you have more than one Templar Knights, but also some Templar Knights? Docker's eyes became even weirder. I am in charge of the temple, and I am in charge of the Knights of the Temple. George wiped the corners of his mouth, feeling that he was full and seemed not to stay here any longer. And he didn't plan to dwell on this topic anymore. He had said enough today, and the 8th Division would digest it by himself in the evening. How much strength does the Holy Court in the West have? With the cooperation of Elda and Frostfang, how much energy does it have? And how much impact will it have on the northern and southern wilderness? They can still make some assessments. Whether it is cooperation or confrontation, they will think clearly. But then he changed his focus. Before leaving today, he wanted to explain something clearly in front of everyone. He stood up and began to walk out, his voice resounding throughout the hall. I came to visit today just to inform you of one thing. From now on, I will be in charge of the affairs of the Western Theater Command. Rodunk and Elda are under my jurisdiction. Iberia is also under my jurisdiction. If something goes wrong in Sun City, I will take care of it. In short, the things that the Holy Court has no time to take care of, and the things that cannot be taken care of, are now under my control, because God the Father has raised me up from the kingdom of heaven. With a clang, the wine glass in Cathedral Bishop Ironser's hand fell. In this quiet hall, the sound seemed so harsh. Amidst bursts of silence, George had already walked out of the high platform, past the second prince, who was stagnant in place, and walked towards his knights. But he did not look back, and a voice sounded from behind. You just asked me about my position in the Holy Court. Indeed, the Holy Court granted me a position to command a war zone. But I think many of you should be able to know that's not the point, because my responsibilities go beyond that. Because I have the final say over the angels led by the 7 gods in the world. Having said this, George turned back and looked at the many tribal lords in the hall. Yes, you call them the sun here, God and the moon god, not the 7 gods. In fact, they like you to call them their gods of protection. Of course, you can call them whatever you want, and believe in whoever you want. The Lord does not care, because they are one in themselves. Having said this, he grabbed the ears of Lorna, Malim, and Soraya, who were already asleep, and asked many knights to lift them up as their archangel. In addition to looking after their homes and hospitals in heaven, I also have only one responsibility under this heaven, and that is to lead the lost believers. The battle of faith seems ridiculous to me. You can't even tell whether the sun god is a boy or a girl. Why are you talking about your faith with me? Has the sun god ever responded to you? Your faith has long been lost, including the priests in the Sun Temple, who have not heard the oracle for many years. But the sun god has not given up on you. He has not given up on the tribe, because I am here. And those of you who have not forgotten your true beliefs should have heard the sun god's voice. George turned around and no longer looked at the people in the hall. He walked forward and led his knights out of the hall without looking back amid the bows of many elders and shamans. Bishop Ironser came back to his senses at this time. He looked at Salmon and then wiped off the sticky wine on his body. He nodded arrogantly to the lords and princes of the southern wilderness, following the figures of the Dawn Knights who had gone out in front. They walked out of the hall. Then he picked up his robe and chased after him in the corridor. During the chase, his voice was so loud that it echoed in the main hall from the corridor. My lord! My lord! Please stay in Helenska for a few more days. Originally, George thought that the 8 great men would have a good night tonight, but he never thought that these people would be more restless than he imagined. When George came to the cathedral and was instructing the saints to give Soraya and others a good bath and then wait for them to rest, various people had already arrived. Before things were fully fermented, many people had already arrived. It can be said that many people have smelled something unusual and are doing things very efficiently. The arrival of these people forced George, who originally planned to visit the Night Temple, to shelve his plan. The entire cathedral also became busy. Many gifts arrived from each team. And logically, the envoys should return the favor. Gale has already moved the team to the cathedral, and the goods of these carriages brought today can be regarded as no waste. The priests of the cathedral are arranging these people, mainly the nobles from all parties, business groups from all parties, and people from the 8 ministries. Many dukes and marquises even came in person, and people from the 8 departments, as well as envoys from various countries and leaders of large business groups who originally visited Helenska, also brought people here in person. And not only envoys from various small countries, but also envoys from the Kingdom of Sand and the Kingdom of Stars came. It's just that the Kingdom of Stars is not led by a leader, but a diplomatic envoy. Just when the cathedral was in chaos, people from the Sun Temple quietly came in through the back door. And not only did he come in a low profile, but he also wore a veil and long clothes. Cover your whole body tightly. The people at the temple did not meet these visitors because the people who came were too special. They are saints. The purpose of these saints coming here is also very simple: to serve their master. The identity of the man who sent them is also worth pondering. The high priest. It seems that he has returned to the temple and knows something about it. It can be seen from this that the people Saraya came into contact with in the temple today are not only extremely loyal to her, but also very serious about keeping secrets. So much so that the leader of the temple was unable to know the news in advance because he had been staying at Helenska Palace. At the door of the sitting hall, Salman, who came out with George, said with a strange smile, "Boss, I didn't expect that the high priest turned out to be from our side. I'm afraid his face will be very interesting when he goes back." Although this guy knew very early on that both George and Saraya were archangels of the sun god, but he never thought that Saraya could really have such energy. The scene of the elders bowing down was still like a dream in his mind. And tonight's banquet was even more dreamy. His boss really didn't brag. With only a few people, he managed this group of domineering southern wilderness people to be submissive. Thinking of the Iberian nobles who had just come to visit, Salman couldn't help but puff up his chest. In the past, among these great nobles who had their masters, which one would not show their face when he went to visit them in person? Huh, now you are all asking for yourself? One by one, as cautious as a dog. Salman has truly experienced this sentence today, as he has a certain face with whatever kind of master he is with. Well, George looked at the carriages crowded in front of the door and said to William, "Brenda and Bishop Irons are beside him. I want to go to Harlem with Salman and Aji. Card Palace. You two and Mr. Irons are entertaining these people. Although our station is in the west, we represent the Holy Court. We must not lose etiquette." Chapter 564. Grandpa Avery, bait of the 8 parts. In fact, if it's business matters, Gale is enough. But he didn't understand the situation in the shelter. And regarding the Mutual Assistance Association, Gale had never taken the initiative to tell George the truth, and had always used an organization formed by a group of large merchants who believe in the 7 gods to deal with it. This makes George not yet regard him as a person of refuge. He was going to see how long Gale could hold it in. To meet these visitors today, Einser cannot come alone. There must be some representation from the shelter. Although Martin is not here, William and Brenda can also make the final decision on some things at the shelter. And Einser is also a human being. He knows very well what to do and what not to do. Several people bowed to accept the order. And then Bishop Ironser looked at the vehicles and couldn't help but raise his head proudly. Had there ever been so many people in the cathedral? And among these visitors, which one was not arrogant? Many people even try their best to build a relationship every time. But now the identities have been completely reversed. It is true that the honor today was won by this gentleman from the west. But we also represent the Holy Court. Right? Besides, this gentleman is Avery's grandson. Isn't it the same as doing things for Mr. Avery yourself to do things for him? Ironser felt that he, the Cathedral Bishop of Helenska, might be able to truly fulfill the role of a grand prosecutor from now on. If one day Avery really goes one step further with the support of his grandson. Ironser's eyes couldn't help but turn red. He looked at George and said, "Sir, how many days are you going to stay here?" "I'll stay for a few days." After saying this, George patted Ironser on the shoulder and led Aji towards the carriage in front of the door. The eldest prince was waiting next to the carriage. As mentioned before, Bishop Ironser, like Salman, are both very capable people, and the several backgrounds behind him are very heavy. And these great men of the Holy Court, who put him in this position are all people who can truly cooperate. The two of them didn't have time to talk much today. But later, George would have a good communication with him about some things. Through Kanglan and Einser, not only can we understand the situation of the Holy Court better, but we can also establish relationships with more people. Maybe now through some people, I can exert some influence on the Holy Court. It is said that after Boris returned, Avery moved closer and closer to the conservative side. I don't know if there was some rift between Avery and Vic White, or there were some differences in political opinions between the two. But judging from the situation, Avery and Vic White seem to be doing their best to fight against the devil. George has never met Vic White. George has never had in-depth contact with this person, and he doesn't want to get too close to him all at once. Vic White does seem to be a positive person who has been doing good things. But as an actor, George always feels a little elusive about this person. After Yongfeng City was cleared, it was occupied by fallen angels. The Noble Coalition went north to resist the Kuroshio. But in the end, they were all eaten up. Indeed, these things cannot be blamed on Vic White. But he has done so many useful things. But the situation in the Holy Court is getting more and more collapsed. But many of Avery's actions were witnessed by George with his own eyes. Avery pushed the Holy Court to send troops northward. His original intention was not to occupy Xinjiang Mountain, but it caused the Holy Court's army to move in advance and eventually stationed itself in Xinjiang Mountain. Jianshan stabilized the situation in the north. After Avery came to power, his support for Ironser and his stance towards the moderates in southern wilderness. It also played an extremely significant role in easing the situation in the south. And the most important thing is that through Wallace, George knew one thing: St. Wilmix Cathedral, where Avery once stayed, is as clean as the Blue Water Cathedral and the Blue Water Cathedral, and cannot be as clean as the Cathedral of the Winds. That way, it becomes a breeding ground for fallen blood warblers. To say the least, this Avery never leaves anything behind. And with Avery's original status, Aloysius abandoned such a chess piece in exchange for the fall of Biswi City half a month earlier. And now Xinjiang Mountain has long been occupied by demons. Therefore, George is willing to put more trust in the grandfather he recognizes. Fortunately, I recognize this Grandpa Avery. Supporting some of his work will not only give a positive impetus to the current situation in the Holy Court, but in George's heart, supporting this person will also make him feel more comfortable. In his thoughts, George and Salman had already boarded the carriage, and Aji was already on horseback, following behind on the side of the carriage. In the car, Salman had already started chatting with the eldest prince all over the world. George retracted his thoughts and met the eldest prince's eyes. The two couldn't help but smile at each other. George knew that this time, the 8 departments should indeed show their true attitude. The eldest prince did not have an in-depth chat with George on the carriage. He only talked about the customs of the southern wilderness, and some of his experiences when he visited the Holy Empire on behalf of the Sun King. His face was always full of smiles, and George seemed to have forgotten all the unpleasantness that had happened today. The whole process was as if the Holy Envoy had just arrived here tonight, and nothing had happened during the day and night. Indeed, in fact, the real Holy Envoy did arrive here tonight. Although the eldest prince seemed to be chatting, he slightly probed the attitude of Western. He found that the valley to the west and the Holy Court to the east were indeed very different in many points of view. In other words, Valley's attitude on many things is very similar to those of the moderates in the Holy Court. Although this surprised the eldest prince, he suddenly understood after remembering that this Austin was Lord Avery's great-grandson. But what made him feel the weirdest in his heart was that this person gave him a feeling his attitude towards faith did not seem to be for profit. But it was consistent with the attitude shown at the banquet. The leaders of the 8 departments do not believe in the Sun Angel and the incarnation of the Sun God. This is not because they are not as religious as shamans, but because decision makers tend to be calmer. Because the position they sit in means that they represent the interests of the entire tribe. And their responsibility is not to spread faith like sacrifices, but to move the tribe towards a better future. Therefore, these people keep some distance from this angel of the Sun God. Therefore, the eldest prince did not mention anything about the Sun Angel during this journey. The eldest prince came to greet him as a representative of the 8 departments, so he could represent the attitude of the 8 departments. As for the thoughts of Badabu, George also saw them all. George expected this, and he didn't take it to heart. Because if these people were the same as shamans, then it would be okay for Sarai to come over, and there was no need for him to come in person. He knows that what the two parties can really talk about is interests. The thing that Badabu was most concerned about was also the future pattern in the mind of this holy envoy. On George's way to the palace, in the conference hall of Helinska Palace, The princes who had finished the meeting saw off many lords and drank tea and chatted for a while. Not all the princes are here, because those guys who only think about muscles were all beaten in the dance floor today. So they are now lying down in bed. The people who are drinking tea and chatting in the hall are the second, third and fourth princes. The person who really calls the shots is the fourth Prince Awali. And there is also a follower who joins in the fun, the youngest, who just turned 17 this year, but has a good figure. It is the tallest. This is a woman who is 2.4 meters tall. If her mother was also from the southern wilderness, she probably wouldn't be much shorter than Alexander. She is the powerful Bana that Moss calls her. The tribe he belongs to is called Stag. This woman who rarely accepts challenges, or rather disdains to accept any challenges, is far more powerful than Thunderbull in Moss's heart. As for Bana, since even Thunderbull can't defeat her, why bother fighting for that ridiculous #1 warrior in the southern wilderness? Let those little kids, Heights, have their own fun. I came out of the Sun Temple and played with them without making people laugh to death. However, even though Bana was taller than Thunderbull, there was still something in her head. But today she was just here to join in the fun. I heard that the guy who kicked the Thunderbull over was over 8 feet tall. 8 feet. More than 3 meters tall. She has never seen anyone taller than her uncle. But apparently the 8-foot-tall giant was a member of the tribe, who was too afraid of losing face. These words were not said by Avali and others, and they were not interested in talking to her about Aji. Avali and the others focused on George. So when Bana mentioned the giant Aji, Avali and the others just smiled awkwardly. They didn't know who had mentioned it, which was really a bit embarrassing. During the banquet tonight, Bana did not come. When she heard what happened that night, she rushed to the palace from the southern tribe's garrison, and then clamored to see the holy envoy. This was an extremely good reason to represent your tribe. By the way, let's also take a look at what the night of the holy envoy looks like. Don't pester me. Ask Avali. The second prince, the eagle Dakre, waved his little sister away helplessly. Logically speaking, today's occasion is not suitable for too many people to participate. But he always regarded this little sister as his daughter, so he couldn't be embarrassed. In addition, Bana's identity and the tribe she belonged to were too special. So the second prince was also a little undecided as to whether she should be allowed to stay. She is the niece of the Sun King Smoke and the granddaughter of the King of Iberia. She is a true princess and the only child of the sun to emerge from the Temple of the Sun. The chief of the Sun Royal clan of the Stag tribe where Bana belongs. Bana's father is the younger brother of the Sun King Smoke. It can be said that although everyone in the Sun Royal family is related to Smoke by blood, this one has the closest bloodline to the Sun King. In the relationship with the King of Iberia, one of these brothers robbed the king's queen, and the other robbed the king's daughter. As for the king's sons, there is no one left alive. Cause and effect cycle. Retribution is unhappy. Maybe the Sun King was too reckless. Or maybe the Sun God was dissatisfied with him. After the Sun King killed the last son of the King of Iberia and took away the king's queen, the Sun King's son also ran away. Now, the Sun King's sole inheritance right, and the Iberian King's sole inheritance right, have all gone to the hands of the Sun King's most hated brother. Because this younger brother not only had his own inheritance rights, but also took away the Iberian princess, who originally belonged to him. He also identified the second prince Eagle Dakre as his daughter's adoptive father. This left the Sun King completely without an heir to serve as his heir, making it impossible for him to kill his younger brother, who was bound to inherit his throne, and also made the relationship between the two even worse. Smoke even planned to keep his brother's daughter Bana in Sun City as his new wife at that time. Bana was only 8 years old. However, the attempt to be worse than a beast eventually caused the eldest prince and the second prince, who were most loyal to him, to completely break with him. They took Bana away from the temple and left the Sun City. This incident eventually led to the Sun King's decision to permanently detain all the 8 shamans of the Sun Royal family in the Sun Temple in the name of God. The Sun Royal family still don't know whether their original decision was right or wrong for the 8 tribes. But as the eldest prince said, they did the right thing. They could not watch an innocent girl behind her back got the stigma of incest. Not only was this intolerable to him, it was also contrary to his beliefs. Avali believes that what the eldest brother and the second brother did was right, because with the way the Sun King has been doing, sooner or later, the Sun Royal family will be slaughtered. And the tribe must not let the world think that those who came to the north are a group of savage and incestuous beasts because of the Sun King's insistence. Bana, it's not good to have too many people in this private conversation. Just let the second brother represent your tribe. Avali looked at Bana, who was approaching, and quickly put down the black tea in his hand for fear of being shaken by her. Black tea. He sighed helplessly. But in fact he was paying attention. He deliberately revealed the private conversation to Bana tonight. And he felt that they should let him take a look and let him understand that this person was in their hands. Regarding this matter, the eldest brother and the second brother have already nodded in agreement. The honest second brother thought that he really wanted to do this. But because of the Sun King, how could this matter be faked? At that time, it remains to be seen whether this topic will even be discussed with that Dawn Lord. After all, it remains to be seen how the cooperation between the northern tribes and the future Emperor of the North will turn out. Avali is also very curious about the ambition of this Dawn Lord. Don't worry, Avali, Bana begged while shaking Avali's arm. I won't say a word. I'll just listen to what you guys are talking about, Avali said. Okay, Bana, but don't go with us to greet him. It's not good to have too many people. Haven't you always wanted to read some of my books? You can go to the king's palace later. Read and wait in the study. And we agreed not to interrupt when we are talking. If I ask you to leave, you should leave quickly. After seeing Bana nodding, Avali couldn't help but secretly laugh. You just heard the nonsense. You just wanted to take a look. He felt that Bana must have been affected by some of his words and wanted to take a look at the Lord. There is no need to tell Bana about this matter. She will reject it. When the time comes, he will be found out by that guy if he is just fooling around. It would be better to meet like this. Isn't Bana going to marry a great hero? That's it. And that Lord will definitely eat this bait. Chapter 565 The King's Study. Previously, the Holy Court had been deliberately thinking about the positive impact of what this person had done. It was simply ridiculous. If the Darken's Demon City really only had a group of zombies, how could the situation in the north be so bad? He always felt that the only person worthy of attention in the north was this person. And he also collected a lot of information about this person. All of it was extremely exaggerated. However, after seeing him today, Avali was able to confirm that many things were indeed true. And this person can appear here. And he appears together with Kanglin and Xuanya. It also shows that now Dome Eagle and Alfonso have completely fallen in love with this Dawn Lord. And Alfonso's biggest rival, Song Lan, seems to have completely passed away. This is a man who, like Sun King Smoke, can be listed in history books and called a heroic figure. This is what Avali said to the eldest prince, second prince, and others after reviewing the situation with everyone. And he also believed that such a hero was worthy of their princess. Isn't Bana going to marry a great hero? That's it. And Bana's dowry is worthy of anyone. Of course, whether he can get all the dowry depends on himself. If he could defeat the Sun King and become the Khan of that day, the tribe bowed to him as a matter of course. And after that, wouldn't his children still have the blood of the Sun royal family flowing through them? However, judging from the current situation, this so-called marriage can only be a bait, or a secret flirtation. The influence this man showed on Nan Wang today is really terrifying. In the eyes of the elders, he is the Sun King. The 8 departments cannot allow this person to fully support the Frost King. They need some small strategies to exert some influence on this great lord. And it cannot arouse the anger of the great chief. How can the 8 chiefs decide without authorization to marry his heir to an outsider? But the 8 departments needed time. And they needed to find a way between the great chief and this person. So they needed to use some, you know and I know, things with this person to deceive the Lord. This marriage will not come true until Ba Dabu completely breaks up with the Sun King. Before this, the chief would not know about this. This person will definitely not be able to resist the temptation of this bait. And he will miss it. When George entered Helenska Palace again, he and the eldest prince took the side door and went directly to the king's study. Both George and the eldest prince were well aware of this move. Although logically speaking, Avali and others should go out to greet them. But today is a little more secretive. So the reception was very low-key. After the eldest prince sent George in, he excused himself and signaled that he would go and notify Avali and come back as soon as he went. George naturally had no objection to the words. I just felt a little strange. It shouldn't be just showing off. Could it be that they haven't finished discussing some things yet? After seeing off the eldest prince, George stopped thinking about it and wandered around in the study with Aji and others. The king's study is not large. It is actually a place where the Iberian king often used to rest and receive guests. But now, it has become a Wali who often works and meets guests here. In addition to some bookshelves, there are many things placed here. And there is even a huge astronomical instrument in the center, which looks like a wizard study. Here, George actually saw some floating Andorra crystals locked by magic formations, as well as many magical objects. It seems that, as rumored, Avali has done a lot of research on forbidden science. It's a pity that without the guidance of a famous teacher, the layout of the astrology instrument is somewhat wrong. At this time, a colorful little spider flew over from the window and got into George's sleeve. Siljack has already finished all the things that need to be done today. Afraid that this guy would cause trouble with Saul, George summoned her back. The so-called spying on Saul was completely deceiving this girl. With the Book of Dawn, Thor's every move was recorded, so there was no need for her to monitor him. In fact, this guy had already started to think about it after seeing Thor develop followers. But judging from the remarks, Saul, a smart guy, didn't pay much attention when developing followers. But Siljack was different. And after Siljack came back, she even gave Thor some small shoes to wear. Jealousy is the nature of the devil. And obviously, after seeing Thor working so hard, this girl was afraid that her master would fall more and more in love with Thor. So she began to be taboo about this little devil called Thor. Even if George didn't need to read the note displayed on his face, George knew exactly what this guy was thinking. However, he didn't say much, and instead praised Siljack, and told her that Thor would be punished later. He will indeed punish Thor, and tell Thor that it was Siljack who said these words. Now, as he gets along with the demons, George understands these guys better and better. He knew that demons were very different from humans. Finding faults in the eggs would only make Thor more cautious in the future, while giving trust would make the demons rebellious. He planned to slowly shift resources towards Thor and provoke a confrontation between Siljack and Thor. As these two guys monitor each other, they will become more and more efficient when working. While George was thinking, he saw Aji opposite the astrology device and suddenly waved his hand fiercely towards him. From that look on his face, George knew that this guy had seen something big treasure. He retracted his thoughts, left Salman behind, stood up from the sofa, and walked around to Aji's side. "Boss, look at that girl's legs. They are almost as long as mine." Aji suddenly pulled George's sleeves tightly, suppressing a smile on his face, and said quietly, "Boss, don't you like to look at big legs the most? Do you have long legs? Hee hee. Isn't this good enough?" Yes. The master keeps looking at Soraya's legs all day long. Ignoring Siljack's words, George followed Aji's gaze and looked over there. When he raised his head, he discovered that in the corner of the study, there was another person flipping through books in front of the bookcase. She's so tall that she doesn't even need a ladder. Click your foot to grab the top book. At this time, Bana also seemed to find someone here. She looked at Aji and George. And then she looked at George with some doubts. She is indeed a pretty girl, George thought with a strange expression. And George noticed that this girl was wearing Iberian armor, and it has the royal seal on it. It seems to indicate that this is a royal knight, and he is a great nobleman. But even though she is dressed like this, her appearance is also close to Iberian. But with that dark red hair color and his height, he looked more like a southern wilderness person. And anyone who can be let in by the door guards at this time must have an extraordinary status. But logically speaking, he should not be an Iberian noble. George noticed that there was a particularly high chair in the study, which seemed to indicate that this woman often came here. Probably not Avli's wife. Maybe it's the Sun Royal clan. But I don't know which tribe it is from. A little taller than Thunder Bull. There are also many girls in Xuanya who are over 2 meters tall. But girls who are a little taller than Yao Ming are indeed too rare. While thinking, Bana had already put down her book and walked over. It seemed that the book she was looking for was not here. Looking at the big girl gradually approaching. For a moment, George felt as if she was coming over to compare her height with him. This made George look a little ugly, feeling that this girl was a little too rude. But at this moment, Bana nodded to George reservedly and turned slightly away. "It seems I thought too much. It turns out I was just passing by." Chapter 566 Princess of the Southern Wilderness. George breathed a sigh of relief. He looked back at the girl's back and thought in his mind, she would be suitable to be Alexander's wife, so she wouldn't be related by blood. Right. There are many tall people in the Southern Wilderness, and that big bald guy can't have such a beautiful sister. Well, Soraya is an exception. He compared in his mind. Soraya was over 1.90 meters tall, slightly taller than himself after taking the potion. But if Soraya stood in front of the girl, she would only reach her chest. Not sure if she felt the gaze from behind. Bana suddenly turned around. George and Aggie, who had been staring at them, quickly opened the book in a pretentious manner. But at this time, the person came over again and took the initiative to speak. "Sorry, I didn't mean anything else just now. I hope you don't mind." Speaking of this, Bana took a special look at Aji. It was as if he was afraid that the passing just made the two of them have too many thoughts. So he came back to explain. Oh, it's nothing. We were a little rude. George coughed, feeling a little embarrassed. Speaking of which, it was rude to keep staring at others like that. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Too tall a figure always arouses people's curiosity. Do you two seem to be from abroad? Bana looked at the two people serving, and said with some curiosity, the accent sounds like Rodin. Kill people. George was slightly surprised. The accents of Valley people and Sky Eagle were very similar, and not many people could recognize them from their accents. Indeed, miss. We come from the Black Pearl Valley. Oh, I have always been very curious about the valley. I heard that today there was a warrior named Giant Aji who fought 300 rounds with Thunderbolt in the dance floor and finally won. A hint of cunning flashed in Bana's eyes. She looked at George and asked with a strange expression. You are one of the few guests from the north who come to Alenska. Right. She heard several people talking as they came in, including the rude conversation between George and Aggie. So, there were only a few people in the room. But in her heart, the height difference between the person in front of her and that giant was too big. She originally wondered if there was anyone else in the room. But she just looked and saw that only Salman was sitting on the sofa. George glanced at Aji with an ugly face, and then said to Bana, I do have many friends who can be said to be giants. But if it is Aji, then it is the gentleman in front of you. Bana looked at the halfling in front of her with a very strange expression. Although she had already guessed that the one who defeated Thunderbolt might not be the slightly taller guy, because he looked more like the Dawn Lord. After confirming again and again, she was still a little surprised the contrast was too great. Rumors are always far different from reality. People outside say that you are 8 feet tall. Bana nodded, looked at Aji meaningfully, and said she had heard that this person was very arrogant. It's indeed a big difference. Miss. Aji gave a slight salute and said, and I didn't fight him for any 300 rounds, I only used one kick to defeat him. I hope you're not bragging. Bana nodded, looked at Aji deeply, then looked at George and said, history is always told by the victors. However, your subordinate's words are a bit too rude. George was slightly surprised by the words of the girl in front of him. He bowed slightly and said, Miss, there is a saying that the way the host treats the guests is the way the guests will respond. Today we just used and the absurd way has won the respect that it deserves. As for my friend's words, they are just stating a fact. The rumored war you heard is an insult to my friend. You are indeed as rude as the rumors say. Bana nodded. Then she nodded slightly to Salman who came over, and left without looking back. It seemed that she and Salman should be known. However, she did not leave the study. She continued to read the book as if nothing had happened. Although she did not intend to participate in the subsequent conversation, she did intend to listen to it. After all, this concerns your own tribe. Unexpectedly, this tall girl has quite good inner qualities. Sir, that is the princess of the southern wilderness. Salman looked at Bana's back and whispered, she is the one I mentioned to you before. The princess of the southern wilderness. In the entire southern wilderness, there is only one princess who can be called the princess of the southern wilderness. Therefore, after hearing Salman's words, George suddenly understood. It turns out she is the niece of the Sun King and the granddaughter of the King of Iberia. No wonder she behaves so close to the people of the 7 kingdoms. But then his expression became extremely strange. He suddenly understood why Abley had left himself cold here. The word blind date flashed out of George's mind. It turned out that he showed me such a big treasure. But you're not really planning to use this big baby to marry me, are you? A bunch of random names such as Sophia, Tanya, Soraya, Lorna, etc. flashed in George's mind. For a moment, the interesting figure of Siljak also flashed in his mind. For a moment, Bana's tall figure had the same shocking effect as the real body of Siljak. But then, with goosebumps all over his body, he threw away this extremely perverted idea. This tells me again that the inheritance rights of the Sun King are in the hands of the 8 great divisions. With a clear mind, he thought about it, and now he had guessed what Abley was looking for. This is a conspiracy. But it is also a conspiracy. He is not afraid that he knows the plan of the 8 great divisions. Because Bana's value is enough. Isn't your calculation too good? Aren't you afraid that I'll kidnap her away to see the Sun King? If he takes Bana to see the Sun King, Ba Dabu's surrender to the sanctuary will be a lie. And bringing a daughter-in-law to Alexander is not bad either. As for what inheritance rights, Alexander being a great chief is no different from me being a tribal chief. It didn't take long for the first prince, second prince, and Abley to arrive. This time, the people from the 8 departments no longer pretended that they were guests of Helenska. The three Avali men bowed to George and expressed their apologies for being late, as if they were the masters here. It's a bit rude to keep you waiting for so long. You know, your visit this time is indeed a bit unexpected for the tribe. All the chiefs want to have a chat with me. In a harmonious atmosphere, Salman, as an intermediary, made an introduction to everyone on both sides. After this introduction, the two parties could be considered a real acquaintance. As for Bana, she was deliberately ignored by Avali. The Dawn Lord saw that she was indeed in Helenska and, "It's okay." This hint was enough. As for more in-depth cooperation, let's see how the conversation goes today and talk about it later. Chapter 567, Come and Give You a Bite to Eat. George and Avali sat on the sofa and chatted for a while like new good friends. Avali and George talked about some interesting things about the Kingdom of Stars, and also talked about some alchemy products in the valley. He said that he had collected some alchemical artifacts from the shelter, and praised the level of the makers. A piece of information was also revealed vaguely. He had a lot of information about the real destination of the mission this time, as well as the shelter. George nodded. He knew what Avali meant. The two sides could be more candid in the following conversation. And Avali was extremely frank. "Sir, in Iberia, we are actually guests. We do not think that we have become the masters of Iberia, and we are not aware of the division of the Holy Court for us in Iberia. I am deeply grateful for this living area." Avali explained some things about Helenska. "Currently many of our tribes already live in Helenska, but this is not because we have regarded this place as our own city, but because we have regarded ourselves as Iberians, and in our generation among them, many of us are nobles in Iberia and have fiefdoms here. Now, Helenska is jointly managed by Duke Yumeng and us nobles. The King of Iberia has opened the Helenska Palace and allowed us to live here. But we know this palace and city belong to our common Iberia and to the King of Iberia, rather than belonging to a certain tribe or individual." Avali's frankness and explanation explained the tribe's bird occupying the dove's nest as legal and reasonable. Even if the real holy envoy is sitting here now, it is difficult to object to these words. It can be regarded as a gift to the Holy Court. A great face and step up. On this basis, many negotiations can already be put on the table, and those who want to find reasons cannot find too many reasons. But what George cared about was not these things. His next words showed a frankness that surprised Avali. George said, "The overjoyed King of Iberia has become a prisoner of the Sun King, and his dynasty will eventually be replaced. No matter what the process is, the current king can no longer manage this land and his people. And these people also need a group of real protectors to maintain order in this country. Although you have done a poor job, but to be honest, you are better than those greedy and corrupt nobles." Avali and the others were all mouthy. They did not expect this man to be so straightforward, and some of his words could even be said to be rebellious. "Avali, under your rule, the Iberians have a way to survive." Avali looked at George deeply. George continued, "But the people here need someone to protect them. But when the disaster comes, who can protect you?" "Sir, the Sun King has been protecting us." Avali looked at George with some meaning and said, "Without the protection of the Sun King, our northern tribe would have ceased to exist even with this piece of land. I think you have misunderstood. Avali, the disaster I am referring to is not a battle of faith as I said. The battle of faith is ridiculous in the eyes of the Lord. And if you can follow this, if you can fulfill your responsibilities during the real disaster, then I have no interest in how you manage this land. But now it seems that you are running out of food, and you will not be able to survive this year. This land that exists will no longer exist." George looked at a few people and said loudly, "Your Sun King has occupied the sanctuary of Sun City and ignored your northern tribes. Not only did he ignore you, he was also wary of you, lying down like a leech, sucked blood from you. Shelter. You really think that Sun City is the shelter? Your sun is further north. When the Sun King goes north during that disaster, Iberia will become extremely crowded. Will you continue to go north? Like those demons, looking for more land and more food?" After George finished what he said, the hall fell silent for a while. The faces of the princes were slightly moved, and George knew that tonight's banquet had an effect. The performance of the tribes, nobles and elders at today's banquet should let them know who is in the hands of life and death in the northern and southern wastelands. Although for George, this is a fake ultimate move that actually has no blue to use because he can't actually control these people. But everything that was performed tonight told a fact. They have to believe it, or they have fallen into the trap of the fraud group and cannot break free. "Sir George, I know your true intention, but we choose to stay here," Avali suddenly said sincerely. "This is not because we question what you or the elders said, but because the North can no longer accommodate so many of us. George was slightly surprised. He knew that Soraya must have said something to the elders because of the prophecy she had said before. This guy might have been grudges and wanted to make up for his mistake. This time I came here, I am afraid that this prophecy has been severely corrected. However, the correction made by Soraya was actually just a guess made by George. Even George himself did not dare to be truly sure. After all, Anthony had not yet observed the results, and he had not yet gone to the Golden Kingdom. But obviously, Soraya chose to believe what George said. As for Avali's belief in George's words, George thought it was bullshit. He felt that these people who had not been brainwashed by Soraya would not completely believe in the prophecy of the Sun God. But whether they believe it or not, they are not willing to go to the north. Because as long as they leave Iberia, they are no longer masters. In fact, he did not really intend to let all these people migrate. If everyone leaves, who will farm for him here? George pretended to struggle for a while, and then sighed and said, Indeed, the tsunami will not completely submerge your place. You may as well stay now. But, you still think that the devil in the north will just wait a moment. Did most of them die in disasters? Sir, I have never thought that demons will die from disasters. To be treasonous, I may not believe in the prophecies made by my father and others. Or I may not believe in the insistence of the Sun King. But I believe in demons. Avali pursed his lips and suddenly said, I don't understand. Haven't those people ever thought about why the demon would start invading from the north instead of starting from the Sand Kingdom? And then attack from the Sand Kingdom that has nothing to do with it. A defensive Sun City? Those who wait for disaster to drown the demons in the north of Jinjian Mountain are the real fools. George's pupils shrank slightly. Although he had not yet confirmed those predictions for the Golden Kingdom, he found that the lies he had blown out might all be true. Chapter 568. Come and give you a bite to eat. Avali pursed his lips and suddenly said, I don't understand. Haven't those people ever thought about why the demon would start invading from the north instead of starting from the Sand Kingdom? And then attack from the Sand Kingdom that has nothing to do with it. A defensive Sun City? Those who wait for disaster to drown the demons in the north of Jinjian Mountain are the real fools. They will only invade the northern tribes after annexing the Eldar and the Holy Empire. By then, the tribes will be left alone. Avali suddenly looked at George and said, Therefore, after I saw the demon's strategy clearly, I have always had doubts about that prophecy. And what you said today makes me believe that what the tribe has learned is the prophecy is incomplete. George's pupils shrank slightly. He had never thought about what Avali had thought about, or in other words, after learning about the prophecy, he had not had time to think about it deeply. Indeed, the prophecy that the tribe knew was compiled by Soraya. But the original version was something recorded by the ancient Kashia people in the Golden Kingdom. So far, he has not had time to go to the Golden Country to confirm. But Avali's view is very consistent. Maybe tsunamis do exist. And if the Light of Dawn had not carefully chosen to build a shelter in the valley because of this prophecy. So the demons have now occupied the two safest places in the world. The valley has long become the base of the vampires and demon spiders. And the Holy Empire has long ceased to exist in the Blitzkrieg. George nodded. And after talking to this point, George knew that it seemed that Avali could indeed reach a consensus with him on some things. The two silent princes had no objection to this. It seems that there is no need to say more nonsense. George looked at Salman, and he took the map over. Then he said straight to the point. I need your strength, Avali, and I need your soldiers. I won't let you work in vain when the north is peaceful. There will be a place for you in the grasslands of Rodunk. And now, I will build a large granary for you. A real grain-producing rear area belonging to the southern wilderness. The three princes were slightly stunned. They had speculated on many things about the purpose of the Holy Envoy before faith. The wealth of southern wilderness, land, or the Sun Throne and Sun City, and used this to compete for power in the Holy Court. But they never thought that this person's real purpose was just to get them to send troops. Why haven't they ever been to the north? At that time, they even paid for the army and soldiers themselves. If it weren't for what the Holy Court did, their current cavalry would have been galloping in the north of days. George still didn't know that the southern wilderness god of war Dakre had been to the north. But he believed that the tribe would not be able to refuse what he threw out next. At this time, Bana, who had been secretly eavesdropping, took out a more complete map from a bookcase and handed it to Salman, who came to look for the map. Then he continued to sit on the high chair and read a book in his hand. George glanced at Bana, and then came to the sand table with Avali and others. After Salman and the second prince inserted the scroll of the map into the magic matrix under the sand table, the sand table began to deform. changing the landforms on the map. Simulated. More advanced than the mapping projection made by Anthony. It looks like something purchased from the Forbidden Sanctuary. After secretly marveling, George stretched out his hand, picked up some small flags, and formed a circle in the sand table. This circle spans several provinces and covers more than 6,000 acres of farmland, less than half of Sichuan province in total. But it is the largest grain-producing area in Iberia today. Most of these lands are controlled by the Avali, 8 major tribes. But in fact, they are all under the rule of the Iberian nobles, and managed by the nobles. The Iberians are indeed far better at it than the people of the southern wilderness. Manage land? These nobles were all supporters of Avali, and it was under Avali's protection that the nobles' fields were not turned into pasture. This left the most important grain-producing areas in the northern and southern wastelands. In addition, most of the nobles, who suddenly changed their faces and leaned towards George today, were these people. When Avali saw George gradually enclosing the circle, his expression became extremely strange. He looked at George. His look was a little unbelievable, but also a little meaningful. After George saw Avali's expression, he couldn't help but curve his mouth slightly. Indeed, if these nobles had truly surrendered to him, then the northern and southern wilderness tribes would have become meat on the chopping board. No further nonsense. Avali, I have indeed made plans for a long time. But you should be able to see my sincerity from this matter. I am here just to let you have enough to eat. George waved his hand, pointed to the circle on the map and said, with your painstaking help, these fields of the nobles have been preserved. And under their management, the annual grain output of these fields is, it's 6 bushels of these fields. But they are all good fields for 2 or 3 seasons. Having said this, George looked at the 3 princes. I believe that with the training of the 3 of you, these nobles do not have the guts to cheat on their output. It is just that they are too incompetent. As George spoke, the eldest prince and the second prince looked a little strange. Avali pursed his lips. Indeed, in agriculture, he has been working hard to match Iberia's historical food production. But the current production is very different from before. Rice and wheat, 2 to 3 seasons, and the fog becomes thinner as you go south. In that part of the River of Stars basin, there is even no fog for half of the year. Normally, wheat or rice alone should produce 8 to 12 bushels per moo in 2 to 3 seasons a year. If nothing else, if wheat and rice are rotated, the yield will definitely increase. Coupled with the 2-crop potatoes in some areas, it is not a problem to produce 20 bushels of food a year. In the poor place of Dome Eagle, potatoes can produce 300 kilograms in one season. With the help of water channels and fertilizers, wheat and rice can still produce 100 kilograms in one season. Historically, in some good fields in the River of Stars basin, rice can even produce 300 kilograms. To achieve a yield of 200 kilograms, added up, that's an average of 1,000 or 1,200 pounds of grain per year, counted as 20 to 24 bushels, actually a unit of capacity. Therefore, Iberia, which has abundant water resources, can be said to be the largest grain-producing place among the 7 countries. Although there is fog now, after the tribes came here, thanks to Awali's efforts, almost every household had a cow and horse, enough for every field to be plowed intensively and carefully. Speaking of production, it will only be better than before, not worse than before. However, the average annual grain production here is only 6 bushels. This made many princes wonder whether they had lost the grace of the sun god. It sounds a lot better. After all, the average output is 6 times higher than that of Dome Eagle. Under Avali's rule, the Iberian nobles did not engage in the farce of Benjamin's land reclamation. Chapter 569 Food Base. Avali. Out of these 6 bushels, the Sun King takes 2 bushels from these 6 bushels every year. You take 2 bushels. The noble lords keep 1 bushel for themselves, and the remaining 1 bushel is given to the farmers themselves. Eat. George shook his head and said, 1 bushel is indeed very small. But the lords here in the southern wilderness are well taken care of by the tribe. Most of this bushel of food will be collected by the farmers. Unlike the Dome Eagle, over there, after most farmers grow food, their income is almost zero, and they not only have to borrow food from the lords to survive. Sir, I heard, Alfonso, I heard that you are also engaged in land reclamation in Dome Eagle? Indeed. Avali. We are also dealing with those squires and nobles, but their lives are much better than those of the nobles below you. After all, we do not need to squeeze the nobles to leave a way for the people at the bottom to survive, because the grain output is enough. After the distribution, the nobles and farmers are very happy. There is no need to make trouble together. As George said, The Iberian nobles could hardly afford to feed their soldiers, so they relied on Avili to provide food to them. If it weren't for the nobles in other places, their lives would be even worse than them. Let the nobles compete. And the nobles at Avili's hands have already become chaotic. So even though those brainless iron-headed boys in the 8 departments clamor all day long, no one will accept it. But Avili really doesn't want to fight if Iberia continues to be in chaos. Their new rulers will have to be overthrown. The Dome Eagle will become the real rear of the Kingdom of Elda in the future. Having said this, George looked at the princes and said, "You should have heard that Miss Tanya has gathered together the knights and armies of various nobles, are reorganizing a new army, which are the training soldiers I prepared for my 4th Templar Order, but don't worry. This is what I prepared for the demons, who are about to invade the Swan Lake wetland. The gift is not intended for you." The pupils of the princes shrank severely. Regarding the movements of Dome Eagle, Avili does have some news in his hands. But compared with the 30,000 noble private soldiers and the knights established with the support of an archangel, the combat effectiveness is vastly different. Once upon a time, the Thorn Bird left a deep memory for the northern and southern wilderness. The Frost King and the Fire King still remember Jagger, Earl of Thorns. Not to mention how well-armed the 30,000 instructors will be. With the support of this lord, Dome Eagle is definitely capable of rebuilding the Thorn Bird army. Avili, my purpose is to help mankind and fight the devils from this world back to H.L. It is not to deal with my followers of the Sun God. George said in the tone of the Archangel, "You are the same as everyone else in the 7 kingdoms. You are all the people of the Sun God. Otherwise Saradia, I mean the incarnation of Father God, would go to the southern wilderness a few centuries ago. And why would I go to all the trouble to come here to build a food base for you?" George's words made several people, including Salman, feel a little angry. The name Saradia is written on the Saradia Sun Temple in Sun City, and this name is the name of the elders today. It was mentioned more than once. They did not say that Saradia was the sun god, but they did say that the light of Saradia had enveloped Helenska. Salman suddenly thought of the woman who had been following George, and the princess thought of the woman who was praised by the elders today. Avili's lips trembled slightly for a few times. After calming down, he believed what George said more and more. "Sir, do you think we can produce more food this year? Sanctuary, I mean the Northern Valley. It is the center shrouded by divine grace. No matter how well the worship of churches and temples in other regions is done, the output cannot be compared with Sanctuary. But the conditions here are so good. It is not a problem to have 2 or 3 times more than the average output of Dome Eagle this year. You have enough shamans here." The elders and shamans did not know what to do in previous years. But this year will be different. There will be a bumper harvest this year. George, a great master, has prepared a lot of work during this period, and has a thorough understanding of the humanities of the southern wilderness. In the southern wilderness, there is the custom of witchcraft and sacrifice, and most people also regard disasters, harvests, hunting, etc. Such things are attributed to the blessings of the shaman and the grace of the sun god. As a scholar with the blood of the Kingdom of Stars, Avili was a little repelled by this matter. But to be honest, the Kingdom of Stars also had related sacrifices. Therefore, although he never placed his hope of a good harvest entirely on sacrifices, but it also retains an attitude of I would rather believe that something exists than something that doesn't exist. Is it really enough as long as the shamans pray correctly? Avili asked with some surprise. He still preferred to believe in science. Avili, times have changed. The farming technology of the Kingdom of Heaven has been innovated for many generations. If you only rely on prayers but still use primitive farming methods, how can the output increase so much? George said. I call this a 2-pronged approach. Our scholars are all experts trained by the Kingdom of Heaven and Forbidden Academy. They will come to guide you and cooperate with the work of the shamans. Of course, if there are free people, I will send some more. It belongs to the Sun Angel. But you know, the minions of the ancient gods have been fighting against the Kingdom of Heaven. There are too many people praying to the Sun God, and my people are limited. Avili preferred science, and the 2 princes preferred theology. And these words can be said to satisfy everyone present in this scam carefully prepared by George. They completely believed in this master. Indeed, the output is visible and tangible. How to cheat? What the tribe is doing is just making some adjustments. The people in the temple are all our own people, and will not harm the tribe. Those scholars who were sent were just supporting people. If they had no soldiers or power, what could they do? The aristocracy, before seeing the revolution with their own eyes, could not understand the power that the poor people at the bottom exerted in the revolution. What George will do in Iberia will be a dimensionality reduction attack. However, Silencing the tribe is not George's ultimate goal. The revolution that will be launched in Iberia this time also needs to be covered up with restoration and theology. Therefore, he threw out what the tribe wanted to hear most: division. Indeed, how could the kingdom of heaven waste human and technical resources to help guide? There is a tax. And this tax, under this strategy, no noble, no lord of the southern wilderness, can swallow up the things that belong to the sanctuary, let alone swallow them up. It won't take long before they become puppets. We don't need to talk about the specific output, but I will give you a guarantee. George looked at everyone and said, for the tribe, I will give you 8 bushels. As for the Sun King's share, I don't care. How much are you willing to give? Just give them as much as you want. As for the nobles and peasants, I can be responsible for it, and I guarantee that they will have more food when the time comes. The 3 princes were greatly moved by this, and could hardly believe whether it was true. Aveli did some calculations in his mind, and he felt that logically, this land could produce an average annual output of 12 bushels. Of course, it's just that he doesn't have the ability. He always thought that his system and policies had done enough. This is actually the case. Water channels, farming technology, etc., although not as good as the shelter, are already the best in Iberia. However, in the implementation of this feudal system, no matter how good his policies are, the factors of production cannot be fully integrated. Resources cannot be allocated to producers, people at the bottom, in the most beneficial way. And the people cannot work together just to build water canals. What's the point? He never knew what was missing. Indeed, even the Kingdom of Stars had not yet completely renovated. There is also a gap between the utopian institutional work of the Restoration and the Asylum. Therefore, when the productivity here began to be liberated, the standard in George's mind was 20 bushels, not 12 bushels. In a few years, as the productivity here is completely liberated and the agricultural technology in the sanctuary becomes more mature, this number will definitely double. Chapter 570 Dimensionality Reduction Strike. Her grandma's house has more complete channels, cattle, horses, and tools than Dome Eagle. The weather is better too. If the output in 2 or 3 quarters cannot reach 2 or 3 times that of Dome Eagle, my people will be in vain. This transaction is a sure win for both parties. He gives Sun King and Nan Wang 8 bushels of grain every year, and still has more than 12 bushels of grain left. Give 2 bushels to the nobles and 2 bushels to the peasants. Take another 2 bushels of grain, and use it for incentive policies, for farmers, and labor expenditure for construction. Then, the shelter still has more than 6 bushels of food available. Under this distribution, the farmers here only need 1 household to manage 30 acres of land. Even if they are raising livestock, the whole family can have enough food and clothing. And with so many tools and livestock, there is no problem for one family to cultivate more than 60 acres of land. Therefore, farmers will have a lot of food left, enough to store food for the people. As for the plundering of the southern wilderness people, when the shamans and elders went to temples in various places and played their role, when the scholars and shamans took control of the troops of the southern wilderness, how could there be any talk of plundering? Even if there are robbers in some remote areas, it is better for farmers to hide more food than to have the last bit of food in the rice vat taken away. After thinking about it, Aveli said, we want 8 bushels. You will be responsible for the farmer's grain, and we will give you the noble's share. In his mind, the standard is 12 bushels. If the shelter takes more than 4 bushels of grain, the ratio between nobles and farmers is still 1 to 1. Of course, if the shelter is willing to leave more food for farmers, that would be great. George nodded secretly, and smiled slightly in his heart. This guy is indeed a bit clever. Aveli feels that by controlling the nobles, he will control the cornerstone of Iberia. And Aveli doesn't intend to let the nobles get too much. He wants to use food to control the nobles' army. But unfortunately, the limitations of the times prevent you from standing on a higher dimension. I will give you everything you want, and I only want the useless junk you don't want. George nodded and said, no problem, Aveli. But there is one thing I want to explain. Elda's land is not as good as yours. You have to send troops to support, and Elda may not be able to support all the food and other consumption. These things require your support. And in the future war between light and darkness, we should also work together, Aveli said. Sir, don't worry. We will support the North. I have a deep understanding of the truth of lips being cold and teeth dying. And if the production in the future can really increase like this, we will have enough resources, fight a war. To be honest, although Aveli knows, it remains to be seen what the real output will be. But he was inevitably a little excited. It can be said that if the income of grain really reaches 6 bushels, then these more than 60 million acres of fields will not be able to feed the more than 1 million barbarians in the northern and southern wilderness. It is enough to feed most of the population of Iberia. Moreover, livestock produce a lot every year. It can be said that if this great lord can really revive this food base, then even if other fields have no output, the whole of Iberia will no longer starve. And Iberia is such a vast land, with more than 60 million acres of fields. Although the harvests in other grain-producing areas are very poor, they are better in quantity. As long as you receive 1 bushel of Halinska per acre of land, all the grain can be saved. During disaster relief, you don't have to worry about where to borrow it. Avali calmed down the excitement in his heart. He felt that 12 bushels might be a bit exaggerated, but if those sacrifices really had an effect, reaching 10 bushels would still be no problem. Of course, if the output is only 10 bushels, then the valley will not be able to take out a grain of grain from its own hands. George seemed to have the ability to read minds, and saw through Avali's mind. He said, "Avali, don't worry. Since you want to sign an agreement, you must follow the agreement. No matter how much the output is, I will give you your share. Guaranteed if there is a natural or man-made disaster. Even if my angels work in vain. The Eldar people are the people of the Sun God. And the people of the southern wilderness are also the people of the Sun God. I will not continue this excuse from your mouth withholding food." These words reassured Avali. He knew that, in fact, with the influence this man showed on various tribes, the northern tribes could not be monolithic at all. Now if you use Frost King to make some fuss, the 8 major parts are indeed like a chopping block. In addition to this matter, there is another thing: materials cannot circulate stably and can't be exchanged. Naturally, people cannot have enough food and clothing. And after I walked around Halinska today, I did find that you are very resource poor in some areas. Iberia borders Erda, but has been unable to reach a real trade agreement. George said, "I am willing to persuade King Elda to put aside the hatred and prejudice of the past, and reach a truly mutually beneficial agreement with you. I also hope that you can put aside your prejudice because the people who manage the congregation in the West today are I. No matter how the Holy Court views faith, in my heart, you are all the people of the Sun God. And I can also promise that no matter what decisions the Holy Court makes in the future, the Western Holy Church and the Temple Knights will not. They will come to slaughter their own people." George added in his mind, God's punishment is enough. He would keep Thor. After the agreement was signed and things started to go on the right track. I want Nan Huang to be submissive. Why use troops? When the time comes, the Knights of the Temple will not come to start a war, but to save the people here who are in disaster. The princes looked at each other with responsible expressions. The people of the southern wilderness are the people of the Sun God. How had they ever heard someone from the Holy Court say such a thing? In the eyes of the Holy Court, the people of the southern wilderness should worship the 7 gods. And no matter who they believe in, they are all barbaric heretics. Perhaps the Holy Court in the West is indeed different from the one in the East. And these people in the West may represent the true will of God. They suddenly felt that maybe this man was really sent by the Sun God to feed the tribe. The Sun God has not forgotten southern wilderness. The 3 princes raised their chests slightly, and said to George with the same etiquette as treating the high priest of the Sun God. This etiquette would be a taboo if faced by people in the Holy Court, and the latter would never accept this etiquette. "Thank you, son, I haven't forgotten Southern Wasteland yet." George accepted the offer, and made the same blessing gesture that Soraya had made to him. At this moment, there was a sudden light outside the window that dispelled the darkness. As if dawn suddenly came early, a little bit of light rained out of the window. And at this moment, in the eyes of the princes, this man's body was like the hazy light and shadow of the bloodless body and the pure sacred essence. Vaguely, the princes saw the 6 figures behind George. Only wings of light appeared vaguely. Gradually, the brilliance of the sun, dawn, came out. Just like the sun angel. Obviously, this is another dimensionality reduction blow. "Master, I remember Soraya was like this at that time." "Right. Well, not bad. Very similar." Chapter 571 Strategic Planning. The Knights of the Temple in the Southern Wilderness. The miracle flashed away in front of everyone's eyes. Avali and others blinked hard, and saw that the person in front of them was still the same person. Everything seemed like a dream. Avali suddenly became solemn and said, "Sir, don't worry. No matter what, we will go all out for this future war in the north as you said. This is a war of light and darkness. We know its importance. In fact, at the beginning of this year, we responded to the call of the Holy Court and went to the north to fight against the demons, but up being a little unpleasant. So we never sent troops again." The second Prince Dockery said, "Indeed, The Holy Court does not regard us as its own people. I will no longer follow the Holy Court to conquer the North. But I am willing to follow you to resist the devil in the North. That's right, the eldest prince said. That time, the Holy Court did not give us any help. But we still went. This time, naturally we will not be missing our share. What's the point of competing with the weak? The iron hoof of the tribe are always waiting for a more powerful challenge. I have long wanted to compete with them. George nodded. He knew that the trust that Avali and others suddenly gave him today was actually earned by him relying on the sun god's face. If I hadn't played the magic stick today, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Thank you for your trust. I will not let you down. George paused and said, Avali, I heard that the Sun King is busy building a maritime fortress. He had heard Salmon say before that the Sun King had been building fortifications by the River of Stars. But the exact information about the maritime fortress was obtained from the Cathedral Archbishop Ironza. From this point, it can be seen that the Sun King is determined to prevent the devil from going south. It is true that the River of Stars is said to be a river, but in fact it is as wide as an inland sea. There are many long rivers in the river that are like islands. After these maritime fortresses are established, they will be like a great wall on the sea. As long as they are defended, it will be difficult for the demon army to move south. Indeed, he has been very busy. Avali shook his head. He didn't know whether he was referring to the Sun King, who was busy building the great wall on the sea, or whether he was busy living and drinking. Avali, I don't expect the Sun King to send troops north to support, but I want to know what attitude he will have towards the northern tribes' move. At this point, George glanced at Avali, spoke more clearly. Avali, you should understand. I hope that the troops from the north and the south will not be afraid of any conflict with the Sun King. But I am not forcing you to completely break with the Sun King. It's up to you to decide this matter. After hearing this, Avali couldn't help but glance at George. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. In fact, this was what he originally planned to explain next. Avali hoped to have both sides. But Avali didn't expect that this person would have such an attitude on this matter. This person was capable of making northern and southern wilderness completely express his attitude. Maybe it might take some effort to completely seal off the territory of the northern and southern wilderness and completely swallow it up. But there is absolutely no problem in turning this place into a parish of the sun god. After all, the 8 great shamans are no longer in existence. This person only needs to negotiate interests with the Sun King, such as resisting demons in the north, and flex some muscles. So let alone making Iberia really become the parish of the valley. There is no problem even if the Sun King recognizes and supports this Western Holy Court. Even to a certain extent, the division of the Holy Court was something the Sun King was happy to see. He had the strength to do so. But in the end, he adopted a moderate and lenient attitude. And the magnanimity shown by this person in many matters today are completely lacking in the Holy Court and the Sun King. But who can know that the real evil is often hidden under the light and majesty? In the twists and turns inside George's belly. It won't take long for this Iberia to become his real parish. George continued. I know it's already difficult for you. We send troops out of righteousness, not out of the benefits I give. If you are willing to devote yourself to the embrace of the sun god, then no matter what kind of wolves are following you, I will help you get rid of it. If you are jealous of the Sun King's attitude, then I can understand it no matter whose rule you are under. You are all the people of the sun god. George's hard-to-get tactics seemed to have achieved some results. But Awali did not express his feelings. He led the 2 princes to bow and support their chests, showing extremely respectful attitude, but the words in his mouth were ambiguous. Sir, we have already devoted ourselves wholeheartedly to the embrace of the sun god, and we believe that when it comes to sending troops, the Sun the King will also provide support. After a pause, Avali explained some things clearly. Sir, the Sun King's attitude towards the invasion of demons, no matter how negative it is, still hopes that someone can delay the demons in the north. Otherwise Helenska will no longer have the need to exist, Avali explained. And the valley, the cooperation with the tribe is a cooperation that not only benefits the northern and southern wilderness and Iberia, but also benefits the Sun City. As for sending troops, it is an exchange of interests. It does not affect his, Sun King's, relationship with the North and South. Juan's rule. He wishes we could send more elites to the battlefield. Having said this, Avali paused and said with some hesitation. Of course, the most important thing is that those who will be stationed in various temples are elders and shamans, not the bishops of the Holy Court. Avali, although this is my parish and the territory of the Sun God, but I have no intention of doing anything more on this matter, I said. No matter who you are under, you are the Sun God's people. Avali breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that George said that he had no intention of interfering with the real interests of the northern tribes and the Sun King. Several princes couldn't help but look at George with complicated expressions. You don't have to worry too much about our sending troops to the north. We will take care of the Sun King's side. Avali said, you will then ask the King of Elda to send a letter to the King of Iberia. When the time comes, there will definitely be a coalition of Iberian nobles who respond to Erda's invitation and go to support the north. George nodded, understanding what he meant. This letter was said to be written to the King of Iberia, but in fact it ended up in the hands of the Sun King. Avali will take care of that. And this so-called coalition of Iberian nobles is the coalition of barbarians plus nobles from the northern and southern wilderness. Of course, Nanwan can send some waste materials, or it can send a group of elites at any cost. What is really harmed by sending troops is the interests of southern wilderness. What kind of people to send is also decided by northern and southern wilderness. So it is the 8 tribes that really call the shots. In Awali's view, the food base is not a one-time deal, because according to Badabu, the Sun Angel has the final say on whether things like sacrifices are effective. It is true that what George actually exported was technology and management skills. But he did have the final say on whether the sacrifice was effective, because he planned to keep Seoul. If these people do not keep their word, Iberia will definitely attract divine punishment, the source of disaster. In December this year, there will be a batch of grain harvest. If during this period of time, the 8 great departments were doing things that were both positive and negative, or simply had other intentions, George will show him what divine punishment is. Afterwards, Avali talked about the matter between the Frost King and the Fire King, and expressed the hope that George could come forward to mediate with him. The Frost King has become more and more powerful during this period, with the influx of various tribes, and Thor, the fermentation of what Soraya had done before. Now the Frost King is not only no less powerful than the Fire King. The Fire King tribe has also become turbulent with the defeat of the war and the troubles caused by the cultists. It can be said that the Frost King now has the momentum to completely crush the Fire King. After the events of the Sacred Envoy of the Sun and Songlan coming to Helenska today are fermented, the Frost King will overwhelm the Fire King with absolute power. This is something that the 8 departments don't want to see, and Avali's words can be regarded as asking for some practical benefits. After all, food is still a big pie. Regarding this matter, George knew that he had to express an attitude, and mediation actually means that he will not threaten the stability of the northern tribes through the Frost King's methods. He did not fail to answer. First of all, in order to prepare for war in the northern and southern wilderness, a stable situation is indeed needed. Secondly, the original purpose of instigating Xuanya to do bad things has now been achieved. In the end, Frostfang had already reaped practical benefits. Not only had he plundered many of the Fire King's horses and finances and sold them to Sky Eagle, but he had also completely established the Frost King's status. Now, whether it is because of Soraya or the various small tribes who are now powerful because of the Frost King, they have all turned their hearts to Frostfang, and many of the population and base have been absorbed in these months. Not only that, after today's banquet and negotiation, Frost King represents more than just Frostfang, but the Sun God and Kanglin. It can be said that Frostfang does not need to launch any war in the future. It only needs the elders, shamans, and Thor to help Kanglin and Frost King stir up trouble and use their strength. Then the Frost King's land and population will be available. Therefore, today's Frostfang can be said to be a victorious country that has declared its power to the northern and southern wilderness. And its goal has been achieved. It's true that we can stop now anyway. We already have a lot of face. As for the meat that is eaten in the mouth, it may not necessarily mean that it is difficult to digest. Anyway, the meat you will eat secretly will be much more than what you will eat on the surface. After this topic was over, Avali also expressed his attitude. He took the initiative to bring up the matter of military strength. Each tribe will send 100,000 southern wilderness cavalry and 200,000 noble troops, of course. Next year, a small half of them may be from the Frost King's side. George was secretly excited. Such a force, if brought to the battlefield, would be an overwhelming force. The 300,000 strong army led by the Sun Warriors would be able to go head-to-head with the 300,000 noble troops led by the 3 Templar Knights sent by the Holy Court. The Star Country's troops were the last straw to overwhelm the southern wilderness. Its strength was no less than that of the Holy Court and the nobles. The Sun King finally had to send troops to intervene. Originally, the sanctuary needed to use all its strength to deal with the demons in the western realm of Rodenk. There is not much power to go to Erda. Therefore, George's strategy was to give up the eastern border of Elda, and let the mercenaries lead the troops to conduct guerrilla warfare, and delay behind the enemy's rear. In the end, the goal was to prevent the demons from advancing in the Swan Lake wetland. However, when the Knights of the Sun Temple swarm into Elda, the strategic goals that Elda can achieve in this war will be more than that. The Swan Lake wetland is likely to become another Xinjiang mountain. However, when it comes to generals, the tribe has some ideas. Avali hopes that the eldest prince and the second prince will be the commanders, and Moss and the Fire King Sun Chakya will be the deputies of the two commanders. George understood what Avali was thinking. The 8 divisions planned to use this method to regain control of the southern wilderness's troops. To this matter, George agreed wholeheartedly. It didn't seem like they were worried about whether these southern wilderness people would do anything after taking charge of the army. Because no matter who the general is, this army will be in the hands of the sun god in this year. It will be enough for his team to help the elder shamans and completely brainwash the backbone of the army. Now, even group shamans can be cultivated. They will be the political commissars of this force. It is never the generals who control the professional army, but the ideas. What's more, your food will be firmly in my hands from now on. So let alone the army. Even the 3 of you will be my subordinates from now on. Are you still trying to be clever? Just work for me honestly. In George's mind, the eldest prince and the second prince were indeed very powerful commanders. With such a small number of people in the northern and southern wilderness, under the situation where the nobles of the Kingdom of Iberia turned against each other, they faced the troops of Elda, Kingdom of Stars, and the Holy Court, and finally ended up fighting like this. That's enough to prove everything. The eldest prince is good at defense and logistics coordination of troops, while the second prince is good at guerrilla warfare and commanding cavalry in combat. Salman even once said that he had the record of 800 miles of night attack. Of course, this may be a boast. It should actually be a few days. However, from this record, it can be seen that he is very likely to catch the Holy Court off guard. After the Holy Court was beaten, it was still unclear when the troops led by the second prince moved. It can be said that Erda needs a group of troops like this right now. Originally, guerrilla was a strategy formulated by George and Garvey. The mercenaries combined with the second prince's raid plus guerrilla cavalry could be said to be even more powerful. Can use more tactics? The eldest prince will also be able to assist Erda's troops and stabilize Erda's defense line. This will allow Dome Eagle's new army to not have to be distracted by defense, and can go all out to attack the enemy. Even if the devil sends out the fallen angels, Elda can handle it. Of course, it would be great if the Sun King could help. George has only seen 4 of Aloysius's 12 magic wings so far. These 4 fallen angels all existed in this world before the Blood Moon, and were arranged by Aloysius in the valley. Yongfeng, Dakins, and Kanglin, according to the information Daphne's team received from the cultists. There are 2 more on the eastern battlefield. One of them is in charge of the work in the Violet Castle, and the other is guarding the Gate of H.L. in the Demon City of Darkins. There are also 6 fallen angels. I don't know where they were arranged by Aloysius. In addition to these fallen angels, demons also have terrifying war weapons golems like Anubis, of which only one has appeared so far. The situation in the north was so tense. But Aloysius was not in a hurry or panic. They were not used to attack Xinjiang Mountain. The next time the Blood Moon comes, it will probably be the time for Aloysius to take action completely. And George knew that when the tsunami came with the Blood Moon, a worldwide decisive battle would also begin. Time was extremely tight, and he had to resolve all the small foreshadowings Aloysius left in the south as soon as possible. Chapter 572 Homecoming. Soraya's Boudoir. It was already midnight when George was sent out of the side door by the 3 princes. The servants had all fallen asleep, and it was quiet outside. George looked up and saw the bright stars. The eldest prince couldn't help but said piously, "Thanks to the protection of the Sun Temple, today is another sunny day." Indeed, because the Sun God doctrine is Soraya's modified dawn doctrine. The power of faith here must be very close to the power of order. Not only is it more pure in strength than the faith of the 7 gods today, but it is also much cleaner, coupled with a sacred object enshrined in the Sun Temple. This makes the fog very thin within the surrounding area of more than 200 kilometers. And things like sunny days are also very common. It can be said that it is equivalent to a small shelter. No wonder people say Sun City is a sanctuary. The weather there is better, and the holy relics left by the Sun God are far better than the holy relics here in Helenska. After nodding, George said to several people, "There is no need to see you off. I will stay here for a few days and wait until the follow-up matters are dealt with before I leave." "That couldn't be better. The hunting festival of the tribe will be in a few days. Please spare some time, and let me entertain you again. Avali made an invitation. It seemed that there was something that he planned to do next time. Have a good talk. Indeed. Too much was said today. And the results were too surprising. They have to digest a lot of things. George nodded and agreed. At this time, Salman looked at the smiling Awali and suddenly thought of something. He coughed and said, By the way, Mr. Avali, we are going to the Kingdom of Stars later, and it seems that we need to use water to come back. After that, please open a door for convenience, you know. We are here this time came with the Sky Eagle caravan. Hearing Salman's words, Avali couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. Isn't it obvious that you came with the caravan? Then, he looked at Salman's strange eyes and suddenly remembered something. I couldn't help but curse secretly in my heart, and quickly bowed in agreement. Afterwards, Avali specifically told George that the 8 departments would send people to accompany them to ensure the safety of the caravan along the way, to avoid harassment from unsighted people. After hearing the weird conversation between the two people and Avali's embarrassed expression, George knew what was going on. But George secretly shook his head. Salman was a little anxious. His words completely told the 8 major departments that a few months ago, Kanglin and Alfonso were still enemies. But that's okay. Indeed, it no longer matters when Kanglin surrendered. The moment Salman entered Helenska along with the mission, Kanglin's firm attitude was demonstrated. George smiled and said, Then I'll trouble the tribe. After finishing speaking, George patted Avali on the shoulder, and then got into the car with Salman. In the car, George asked, Salman, the group of uncontrollable robbers you mentioned before are the people from Awali? Ahem. Sir, Salman said with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. We don't have the dignity to ask Avali to help us with things. What the family was looking for before was several southern wilderness lords under Avali. There is a reward order, but Avali should know about it. George nodded, understanding what was going on. In the southern wilderness, the only people who can have a deep connection with the nobles of the Kingdom of Stars are the people from Avali. When it came to the Dome Eagle caravan, Avali didn't take it seriously at first, so he didn't handle the matter personally. However, the robbery can no longer continue, so Avali must step in and put the brakes on the situation. Ahem. Sir, I'm afraid I don't know where the news of the bounty has spread now. Salman wiped his cold sweat and confessed. But don't worry. Sir, Avali is also very powerful in the Kingdom of Stars. Hearing this, George looked at Salman funny and angry. From what you said, it seems that the situation is out of control. This guy was like a primary school student who found a gangster outside school. After he took the money and found the person, it was not Kanglin who had the final say. George suspected that even the Kanglin family's caravan had been robbed. Really? Indeed. Sir, today, the person in charge of the family here told me that the family's caravan did not arrive at the next place for supplies after leaving Helenska. This matter, Salman was led by Gale. After the motorcade arrived at the cathedral, they heard what the accompanying servants said. Speaking of which, this matter can be regarded as the consequences of my own family. Don't worry too much. Salman, your fleet will probably return to Helenska City in 2 days, George said comfortingly. Hearing that his boss actually comforted him, Salman really felt a little mixed in his heart. At the same time, my heart felt warm. Indeed, the team might come back in the next few days. Even if he doesn't come back, the Kanglin he is today is not the same person he once was. Previously, they had to be careful with the big robbers. Winning over people also depends entirely on money. But now, things have turned around. Whoever touched the Kanglin family's things will be known by going back to the church and asking the visitors. If those robbers haven't figured it out yet, there are many people in the tribe who will help Kanglin deal with those people. Indeed, people from various families are now like dogs coming to please Kanglin. But what they are after this time is not money, but for the master behind the Kanglin family. Salman's father once told him that sometimes one effort with the right person is better than 100 efforts. Today, Salman feels deeply about these words. But I didn't know that after I wrote a letter to my father would definitely feel something. This time I brought my boss to discuss the situation, which was like cutting off the deal first and then telling the story later. But I'm afraid my father will never blame him. His boss was indeed not bragging. He came to teach this tribe a lesson, and even 300 people would have no use for it. No, 30 people. Maybe one person is enough to keep them submissive. After the car became quiet, George raised the curtains and looked out at the bustling city. It was already midnight, but the city was still brightly lit and noisy. Really unusual. It is indeed extraordinary for Avli to manage Iberia like this. You know, the tribal system is actually far worse than that of the Seven Kingdoms. But the situation here is even better than in Elda. Moreover, this person not only has a deep gap in his heart, but also has a very far-sighted vision. It can be said that his ability is far beyond that of anyone he has ever seen. It can be said that this is a real prime minister. The Sun King knows how to look at people. Of course, the Sun King wanted Avli to become prime minister. But it wasn't just because of his talent. George suddenly felt that he should think about it carefully after he returned. In many ways, Avli agrees with his own views. George felt that they could come together. If the tribe can really show their sincerity, then there will be no need to make a fuss when they go to the Sun King later. After all, with this combination of punches, it can be said that the northern and southern wilderness will gradually be in his hands. If something goes wrong on the Sun King's side, it will damage the situation in the north and the interests of Sanctuary. That old Sun King won't come to Iberia to rob food while we are at war in the north. George began to change his role. Maybe he would have to be a Nani for Badabu. As for the Wolf Sun King, I'm afraid it needs to be dealt with properly. After George's carriage left, Avli looked at his two brothers with a complicated expression. Said, Kanglan surrendered suddenly. The eldest prince and the second prince had not yet turned a corner. The second prince couldn't help but ask, What does this mean? Avli? It doesn't mean anything. Avli shook his head and said, It just means that Kanglan suddenly discovered that it is no longer important who sits on the throne. What is important is who to follow. The faces of the eldest prince and the second prince couldn't help but become complicated. Indeed so. When several people returned to the king's study, I saw Bana standing in front of the sand table, seeming to be thinking about what she heard today. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, you asked me to stay here quietly today. Do you have something to say to me? Bana's face was calm, but she was a little uneasy in her heart. After several people heard the conversation today, she had already made some guesses about some of the plans of the three brothers. She felt that it was very possible that the three brothers wanted to give themselves a vaccination first. No, Bana, the second prince hurriedly explained. I just think. Avli interrupted his honest brother and said to Bana angrily, It's not because you are so shameless that you want to stay. You have to see what the guy who defeated Thunderbolt looks like. What? Some accident? It's really surprising. Bana was talking about Aji, but she couldn't help but think of the more arrogant person. This man. Originally his uncle looked more like a king. No. That Sun King was just a dirty old man. During the conversation between Avli and Bana, the eldest prince and the second prince looked at each other. I couldn't help but shake my head and sigh. Regarding the marriage, several people didn't know how to decide. Ambition? Avli and others suddenly felt that they were like a frog in a well before. Others may not take a fancy to the Sun King's inheritance. Rather than saying that he carries ambition in his heart, it is better to say that he holds the world in his heart. When everyone is still in the darkness, fighting for their own little interests, staring at the land under their feet, and fighting against each other, his eyes were already looking towards the end of darkness, the other side of sunshine. Holding this world in his arms is just a matter of convenience. His purpose is to bring it to the sunshine in the distance. This is a true king. This is the magnanimity a king should have. Compared with him, the Sun King is just a selfish and narrow-minded landlord who only sees his own 1/3 of an acre of land. But, Bana, I do have something to ask you. At this point, Avli suddenly became serious. I want to entrust you with a task. You must complete this task. But it will affect us. The future between the tribe and the Sun Holy Court. Yeah, Bana couldn't help but dig her nails into her palms. She didn't know how she should respond to her brother's next words. Even if she puts aside her thoughts, she still wants to tell her brother, is this a bit wishful thinking? The mission is going to the Kingdom of Stars for trade. Due to some reasons, many people were thinking about it on the way. If something unexpected happens, Bana, not everyone wants to be so close between the north and the south. We have just cooperated. If there are some people with evil intentions will attack halfway, I am afraid that a shadow will definitely be left between the north and the south. Avli continued. The tribe needs to have an attitude. We need to be accompanied by a person of weight. Others will be regarded as deliberately arranging to abandon the sun, or even spy on your other brothers. Their tempers and brains are all the same. You also know very well what kind of virtue you have. If you let them go, I'm afraid there will be unpleasantness. You can only accompany me on this matter, as long as you are in the team. Even if the business group is robbed, it will not affect it. The relationship between us, Avali's words made Bana couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She kept nodding her head as she spoke, and solemnly agreed. With you here, I feel relieved. Avali nodded and said, Protect the holy envoy well. You must be like Moss, and regard yourself as his son knight. Avali felt that if the topic of marriage was discarded, it would be a very good idea if someone among the 8 tribes could become George's personal knight. In terms of strength, Avali believes that Bana, who is on par with the eldest son of the Sun, Moss's brother, may not be as powerful as Achi, but he can definitely be among the top 3 in the mission. Bana is the heir of the Sun King, even if the Sun King is a virtual one, and the Sun City will definitely be flooded. Then she also represents the 8 great divisions. And if she can establish a very deep friendship with George, it will be of great benefit to both the tribe and the valley. Having said this, Avali felt that there was something he needed to understand. He looked at Bana and said, Of course, if your relationship with this Knight of the Throne is closer than Moss, that would naturally be a great thing. Bana's heart couldn't help but beat loudly. After George returned to the cathedral, Salman did not go back to his room directly. Instead, he pulled Gale and Carrie up and studied the next trade matters for cooperation with various nobles and tribes. George asked them to come up with a rough idea first, and then send these things to the shelter to let the shelter set a framework. Afterwards, George went to Soraya, intending to discuss something with her. Although it was already midnight, there were some things that had to be done early. When George came to Soraya's bedroom door while flipping through the Book of Dawn and watching Soul's report, the tall angel Gasper and several companions were guarding the door, Soraya's 6 angel followers, just like the angel statues in the cathedral. After seeing the boss coming, he planned to push the door open and enter. He couldn't help but look struggling. However, after hesitating for a moment, a few guys bowed slightly and opened the door to Soraya's bedroom. Looking at the strange expressions of several people, George couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. He couldn't help but stand in front of the door and asked, Still sleeping? Still sleeping. Sir. Cough. I have to have a drink with Malim. George curled his lips. According to the records in the Holy Scriptures, after the incarnation of the gods came to earth, they often used mortal bodies. So not only do you need to eat and drink, but you also get drunk. The priest who once taught George told him that gods often let go of their bodies and minds to experience the mortal world in order to experience the lives of their people. George thought this was bullshit. Today, the large wine barrel that had been drained almost filled half of the side hall. Even Malim drank too much, let alone this guy who drank with a dragon. Well, your boss and I need to talk about something. George nodded, and then stepped into the door. Is this really okay? Gasper? Of course someone will have the final say whether it's good or not. Shut your mouth and stop meddling in other people's business. I didn't see anything today. Several people instantly understood what the captain meant, and they quickly dressed up as statues with their eyes and noses in mind. Chapter 573. You are bold. There are many saints in the side room who have not yet rested, and are busy working on something lightly. It looked like he got up in the middle of the night and took a shower. I don't know if he was drunk or not, or if he vomited. Thinking of Soraya drinking there today, George couldn't help but shook his head. These saints of yours have also been thoroughly brainwashed. If I saw you like this, I would have to question my own beliefs. How does it feel to at least touch God's ass? You are bold. Light of Dawn is saying. CEO, please watch your words. Don't say that while flipping through the Book of Dawn. George closed the Book of Dawn with some embarrassment. He knew that some people above him heard what he was saying. Hey. When the saints saw a knight suddenly come in, they originally thought it was some personal angel outside the door who came in to check the situation. But when he looked up, he found that it was not the case. Everyone couldn't help but look surprised. But then someone recognized that it was the Holy Messenger. Obviously, he should have come to visit or report the situation. But this time was a little too late. This made the saints look a little unhappy. A woman with a beautiful appearance raised her head proudly and walked over with a few priestesses in a sacred and solemn manner, as if she wanted to give a warning. However, the man nodded and walked directly into the bedroom, like the master here. No need to report. You have taken good care of me. Let's go out. After saying that, George took the wet towel from the hand of a saint beside the bed and sat on the edge of the bed. It looked like he was taking care of it personally. What the H L are you looking at me for? I don't need you to serve me. George took off his coat, unbuttoned his clothes on his chest, and wiped the sweat on his body with a towel. I'm thirsty. That person is you. Don't be stunned. And bring me back a bottle of iced milk when you go out. Thor? You tell me to use those cultists to fish. And then I will give it all the information we have at the Sun Temple. That disgusting demon is so cunning. He shouldn't be able to pull any traps. Right. Soraya rubbed her head and said drunkenly, if you really let the shamans bump into you, just make an agreement with me. That's not true. Soraya. I mean, its efficiency is a bit too high. The cultists of Helenska have formed an organization in just one day. Ahem. It says that it has discovered the lair where the demons are hiding here, and has become the leader. Both of the things George said are true. Thor was originally a high-ranking member of the Balrogs, and was one of the first demons to follow Garrix to this world. It is not only very clear about the devil's tricks, it also has a way of hearing some of the calls of the cultists. And Siljak, who had devoured Garrix's flesh and blood, heard it even more clearly. After Darkins was destroyed, Garrix and most of the demonic higher-ups were dead. The acolytes and cultists who controlled the Balrog faction were already leaderless and fighting on their own. Many believers have thoughtlessly developed some branches, but the entire organization can be said to be very scattered and aimless. Helenska is the center of activity in the Temple of the Sun, and is also an important location for the activities of the acolytes, those idiots who are still trying to resurrect their god. The last time Thor followed Soraya to various tribes, he had already contacted a group of people, so he had some knowledge of Helenska's information. When it came to Helenska this time, Thor was naturally summoned by the ritual. Originally, those believers probably planned to summon just some ordinary HL demons, but they didn't expect such a terrifying guy to come out. After that, Thor used the power of thunder to integrate the entire Helenska cultists. And because Siljak could hear the voice of prayer, it could be said that not a single member of the Balrog faction was left behind. According to Saul's latest report, there are more than just followers of the Balrog faction in the entire Iberia. They are the largest in number because they appeared the earliest. But with the death of Garrix, they have become the least active and scattered group of cultists. The reawakening of these cultists has been picked up by cultists from other factions. Nowadays, the dark power sleeping in Helenska can be said to have been completely awakened. Originally, Siljak planned to cause a scene, but he was stopped by Thor. It plans to dig deeper first, and then cooperate with the temple to clean up all the disobedient cultists. Cultists are like those rotten skins and vultures. They cannot be killed or exterminated. Wherever there is soil, it will grow. George believes that rather than letting these guys hiding in the darkness run wild, it's better to control them, then cut them one crop after another to keep these guys within a safe range forever. And when the dark forces are in their hands, any external cult organizations will be discovered immediately. Every move in the dark world will be invisible to him. But in this matter, Sol alone cannot do it. Let Siljak cooperate with it. It will only make this dark organization become bigger and more terrifying. You have to find a little sun to shine this dirty and dark sewer. Just try it once. I'm afraid it won't be possible to let the Sun Temple do it. This is not because they are afraid that they will destroy the structure of this dark world, but because they are afraid that they will not be able to suppress the cultists. The Sun Temple in the southern wilderness may be very powerful in terms of military force, but its experience and methods in dealing with heresies are incomparable to that of the Holy Court. A Sun Angel is needed to preside over the work at the temple. This angel must not only be inferior to the Demon Lord in terms of force, but also must be able to suppress Thor in terms of means. On the one hand, this Sun Angel must be able to handle cultists well, and on the other hand, he must be able to make good use of this dark world. Therefore, this Sun Angel cannot be too paranoid and must be very flexible in mind. At the same time, one must have absolute loyalty and not collude with the devil. The seven gods know who can do things best in heaven than the light of dawn. So George found Soraya today with the current efficiency of Sol's work. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Although this demon is very capable of doing things, he also has great loyalty. But George is still worried about this kind of bad guy who can do things. However, George didn't say much to Soraya when he asked Soraya to introduce someone who could connect to the temple and suppress this demon. Soraya, who had not yet sobered up, opened her mouth and mentioned someone. It seemed that this person was already in the mind of Jane. Oh, just let my archangel stay. His name is also resounding in H.L. And he and I have been to the southern wilderness before. He should be the one to deal with these things about the shamans. The judgment angel Michael, the sacred object enshrined in the Helenska temple, is his weapon. You can look through the history books in the Sun Temple, and there must be something with his name as Saint. In the southern wasteland, what was his name when he came anyway? He was responsible for spreading my honor. At this moment, Soraya suddenly heard a sentence in her head. Soraya, you idiot. Chapter 574. It's time for you to take a shower. Soraya suddenly woke up. George asked her to play the role of sun god, and always called her Miss Sun God. For Soraya, this was playing herself. So after all the trouble, even she was almost finished. And George didn't know his identity yet. I mean spreading the glory of God the Father. Soraya looked pale and explained in a panic. It's all your fault. George, you always ask me to play the role of God the Father. And I even said it smoothly. After saying that, the guy pretended to repent. And he looked so flustered that he really thought he had committed some taboo. Indeed, if George knew that the sun god in his heart had been acting as his follower, then the last bit of dignity of the kingdom of heaven would be lost to her. The representative who came down. Ahem. Soraya, there is no such thing as acting. You are the sun god. Soraya's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling great shame in her heart if he had known earlier. This was simply blaspheming himself in front of him. When he woke himself up just now, he slapped his butt. She pointed to George's nose and said with trembling lips, You have already. Of course. In my heart, you have been my son for a long time. The powerful minister George pushed away the fingers of young Master Soraya and said, The light of dawn told me that after the death of the 7 gods, you 7 archangels are already the largest. And today's high-level council in heaven is also in charge of you. Now that God is no longer there, it is only natural that you take on the responsibilities of Father God. The angels of heaven are scattered all over the world, and they must always come under the command of the high-level council of heaven. Hearing these words, Soraya couldn't help but touch her chest. Her face turned red, and she glared at George fiercely. What this girl says in her heart is really written on her face. George shook his head. In order to prevent Alexander's sister from spilling the whole story, he quickly changed the subject. Ahem. Let's get down to business. Soraya, it sounds like Michael's head is quite big. George scratched his ears and felt that the name Michael sounded familiar. He couldn't help but want to flip through the holy book. But it was closed again. He remembered who this person was. He had seen him in the swamp before. He was the one who led the entire heavenly holy army and cooperated with him to defeat Ablepharos. Later, I asked myself if I could travel with myself. After that day, George specifically checked the mythological stories and heavenly archives in the Holy Scriptures. But the mythical stories in the Book of Dawn were all revised by the High Council and the Light of Dawn. It is no longer the original version that I brought back from St. Wilmic's Cathedral. Many of the pseudonyms of angels who descended to earth and stories about gods have been tampered with. Moreover, the description of the god of war and the god of justice has a lot of beautification. This must have been done by Soraya. And with my own experience, it also records more and more stories about the Archangel Street Point George William Austin and the Archangel Soraya. Many of them are about Soraya's high-end black material. The writing is quite good, but I don't know who wrote it. In addition, there are many stories about shelters. This should be a record of the Light of Dawn. And the book style is also a historical book. On the one hand, it is convenient for the CEO to understand the situation. And on the other hand, it also provides future generations with reference. Finally, there are many various drawings and technical records, many of which are specially marked in red. This should be the honest man's creation angel. Obviously, Dawn Light, a good old man, often has his authority stolen by others. The files of the kingdom of heaven have been changed beyond recognition. It says that the name of the chief archangel under the god of justice is Soraya. Shit! George felt that even if he couldn't find the name Michael in the edition of St. Wilmic's Cathedral that he had previously found, he must have found it through some clues based on the notes on his head. His human alias is found in the Holy Scriptures. George, you know that I am a core member of the High Council. No matter how high their position is, those people are managed by our council. Oh, then it seems that if I see him being respectful to you later, it will be quite reasonable. George nodded and said what Soraya was thinking. You are so smart. Soraya couldn't help but glance at George. Hee. Don't underestimate him. Michael is my deputy. Soraya put her hands on her waist and said arrogantly. He followed the incarnation of Father God to the southern wilderness with me. Have you seen him? The last time he dealt with the Queen of the Netherworld. The holy army of heroes was led by him. Of course. Ahem. Originally he was just an angel of authority. But he did a good job against the Queen of the Netherworld last time. Gao the Hierarchy Council has promoted him to an angel. Although his promotion is not as fast as mine. He is an old man in the kingdom of heaven. I have always regarded him as the same level. George nodded slowly, finally knowing who this person was. Indeed, he is the deputy or adjutant. Originally, in the archives of the kingdom of heaven, the name of the chief archangel should be his. And this Michael is the real archangel. Now the Pope of the Holy Court. If he suddenly burps one day, he will successfully ascend to the kingdom of heaven. So if this Pope has done a very good job down there, and has great merit, then it is possible to become an angel, and work behind such an archangel. Judging from the Sun God's love for this angel, this archangel is not only very capable, but he also knows how to flatter him. He is probably one of the few old men among the existing angels in this world. I saw Soraya yawning and rubbing her eyes during the introduction. George couldn't help but look at Soraya's raised breasts. The bottom of the thin nightgown was very straight and soft, and he couldn't help but want to reach out his hand and hold it. My relationship with Soraya is so good. If we shake our hands, it shouldn't be anything. At this moment, a soft pillow covered the graceful Shanlan. George raised his head and saw Soraya blushing and glaring at him fiercely. He couldn't help but cough in embarrassment, drank all the ice milk in the glass, suppressed the anger in his body, and planned to leave. Okay, Soraya, let's settle this matter for now. Later, I happened to ask Michael to bring the stick scroll that I repaired. George wiped the sweat from his body. Buttoned. It's actually not that hot in this room. But George has become somewhat accustomed to enjoying the air conditioning provided by Lorna these days. And it is indeed very uncomfortable for northerners to suddenly come to the tropics. Soraya hugged the pillow and stared blankly at George's chest for a long time. The strong muscles were covered with scars and sword wounds. She found that the human body is actually quite beautiful. I'll ask someone to bring more ice cubes to your house later. You see? The ones on the stove have melted. George scratched his head, not knowing what the big cabinets containing ice cubes should be called. There seemed to be a magic array behind the cabinet, and a cool breeze was blowing out of it. Soraya nodded numbly. When she saw George looking at her, her face turned red, and she looked away with an unnatural expression, saying, "You should take a shower." Chapter 575, The Lord of Conspiracy. The Masked Moon, Ariadne. George was stunned and looked at the wet towel on his hand. It was obviously still very clean. Although the journey was windy and dusty, there were still conditions on the car. So even though he didn't have many opportunities to take a bath every day, Aji still wiped his body every day. However, this room was originally very fragrant. But after I entered, there was indeed some sweat smell left behind. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but blush, putting down the towel with some embarrassment. Damn girl! Go to bed early! He slapped Soraya on the forehead, pushed her back to his velvet bed, and walked out of the room. Noda's room suddenly became empty. Looking at the coat left by George, Soraya couldn't help but feel slightly absent-minded. Maybe you should put it on your body? Or smell the scent left behind by your little brother? Obviously, when George once deceived Alfonso, my sister spreads the glory for me. It is no different from me. This person overheard. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the word brother. The voice that suddenly reached her heart made Soraya tremble all over. She angrily threw the pillow in her hand into the air, and cursed at a voyeur in the air who was not here. Damn Ariadne! Sooner or later I will tear your mouth to pieces. Don't worry, Soraya. I will give you a chance. After a burst of laughter, Ariadne closed the mental connection with her sisters. The Kingdom of Stars is her territory, and today's priests are still worshipping this person. Wherever the CEO went, all the decorations were wiped out, whether it was Aloysius's or the Seven Gods. It was the same. But how can Ariadne trust George to do the same thing in the Kingdom of Stars? From Ariadne's point of view, that idiot Saradia has been trained so clearly that he was willing to count the money after being sold. She felt that it was time to have a good meeting with the CEO. After returning to the room, George asked several young trainee priests, who were vigilant, to get him some water. Then copied Salmon's meeting minutes in the Book of Dawn, and ordered the shelter team to prepare some framework agreements. Jean Nan Huang is attached to the leadership of the shelter, and needs to start from many aspects. These agreements will be about economic aspects. After each tribe signs these agreements with the nobles, the sanctuary will be able to cooperate internally and externally with the Umbu in the southern wilderness through Kanglan, Alfonso, and Xiongning, and firmly control the economy of the northern southern wilderness. When the economy, food, and army are all in Sanctuary's hands, the northern and southern wastelands will closely follow Sanctuary to resist the next disaster. Previously, Leiden, Gaster, and Sophia's team drafted an agreement for trade between the Sanctuary and various Elda chambers of commerce and nobles. This agreement later became more complete with the additions of Alfonso's team. The situation in the northern and southern wilderness is slightly different, and due to time constraints, neither Gas nor Leiden can participate in the completion of the agreement this time. But with Salmon helping to supplement it, it shouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, communication facilities cannot yet be established. It would be more efficient if political leaders from various places could communicate anytime and anywhere. Communication in the sanctuary now relies on magical letters or magical creatures. There is a huge delay. It often takes several days for Daphne to communicate with the wizards of the little players. Among them, the shelter sends messages through the magic forge without delay. But it takes some time for the wizards to send back the messages. George had thought about radio before, but the shelter didn't have the technical foundation. You could only use the magic communication technology already available in the Forbidden Sanctuary. The magic communication distance without delay is 100 kilometers. Anthony's team had previously planned a plan to establish multiple transfer nodes between the shelter and the Dome Eagle to achieve delay-free communication. But because a lot of money was spent, the effect was very small. So this plan had to be shelved after all. Although the magic letter was delayed, it could still basically meet most communication needs. The second solution for delay-free communication is to use the magic furnace to connect to the magic network and send messages directly to any corner of the world through the magic network. Both the magic hub and the alchemy furnace can serve as this kind of magic furnace. But these works are under construction, and the alchemical furnace surrounding Alfonso must also be renovated. Otherwise, the shelter can only unilaterally send some urgent messages to Alfonso and Tanya's magic team without delay. Therefore, in the short term, each subbase will not be able to achieve delay-free communication. After finishing this matter, George rejected Siljak's suggestion of wiping the master's body and soaked in the basin alone. Thinking about it,
Is there anyone with you now?
the light of dawn has been alone.
Don't talk to me about anything else. Don't let others use your authority.
Slightly corrected a few bugs. Now there should be no problem. You can trust this person. The light of dawn is very familiar with him after the fall of the seven gods. He helped the light of dawn and worked as a Nani for a long time. George nodded secretly and understood what Dawn Light meant. This guy Michael was cheating. I have long been hooked up with the light of dawn. But it's no wonder that even Soraya now admires Dawn. In the light and shelter of the dawn, faith in him is inevitable. Angels who do not believe in him will become corrupt sooner or later. Light of dawn. How powerful is the Archangel? The Archangels in their heyday had divine status. They were known as the divine wings of the seven gods. Can rival the fallen angels. The most powerful Archangel under the God of War and Justice is capable of leading the heavenly forces to kill other evil gods. Michael is such a person. George nodded. He knew that the weakest among the seven gods were on the same level as the Lord. Among the known gods and demons, the strongest are these 10, the seven gods and the Abyss, Netherworld, and Purgatory. Other evil gods, some particularly powerful archangels or fallen angels, can be dealt with by leading a team among them. If Garrix fully developed his power during the original Blood Moon, and there was no gate to H.L. in his body, it means being able to reach the level of those evil gods. Now that the godhead has faded, Michael is not as good as before, but he has extraordinary potential. And his mastery of the power of dawn is also the most profound. Even when Soraya and others are charged in the future, Michael will still be qualified to fight with them, except Brave Angel and Righteous Angel. George roughly understood the seven angels after charging are equal in strength to the fallen angels. The Archangel is not much weaker than the fallen angel. It seems to be a bit more powerful than Siljak equipped with EVA. George touched his chin. Michael was there. From now on, we can let go of cultivating soul. Michael is enough to replace all the demons outside the lost paradise of Siljak. As for those shamans who are still loyal to the sun god, Michael can connect them. In fact, he should be the one to connect them. Michael and Thor. One is going to deal with the nobles, and the other is going to deal with the tribal people who have faith. The two of them can monitor each other, preventing the devil from secretly developing his own small group, and preventing Soraya from doing the same. And if Michael is not suitable to deal with things, Thor can also do it. One of them is in the light, and the other is in the dark. And basically everything can be done. And Southern Wilderness has one big advantage, that is the belief in the sun god. Therefore, in fact, the Holy Court of the Sun is being re-established here. And this Holy Court is the sanctuary, with the foundation of shamanism. The team of the shelter will easily unite the people at the bottom. The situation of this land will not be worse than that of Daphne and Wendell's team. Indeed, compared to him, Siljak is still a little too young. And now Michael is the only person in the kingdom of heaven who still retains his full strength. He has always acted as the leader of the heavenly kingdom's armed forces, shouldering the responsibility of guarding the heavenly kingdom until the emergence of sanctuary. Indeed, it would be no problem for the current shelter to level Yongfeng City. Now the bodyguard of seven gods can be said to be very leisurely. However, although Michael also wants to go out, you may need to pay a little to get rid of this bodyguard. Otherwise the kingdom of heaven may not let him go. The kingdom of heaven needs the power of high-level angels to maintain it. And the lost paradise also needs their power to suppress it. Just fine. If one person is missing, a strength of at least 200,000 is missing. In the light of dawn, there are now more than 3,000 heroic spirits in heaven, who are as worthy as Michael. George shook his head and said, besides, his boss has already let him go, this person. Soraya has already used it for me. Ever since George learned about the Tianzi umbrella and the way the heaven operates, he knew that summoning these angels did not require so much power of order. All the money went to those guys who were growing up. These were the only guys who wanted to get something for nothing. The other heavenly armed forces are constantly exploring the power of dawn and learning to master their own power without the support of gods. Although like Soraya, she is also exploring her own strength. But with external help, it will obviously grow faster, of course. It may not be stable. Therefore, not only do the heavenly kingdom's armed forces actually do not need to invest additional strength, but even the heavenly kingdom does not have that much need for the power of order. Nor does the light of dawn need he shares the spirit with all. It's just that this good old man is in a bit of trouble. So he's helping heaven apply for a budget. But apparently Dawn of Light will not request a budget. More power of order is also the power that can transform heroic spirits into heavenly arms, and the CEO invests in the kingdom of heaven, and is also accumulating troops for himself.
You are too naive. Light of dawn. This money will not go to the hands of the heavenly armed forces. It will only go to the hands of the slave owners. Even if they transform some heroic spirits, they will never use my heroic spirit. Instead, they will transcend those in the past, because the former are the angels of dawn, and the latter are the true loyal ministers of the archangels.
George shook his head and said,
I will never let them transform angels like this. Otherwise, the work we two have done on the heavenly arms will be in vain. You must remember not to let them have a stable supply of the power of dawn. Otherwise, who knows if they will do the same thing as Aloysius one day. EQ.
Archangels are not such people. But you say you are afraid of the light of dawn. It's okay to say you're afraid. George secretly whispered in his heart. Although these archangels have transformed into angels of dawn, they may not be able to change the world while I am here. But wait until you are gone. The story of the ancient Kashia people is about to happen to the light of dawn, and shelter it is essential to be on guard against others. The light of dawn is in a dilemma. Although Soraya agreed, her right to speak in the kingdom of heaven is not as useful as that of Ariadne. She is the Athalie of the kingdom of heaven, and you can only convince her. Otherwise the light of dawn will not be able to handle it. Who the H.L. is Ariadne? George couldn't help but frown. The masked moon, the lord of conspiracies, and the harp holy court of destiny, in order to cover up her bad deeds, gave this poisonous blue rose a new name, the god of love. George suddenly realized that among the 7 gods, this was the god most believed in by knight dantaires, nobles, and businessmen. Assassins would pray to her when they went on a mission, and nobles would often pray to her to bless everything well when they were engaging in shady deeds or seducing other people's wives. And the merchants, who are doing business everywhere, want to seek protection and luck from this goddess of fate. In the Holy Court, she is the patron saint of the Templar assassins. She is the twin brother and sister of Cherubaeus, and she has the affection of Cherubaeus. And compassion and generosity are both her sister and brother. In other words, without her, there would be no compassion and generosity, and everything created by the creation angel would only be material and not spiritual. The light of dawn knows much more about the 7 gods than the Holy Court. And many things are top secrets of the kingdom of heaven that even the Holy Court does not know. It seems that the name of this love angel sounds soft, but in fact, he is the most powerful one among the moon gods? Indeed, because she is the only one who can touch the beliefs of the dark world that her brothers and sisters cannot control. The twins of Tianyang hold the most powerful power in the heaven, and the 5th son of the moon holds the greatest authority. One group is engaged in military affairs, and the other group is engaged in politics. It's quite evenly distributed. George has always thought that the peacemaker in heaven has always been the angel of love. But now it seems that it is actually compassion and generosity. Now that mercy and generosity are gone, the peacemaker becomes the light of the dawn. In fact, in a sense, Dawnlight, the greatest successor to the power of the 7 gods, is the father of all angels. George shook his head and thought, but this father has no say in the kingdom of heaven. He has to listen to his daughter for everything. Dawnlight continued. After Cherubaeus left, she was basically in charge of the kingdom of heaven. But she has always paid attention to you, and her evaluation of you seems to be quite good. Sounds like a big liar. George scratched his chest and said,
Has she ever appeared in a shelter? I feel like this kind of person must have dealt with me.
Ariadne is elusive. I don't know if she has appeared in the shelter. But from the notes, you should have interacted with each other a lot. This is the guy who scolded you before. George nodded and touched his chin. This is probably because Thief Tushao communicated with himself. In the notes, the font of Dawn of Light is different from others. This is a spiritual performance. The light of dawn cannot be fully imitated by anyone else. George was not worried about Michael coming over. The Parliament of Heaven voted 4:2. If the light of dawn is in trouble, let him be in trouble. It is better for him to be in trouble than for the company to be in trouble. However, George had a feeling that he would definitely have to deal with Ariadne. She would go to the Kingdom of Stars in a while. If this guy left anything there, he would definitely be upset.
It's like I went on a trip and told the guy that I wanted to make a decision. I'll go to the cathedral to get some money. If they don't want it, then I'll give all the power to Soraya.
Skills played. Chapter 576 Dawn Chamber of Commerce. The power in the churches and temples outside the sanctuary. Although not pure. But he can still make torches. The extra ones can be used whether it's to recover demons or to practice skills for Soraya. Okay. But the light of dawn has a proposal. The people of the southern wilderness have been affected by dawn. And the power in the Sun Temple is more pure than the power in the cathedral. It has accumulated a lot over the past 10 years. And in a few days, it will be the hunting festival. And there will be sacrifices on that day. CO, please pay attention to the power collected. Although it is not as good as the real power of order, Ariadne should agree to use so much power to pay to the Kingdom of Heaven.
It's not impossible to give the extra to her. But in the light of dawn, do you know how many people there are in Helenska? I'm afraid the book can't fit the power accumulated by the temple over the years. Right.
Helenska and the tribes stationed around it alone have a population of more than 2 million. And because Helenska is a holy city in the northern part of the southern wilderness, Helenska's cathedral is also the largest in Iberia. It can be said that countless people come to worship, participate in sacrifices and pray every year. Therefore, there is indeed a lot of power accumulated here. At this point, George couldn't help but reached out and pulled out the Book of Dawn from the light and shadow and flipped through it. This cathedral alone has the power of more than 200,000 believers. The temple is in Helenska, but it is far more powerful than the cathedral. Many believers of the 7 gods in Iberia have also changed their beliefs long ago, especially the new generation of people in the past 10 years. There are basically very few believers in the 7 gods. George feels that the power of faith in the Helenska temple is probably very terrifying, not only because of the large base, but also because the belief in the sun god is easier to survive than the belief in the 7 gods. Because the so-called sun god doctrine is Soraya's modified dawn doctrine. Heaven will open a channel door to receive these powers.
However, light of dawn, if all faith is taken away, will Helenska's power to resist the fog be affected? Heaven must find some way in this matter. Otherwise, I will never let them all have this money. Take it away.
The Archangel's power can maintain the operation of the Kingdom of Heaven. He is not as good as Soraya, who is sometimes good and sometimes ineffective. As long as Michael is stationed at the Sun Temple or Helenska Cathedral, it will be sunny near the city of Helenska. Light of dawn. Michael, the Archangel alone, cannot keep the sunshine at the scale it was before in Helenska. You have to make the High Council shed some blood. You can't ignore the life and death of the people here. There are many fields around this city. The dawn light will tell them that this shouldn't be a problem when the power is concentrated in the Kingdom of Heaven. Michael will come with him. The corner of George's mouth twitched. He felt that during this sacrifice, the High Council of Heaven might be planning to make a big move. I will preside over this sacrifice. Sophia's team was very efficient. After the apprentice, who kept vigil, reported the news overnight, Sophia convened the team overnight. At noon that day, a guiding framework agreement was sent to George. George asked Salman, Brenda, Carrie, and Gail to form a negotiation team. After supplementing and improving the agreement, they will discuss it with the 8 major departments. Details don't matter. And Salman is good at negotiating. So George felt at ease when they did things. Needless to say, on Salman's part, Gail could have acted as his deputy, responsible for connecting with various business groups. But this time, George did not assign specific tasks to Gail. So Gail became the role of running errands for Salman. Carrie represents the Dome Eagle. As for Brenda, he knows a little bit about all aspects. And this big liar can not only play the role of George. Brenda's reputation is still useful in southern wilderness.
Salman, I, Valley, have sent a letter to Alfonso. There is no need to wait for his reply. This time, you will represent the Kingdom of Elda.
Salman was very excited when he heard these words. He knew that he was now completely involved in the gang. George continued.
In addition to some of the things that Avali and I discussed yesterday, we should also strike some trade agreements while the iron is hot. Take this opportunity to sign everything that needs to be signed. What bad trade happened in the past? If the agreement should be re-sign it quickly this time. No one will take advantage of it.
Having said this, George glanced at Gale, and then said to Salmon,
Salmon, now I appoint you as the director of the Southern District of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. In addition to the matters on the kingdom side, you are responsible for the matters on the Chamber of Commerce's side. Don't worry, I heard Lyden mention to me before that the agreements between many chambers of commerce and Southern Wilderness are not very good. You have contacts with various chambers of commerce, and there are representatives of various chambers of commerce in Helenska City. People, who do you think you can fight for? Just make the decision directly. This time, we represent the entire Western Diocese and the Kingdom of Elda, and it is right for us to stand up for the Chamber of Commerce.
Salmon is a very thoughtful person. After listening to this, he understood that his boss had given him a huge benefit this time, not to mention the many unequal contracts on Kanglin's side, as well as the good agreements that were eager to see through but could not be signed. As for the Chamber of Commerce alone, he can definitely use this opportunity to integrate the various major chambers of commerce in Erda and form a Chamber of Commerce alliance. Needless to say, there is no need to elaborate on the benefits. The position of president of the Chamber of Commerce alliance is secondary. These chambers of commerce are all big financiers. Why was Fernando able to borrow tens of millions of silver foxes to support Rodent's war? Isn't it relying on these business groups? Not only that, but also the various members, shareholders, and bosses behind the scenes in these chambers of commerce. They are also the nobles, lords and powerful people of various kingdoms. It is of great political significance. Salmon thought deeply and realized that the boss not only wanted to have a sponsor when borrowing money in the future. I also want to use this matter to form an interest group with these chambers of commerce and nobles. This interest group must be very reliable, because not only are they guarding a big money tree, they will also have a big boss who can protect them. Those who have benefited from these chambers of commerce will definitely be staunch supporters of the Western Diocese, and the King of Elda, Alfonso, and the master behind Alfonso, in the future. On Elda's side, the interest group headed by Sanctuary plus Dome Eagle plus Alfonso plus Kanglin, has a lot of energy. Coupled with the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, it can be said that it is a two-pronged approach. After the alliance is established, the Dawn Chamber of Commerce will be the distributor of profits in future trade, has the greatest priority. He also holds a resource that others cannot shake: Southern Wilderness. And as a member of the Liming Chamber of Commerce, can San Juan still have less meat to eat? Sir, don't worry. I will definitely create an unprecedented Dawn Chamber of Commerce for you, Salmon said with excitement. Salmon knew who he was working for, and his words were also very smart. Gale, who had been listening, became increasingly gray after hearing this. He knows that whoever controls this Chamber of Commerce in the future will be the future Fernando, with a little help from the Chamber of Commerce's channels. He will be able to purchase many properties. Chapter 577 Poor Princess Tianwu. Gale knew that in fact, he should be responsible for the matters on the Chamber of Commerce aside Salmon. He was responsible for too many things this time, and there were too many Salmons to handle alone. Come! But this time, I can only do the work of a supervisor and get paid for running errands. All the good things I do have to be attributed to my supervisor. If things go wrong, the supervisor will just say a few words to him, and he will be regarded as a deliberate person, and he will not be able to live with it. Gale knew the reason why he lost his preference, the Mutual Aid Society. Gale couldn't help but look up at his boss. Under George's cold gaze, Gale suddenly trembled. He suddenly understood that, given the boss's character, this time, he might just be giving himself a small warning. Next time, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as a warning. George will never let an unpredictable person stay by his side. Gale suddenly felt that maybe he should talk to his boss after all. He was doing things for the 7 gods. It is really unfair that I have incurred so many taboos from my boss. After George finished talking to Salmon, he felt that there were some things that needed to be clarified to him. He was not worried about what Salmon would do in the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, because Kanglin's life is in his own hands. However, businessmen have always been greedy, and Kanglin had suffered too much in the Southern Wilderness. Kanglin had taken enough benefits this time, and he could not be unreasonable. I believe you will handle the matters at the Chamber of Commerce. However, there are some things that we should fight for. However, you must grasp the principle of mutual benefit and reciprocity. Don't overdo some things.
We should prosper together, Shaman. You are the leader. You have the right control.
Salman trembled after hearing this and said hurriedly,
Don't worry. Sir, how could I take such a small advantage?
Indeed, by re-signing all those unequal agreements. We have already turned over and started singing. How can you lose a lot because of a small thing? Salman is not only an excellent businessman, but also an excellent politician. Under his leadership, not only were things handled in an orderly manner, but many agreements that could not be reached with various tribes and noble lords in the southern wilderness were also handled extremely smoothly this time. How many times has Grand Duke Kanglan appeared before? But never with such intensity? Those guys in the past would rather not make money than take advantage. In many things, it is simply harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself. This time the Eldar man's back is straightened up. It can be said that after the boss has opened the way, the next step is green. This made all the Elda families currently trading in Helenska once again deeply feel the power of the Dawn Lord. It also made Avali and others sigh the tribe has never reached such unity on something. For the first time, the 8 parts fully represented the northern and southern wilderness in a true sense. It can be said that the trip to Helenska will not only affect the entire northern-southern wilderness, but also the situation of the entire Elda kingdom. The 2 originally scattered forces have condensed into one on the left and right of the shelter. Got 2 groups. Salman is very sensible. And the name of the general agreement signed is the Cathedral of the Dawn, an agreement that the Western Holy Court took the lead in reaching for the king and the dukes. Everything about the kingdom of Elda, Kanglan, and Cheonging are all wrapped up under this general agreement. After the agreement was signed, the 8 departments stamped its seal without hesitation. The seal in George's hand is with Alexander, but the seal of Sanctuary is exactly the same as the seal of Duke Yongfeng. After removing the hilt, it can be stamped, but after the seals of the 2 sides are affixed, the general agreement has actually come into effect. However, George still sent someone to go and brought a few letters along the way. The seal of the old Arch-Eagle was no problem. It was in Tanya's hands now. As for Grand Duke Kanglan, everything will be clear after seeing this agreement, and letter George not only gave him a big gift, but also told him that Kanglan's masters in the northern and southern wilderness have all take refuge in others. As for the kingdom of Elda, Alfonso and Duke Kanglan control most of the nobles in Elda, coupled with the chambers of commerce that Salman contacted. The entire Elda is now in the hands of their power. Therefore, it does not matter whether he goes through the process of the noble council and the king has to stamp it, or Alfonso carves a carrot according to the big ring in his father's hand. But George planned to give the old king a good look at this agreement. For the old king, the situation changed overnight. After being unable to jump between Kanglan and Alfonso, the king could no longer make a fuss about Elda's situation. And as the nobles gather together, the king's control over Elda will become minimal. Maybe, just follow the crowd and be an obedient puppet. It is the wisest decision. Of course, if there is a problem with the old king, he will definitely be impatient.
I'm just waiting for you to be arrested.
On the carriage, George took back the Book of Dawn and looked out the window. Today, he and Salman had just returned from signing an agreement at Helenska Palace, so they were temporarily free. When he was just flipping through the Book of Dawn, George saw 2 guys sneaking into the snack street. So he asked Aji, the driver, to take a detour. The snack street outside the window was bustling with activity. Among the crowd, there was a short girl sitting alone in front of a stall, eating and staring blankly at the lively crowd. It was Malim. When George saw Malim's pitiful look, he knew what Lorna was doing. He couldn't help but laugh. In order to raise this dragon, little Luna was really worried Princess Tianwu's appetite was really too big. It was fine in the city, and she could go outside to open a small stove. But they were leaving in 2 days, and the dry food that George ordered the church to prepare was simply not enough for Malim to eat. Therefore, these 2 girls went out to purchase dried meat and other things almost every day these days, and also had a toothpaste ceremony at the same time. Lorna had never dared to let Malim eat freely in the cafeteria. After all, her food intake alone was worth a whole day. 100 people. During the banquet, everyone couldn't tell because of the chaos. But when we ate together in the cafeteria, it was too obvious. Moreover, the cathedral makes so much food every day. Even if Malim wants to eat, she can't. According to Aji, this girl Malim was so hungry that she cried every night for a while. Lona, this girl, didn't notice for a few days. Malim lost a lot of weight.
George shook his head. He looked at Malim not far away with tears on her face, and knew that Lorna had left her alone again and went to the store to buy dry food.
Stop the car.
George waved his hand and told Aji.
Sir?
Salman was slightly stunned as he held a pile of scrolls. The boss was so strange today. When he came back from Helenska Palace, he not only roped in a dozen cooks, but also ordered Priyanka to take a group of knights to purchase things in various urban areas. It looked like there was going to be a celebration party. Wait for me for a while. After saying that, George and Aji got out of the car. Chapter 578, Feeding the Dragon. Glorious Mercenary Knights. After George got out of the car, not long after, Salman saw George leading a little girl back to the car. Seeing the smiling Malim, Salman couldn't help but feel enlightened. I know that the boss must have seen Lorna and Malim on the road. No wonder I was asked to contact those chambers of commerce recently and collected so many weird things. It turns out that the boss is planning to officially take over the food supply of Skywrath Princess. Let's go, Aggie, George said directly after getting in the car. When Malim heard this, she couldn't help but grab George's sleeve nervously and asked, "No, can't you wait for Lorna? She has to be busy for a while, and told us to leave first. Let's go back and prepare for the banquet first." George patted Malim's little head and kept telling lies. Hearing the word banquet, Malim couldn't help but rub her belly and nodded obediently. Indeed, this street food is okay as a snack, but how can it be used as a normal meal for a dragon? Looking at Malim's sallow little face, George couldn't help but shook his head. The child's hair was a bit withered. Although dragons don't have taboos, if they live with people, their recipes are still very particular. These days, Malim only eats human food, but Lorna foolishly thought that just meat and desserts would be enough. But for a growing dragon, the dried meat and snacks were indeed filling, and Malim liked it. But nutritionally it is much worse. And although Lorna has a space bag that can hold a lot of food, obviously nutrition cannot be compensated by quantity. Fortunately, the little wizard Rona also knew a lot about forbidden academics, and knew that Malim's food had magical needs. So Malim also took a lot of magic potions during these days. They were all very unpleasant to drink. It can be said that Malim has gone through the hard life of dipping dry steamed buns in sugar water for a long time. While emerging from the swamp, Priyanka copied many ancient texts. Among them is something about how to sacrifice to the dragon god. Just a roasted sheep is more than 100 ways to mix the ingredients. Many magic potions have been lost, but magic fungi are the best substitutes. After Priyanka translated these things, George asked Rona's teacher Anthony to personally study some ancient books. The resulting recipe is extremely comprehensive. The food made with this recipe is not only far superior to dry food plus magic potion in terms of nutrition, but the taste is also completely different. There is still some difference between feeding dogs with leftover food and feeding dogs with high-quality dog food if there is a dedicated nutritionist. The gap will be even more extraordinary. It will definitely make Malim's scales grow beautifully. Of course, for humans, the taste is indeed too unique, because there are many things in this recipe that are extremely special. That's ashes. The fire dragon needs to suck a lot of ashes. The only drawback is that the cost is equivalent to raising more than 100 wizard apprentices. But for the current shelter, this is already a drizzle. A little oil and water pulled from the fingers of various chambers of commerce is enough for Malim. These things have been collected in the past 2 days and are being transported to the cathedral. Then just let Lorna pretend, in order for this dragon to live a happy life in the future. George also asked Abli to help him recruit many cooks. The cooks in the regiment alone are not enough. The luggage of the caravan can be loaded with Lorna. So although the caravan will be more, some cooks came out. But without the baggage, the journey would be greatly accelerated. In the car, George told Malim a lot of taste of the tongue stories. As he listened, Malim gradually fell asleep in the beautiful fantasy. What a good boy. After coming to Helenska for so many days, there have been no rumors about dragons in the city. There are many livestock around Helenska. But this little girl never got up because she was so hungry that she couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and went out to find trouble with the herdsman. After putting Malim to sleep, George flipped through the Book of Dawn. After asking Soraya, George learned that Priyanka and the cooks had arrived at the church and were slaughtering cattle and sheep to prepare meals. Then he flipped through the book and communicated with Daphne, the commander-in-chief of the mercenary group in the shelter. According to the schedule, the briefing should begin this morning. But because the people in the 8 departments were too enthusiastic, George was delayed for some time in Helenska. So Daphne's team has been waiting for a while. According to the report, the situation in various regions of Elda has basically stabilized. It can be said that Daphne, with the cooperation of the demon staff in the sanctuary, has supported the work of the small teams in various regions of Elda very well. Everything is on track.
Daphne's staff team can be said to have gathered various talents. In addition to many demons loyal to Sanctuary, there are also many high-level acolytes who have stayed in Darkins. Together with the resting birds, these people can be said to be far superior to the middle and low-level acolytes in Elda in terms of means and experience. It can be said that the cultists were entertained. Many dark wizards here in the Sanctuary, as well as high-level acolytes loyal to Morphus, have already mingled with these cultists. For these guys who once served at the top of the demon team, trying to get involved among the cultists is too familiar.
Following your instructions, we have not alerted the enemy. We have only expelled some impatient guys to a suitable area. Currently, after many forbidden wizards, dark wizards, Bright Moon, and the fallen from many shelters have gotten in, we have placed people in many important positions, only those positions of priests. No one has been able to get in.
Although these cultists suffered some damage during the cleanup of the temple and mercenaries. But in the eyes of the demons, the situation is very good with the addition of our force. These cultists, their strength has greatly increased. And with the help of us people, these cultists have also become smarter. During these days, the team in St. Wilmic's Cathedral was playing around. And even the team originally responsible for clearing the bishop who caused the trouble was removed from office. Has Wallace been contacted?
George wrote.
Contacted? Sir, a few days ago, Lord Wallace sent back some news through Avery's relationship with Lord Boris. He got a special appointment called a priest. I heard that he doesn't have any real power. But Mr. Wallace talks very powerfully and asks us to cooperate with his work. Now, Mr. Wallace has been specifically responsible for the affairs of the cultists. The church originally planned to hand over this mess to Wallace. But for us as a team, it is exactly what we want. We are now taking some of the wild evil god, as well as those cultist factions that cannot be inserted into our people, have been handed over to Mr. Wallace. Now, Mr. Wallace's power in the temple is almost the same as before, and all his old subordinates have been destroyed. After reuniting, half of the Templar Knights in the temple have been controlled by Lord Wallace.
George nodded, because Boris did not dare to confirm George. The appointment letter that George forged for Wallace stated that the position was a sinecure. Now it seems that Avery must have helped a lot. With the help of Avery and Boris, not only did the fake appointment letter become real, but the position also became bigger. The position of church dean is not as comprehensive as the executive bishop's control over power. And it can even be said that he does not directly hold power. But the patriarch is the teacher, or political commissar, of all clergy. And usually everyone has to fawn over. Because if a child wants to pass the church's assessment, it must be signed by the dean. Even if the archbishop has something to do, he will ask the dean whether he is politically correct, almost like a secretary. It's just that the secretary of the Holy See only takes power when special matters are delegated, and at this time, the power in the hands of the patriarch will be greater than that of the executive bishop. His status is as noble as that of the archbishop. No one can control what you want to do. Wallace himself is one of the elders of the temple. There are many old ministries in the church, coupled with the fact that Daphne and others helped Wallace suppress the dissidents in the church by using cultists. It was indeed very easy for the old bishop to rise to power. It can be said that this patriarch now has overall power in the church. Hearing this, George nodded. He knew that when the agreement was sent to the king, it was the right time. Daphne, have you found the leader of these cultists?
Sir, the exact commander has not been found. These cultists seem to be scattered, but their actions are very orderly. They believe in a god and get instructions from the oracles. However, we have found some high priests who hold core secrets. Various groups are already under our surveillance and can cooperate with Mr. Wallace at any time to close the net.
George said,
Don't worry. Pay attention to their movements. After a while, those priests may receive an oracle. After that, they will start to make preparations, and we will catch them more cleanly and give them to me. Pressure to the capital of Eldar. Give the king a good look.
After hearing this, Daphne already knew who the boss was suspecting.
My lord, King Elda will definitely award you with a medal.
According to George's analysis, Elda's source of disaster has two best opportunities to erupt. One is when the demons invaded Elda. At this time, the large forces were in the front, and the source of disaster broke out in the rear. It can be said that the supplies to the front line were directly cut off. At that time, in order to eliminate the source of disasters in various places, the Holy Church of the Royal Capital will also dispatch large forces out of the Royal Capital if there is a fallen angel in the Royal Capital. Then this is the best time for it to reveal its true identity. Under this situation, no matter how much power there is in the Elda Kingdom to resist the devil, the situation on the front line will collapse in an instant. and the entire Elda will be completely destroyed at an extremely fast speed.
But after the fallen angel learned about the agreement, he knew that he might not be able to wait for that opportunity. The second opportunity is the martial arts tournament. At that time, heroes from all walks of life poured into the capital, and everywhere was empty. After the disaster broke out, the fires that burned everywhere could be said to be difficult to extinguish. But now, with the stabilization of the situation in Elda, and the return of the northern and southern wilderness, this martial arts tournament is no longer a good time, unless forced to do so. George asked someone to hand over the agreement directly to the old king, telling him that he had doubted him. And he is also telling him that the countdown on your head has begun to spin. At this time, cultists from all over the country will become active, waiting for heroes from all walks of life to flood into the capital and break out together. But when the king discovered that the source of disaster in Elda was not burning up, he was wiped out in one fell swoop, and was escorted into the royal capital together with heroes from all walks of life. When he became a tainted witness in that great trial, those heroes from all walks of life who are pouring into the royal capital will be the best time to help St. Wilmic's Cathedral solve the problem of the fallen angels in the royal capital. The fallen angel will have a good talk with George.
Daphne, what's going on with the runes and Martin everywhere?
The mercenaries have collected a large number of talismans from nobles from various places, and have secretly handed them over to Martin.
Martin helped Alfonso reorganize the Knights of the Silver Griffin, with the teachings of the instructors in the valley. This knight can be said to be no less than the Knights Templar of St. Wilmic's Cathedral and the Thorn Birds. The difference is that this Templar Order is an army directly under the Templar Order, and the entire Templar Order is also a fanatic. Loyalty to the Holy Court far exceeds that of the Thorn Birds. Their main job is to protect the temple and train new Templars. There are a large number of Templars, but they belong to various departments of the Templar, so the structure is somewhat scattered. But if a war really breaks out, a sizable army can be drawn up, but they are generally not used. They are regarded as nuclear weapons placed by the Holy Court in Elda to scare the nobles of the Kingdom of Elda. This Templar Order ranks in the middle and lower ranks among the 9 Templar troops in the Holy Court, mainly because starting from Avery's generation, St. Wilmic stopped his work of crusading against heretics, not even involved in the Twilight War. Therefore, Holy Court ranks it lower in combat. Compared to the Thorn Birds, this Templar force has not fought many actual battles, but there are many real veterans among them. The equipment and quantity of this Temple force far exceed that of the Thorn Birds. Therefore, the strength cannot be underestimated. This force did exactly what Avery thought it meant, acting as a sea-calming needle. The purity of the team and the overall strength made the entire royal capital very clean. In addition to the knighthood that Martin helped Alfonso form, there are now 3 famous mercenary groups in Elda. Their reputation is catching up with Brenda, like the new Thorn Bird of the Dome Eagle. It is currently the hottest public opinion point in Elda. On the surface, these 3 mercenary knights fight openly and secretly, but in fact, they are all members of the Sanctuary. Through the battles of these mercenary groups, the entire team not only gained great benefits, but also made the situation in the Elda Kingdom look terrible on the surface. But who would have thought that the revolutionary armies who rebelled in various places and the mercenary knights who helped the nobles go to various places to put down rebellions were all the same people? This terrible situation, if you say calm, it will calm down immediately. And after calming down, he gathered an unprecedented strength. In fact, judging from their size, these 3 mercenary groups should be said to be mercenary knights. Not only is its scale larger than the Wild Boar Knights, but it is also surrounded by many noble small mercenary groups, and elite teams from various shelters are also attached to these 3 mercenary groups. Behind these 3 mercenary knights, there are also the support of several Elda Grand Dukes. What's interesting is that one of these dukes is Duke Kanglin, and this old guy also gave this beloved mercenary knights a resounding name glory. Chapter 579 Elda's name resounds. It can be said that the mercenary group of Sanctuary has already made a well-known name in Elda in this troubled time. This made even the power group represented by the most powerful Duke Kanglin in Erda extend an olive branch to these mercenary groups and spend huge sums of money to recruit and train them. But how could Duke Kanglin know that the powerful force he secretly controlled that could compete with the White Lion Knights was actually the Sanctuary's team? What everyone didn't know was that a few days ago, the leader behind the Glory Knights had secretly dispatched a special team of 200 people to carry out a secret mission to go to Dragontooth Canyon. Don't worry, boss. The methods of these teams are no worse than our original resting birds. And the small team I sent to Dragontooth Canyon is the best among the special teams. It has been completed secretly. There are many tasks, With the name of glory, it will not be a problem to gather local mercenaries as long as you recruit people. The local mercenaries will come if they squeeze their heads.
Don't do it in the name of brilliance. Let them change a banner that has nothing to do with Kanglen. Tell the mercenaries to sort out the local intelligence network. After a while, a group of special people may go to Longya Canyon. Those who go to Longya Canyon, after learning about the current situation of the ruins, he will definitely be extremely shocked by this matter. This fallen angel of Elda has more power than just the cultists scattered throughout Elda. Abuliferos is the most powerful source of disaster in his hands. She is the biggest landmine buried in every region. George believed that if there was a problem with the king, then as expected, a group of people would be sent to the Dragon Tooth Canyon to look for able fellows. Perhaps the fallen angel in the palace would not contact her in advance. But after he received the agreement, he must find her. The fallen angel will not be able to sleep if he does not hold the great bodyguard Abuliferos in his hands. Now, the people sent by Daphne are about to arrive at Dragon Tooth Canyon. All the mercenaries there will become the shelter's informants. And as long as someone goes to Dragon Tooth Canyon and has a taste of Abuliferos, they can conclude that the king is a fallen angel. George believed that even if some rumors were received in the kingdom, the king would never be willing to accept it. Therefore, after the Southern Wasteland Agreement alerts the enemy, the king will definitely send personnel to places such as Windsong City, Violet, and Dragon Tooth Canyon. Among them, Dragon Tooth Canyon is a must-go place, because the western territory of Rodent is now full of shelter mercenaries, and Violet is very far away, and Abuliferos is not only a distant water that can quench thirst, but this extremely powerful fallen angel can be controlled by the king. These two fallen angels gathered together are simply unstoppable. But it's a pity that now this Abuliferos can only bring fear to the king when he learns about the situation of the ruins. His face will definitely be extremely exciting.
Understood. I will arrange it, and let them do it secretly, sir. You can rest assured that even if you don't use the name of any knights, as long as you use some special means, the local mercenaries will honestly become our spies. I promise. Even if a fly flies into the canyon, it will not escape our eyes.
George was assured of Daphne's ability as an old terrorist leader. Okay, after catching these people, don't rush to deal with them. Let's take it to King Elda to take a look at it later.
I understand. Sir, I heard from Lorna that you are going to the Kingdom of Stars in the next few days?
George scratched his head. Lorna had always been in contact with the shelter. He didn't know how this girl did it. 2 days later than originally planned after the hunting festival, we will set off.
Boss, the Kingdom of Stars is the earliest birthplace of the Bird of Rest. One of our branches is actually the headquarters.
Right there. I think the power of these wizards should be of some help to you.
When George heard this, he knew that Lorna had told Daphne something 2 days ago. George told Lorna about returning to the shelter to bring Alexander over. On the surface, this girl hesitated and said that she didn't have the ability. You damn girl. I'll take care of you later.
That's a good idea. Daphne. It's settled. That's great. Sir, what has Rusgard been busy with lately?
George planned to ask Rusgard to bring a few students over. The sanctuary brought together the most elite wizards in the north. He plans to establish an alchemy magic guild in Helenska, a super trade center with much better conditions than the royal capital of Elda. Moreover, those wizards who were driven out by the Holy Court among the 7 kingdoms will basically go to Helenska and Star Kingdom to develop. Avali is very interested in forbidden academics. After George mentioned his forbidden wizard group, Avali became interested and begged George to send him a magic consultant. The two have talked a lot about these cooperations in the past 2 days. With Avali's policy support, this guild will develop very quickly. Of course, it would be a waste to keep Rusgard in Helenska. It would be more appropriate for this old wizard to go to the Kingdom of Stars with him. As for the candidates to stay in Helenska, there is no need for Rusgard, an old forbidden wizard who is more than 200 years old, to go to the Forbidden Sanctuary and serve as the dean. Any student he pulls out from the Forbidden Academy in the Sanctuary can be used as a teacher in Avali to guide local development. At this time, George and others had arrived at the cathedral. Seeing that Daphne had not responded for a long time, George wrote, I will send someone to pick him up and ask him to prepare. By the way, I will pick a few outstanding students to come with me. Tell him to prepare some magic potions and magic bacteria. These days, Hilyak's food and beverages are somewhat insufficient. After that, he simply closed the book first, pulled the sleepy-eyed Malim into the cathedral. In the cathedral, there is a special place for priests and high-ranking cathedral knights to open a small stove. The cooks didn't know what kind of guests the divine envoy would entertain today, because not only were these meals extremely special, but they also amounted to 100 servings. He only knew that God was going to show mercy to a visitor from heaven today. When George and others arrived here, the long table was already filled with steaming food, and the first roast lamb had been brushed with various condiments and was taken out of the kitchen by several cooks and adventurers. And Brenda was directing like a housekeeper with her hands behind her back. Compared to the feast at Helenska Palace that night, the food on the table was much smaller in variety, and the taste was a bit weird. Some things were completely roasted to a burnt state, and burning could even be seen from the inside. Red carbon seems to turn into ashes as soon as it is touched. As it roasted, the whole house also smelled faintly of sulfur. However, in Malim's eyes, the food was not only more sumptuous than the feast that night, but also smelled better. Little dragon girl couldn't help but wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth.
Go, Malim.
George patted Malim's head and said,
This is all prepared for you.
Chapter 580. Damn girl.
Go, Malim.
George patted Malim's head and said,
This is all prepared for you.
After saying that, George ignored her and sat on the main seat, chatting with Aji, Salman and a few knights while eating the lunch specially prepared for them. Looking at the food on the table, Malim hesitated slightly. Lorna had told her to pay attention to her words and deeds. But the gentle elder brother in the main seat doesn't look like a bad person at all. But in the end her appetite defeated her reason. At first, she just ate some normal-looking food and behaved very reservedly. But soon she sat there and feasted, regardless of her status. At the end, she took a breath, and a lot of the burnt food on the plate suddenly burned and turned into pieces of ashes, which were inhaled into her mouth. Soon, there were plates piled up in front of Malim, and those cooks who didn't know who they were being lenient to today couldn't help but speed up the movements of their hands and feet with cold sweat running down their backs.
After spending so many days together, today I finally saw how the dragon eats. Brenda touched her beard, took out her notebook, and quickly wrote it down. After George saw that Malim had begun to eat well, he stopped pretending to have lunch. He wiped his hands, took out the Book of Dawn, and continued to flip through it. Daphne had already sent a reply.
Sir, he is a little busy. Sir, his most outstanding student has time. Boss, the situation in various regions has basically stabilized. Just let Dead Skin be in charge. He used to be the one in Biswi City. Responsible. That's a good idea. But Daphne, as far as I know, Rusgard's most outstanding student seems to be Hugh Eves.
The corners of George's mouth curved slightly. How could he not know what Daphne meant? Among the many wizards, Wolverine Eves is the most outstanding in academics. Comparatively speaking, Daphne is still better at causing trouble. Daphne is indeed a good candidate to deal with the Dark Wizard of Star Kingdom. Eves has been leading a team of wizard researchers at the Sanctuary. But it would be a good idea to let him lead the affairs of the shelter to his deputy, and come to the Southern Wasteland to form an alchemy team. Helenska's cutting-edge magic industry is not as good as the Sanctuary, but it has an extremely huge size. Moreover, through Avali and the Birds of Rest in the Kingdom of Stars, many equipment can be obtained directly from the Kingdom of Stars. Not only that, the largest origin of potions is east of Helenska, the tropical rainforest of the Kingdom of Stars. And businessmen from all over the country are constantly gathering in Helenska. The various material channels here are far better than those in the shelter. The witch doctors in the southern wilderness are far more qualified than the scholars from the Seven Kingdoms, especially when it comes to medicine. It's time to open a magic sub-base. And this magic sub-base will not only grow very quickly, but will also become Elda's real rear area. Supplies can reach the battlefield in the east of Elda after passing through Kanglin.
That Wolverine guy. Okay, sir. I want to go with him.
Then you have to behave well. Hurry up and prepare. The flight will arrive in 2 or 3 days at most.
Air flight?
With the cooperation of Daphne and Siljak, these birds of rest in the Kingdom of Stars can be gathered together. After closing the book, George looked at Lorna, who was sitting blankly opposite Malim. This girl had come over at some point. Has been sitting there for a while. Sure enough, it comes with built-in GPS positioning, so we know where we are without asking anyone. After seeing George looking up from the main seat, the pale Lorna was so frightened that she quickly turned her head away and avoided George's eyes. George coughed and found that Lorna was not moving. So he stood up directly, walked over and grabbed Lorna's small back collar, and pulled her towards the side hall.
I don't know anything. George, you are so smart. It turns out that Malim is a dragon.
Lorna swallowed her dry throat, squeezed out an ugly smile, and said stutteringly,
Great, George. This time, I can help you deliver things. Malim and I know each other very well. Damn girl. You are so stubborn.
George grabbed Lorna's ears and scolded her severely. Lorna was so scared that she shrank her neck like a kitten. Lorna's little face was twisted and deformed by George's ravages. She was so pitiful that she did not dare to say a word and was made to shed tears. But it didn't take long for Lorna to discover that although George scolded her a lot, he still felt that the thunder was louder than the raindrops. I couldn't help but wipe the corners of my eyes and breathed a huge sigh of relief in my heart. In fact, in George's heart, Lorna is a hero. To be honest, there were mistakes in that battle at the ruins. Soraya can't be entirely blamed. In fact, his plan was a bit too idealistic. It's not surprising that mistakes occur. After all, Thor and the others made quite a fuss. All the evil spirits in the swamp went up to heaven. Therefore, if it weren't for Lorna's relationship, after the team made such a big noise, Princess Tianwu would have run away with the money, not to mention the money. The dragon was gone. But now, not only did they have to fight one less fierce battle, Malim also joined the team. Speaking of which, it's still a good thing. Otherwise, if a fight really breaks out, someone in the team will die. Under George's intimidation, Lorna confessed everything she needed to confess. Only things that are golden.
She only has a little bit of property left. She is very poor. Most of it is given to you,
Lorna said with an uncertain expression. Obviously, as a true good friend, she is working hard to keep the family property for Malim. George couldn't help but touched his nose and said in his heart, I'm not a robber. Let's see how scared you are. Of course, it is not impossible to use them all. But George is the biggest. If it is really all black, then you can only choose one of the dragon and gold. Even if Princess Tianwu didn't turn her back on the spot, she would still be so angry that she would go away crying. In fact, the Heavenly Wrath Princess often did good deeds in the swamp. Without her, the entire Kangland would have been shrouded in the shadow of Abulifero. So if George blackmails all the property of Princess Tianwu, he will feel a little less human. Therefore, he did not intend to obtain it by means of trickery and robbery. He thinks this can be done slowly, Pian. Ahem. It can't be said to be a lie. It's a way to make money together in a mutually beneficial way. He has always planned to let Princess Tianwu invest in the shelter. And Lorna is Princess Tianwu's agent. In the past 2 days, George had been quietly guiding Lorna and Malim. Through Aji, George also overheard the conversation between Lorna and Malim. They both fantasized about being able to follow a group of wizards behind them and build several wizard towers in a glorious manner. The two of them have already discussed how much the floating city in the Forbidden Sanctuary will cost. Indeed, how could the mighty wizard Rona and Princess Skyrath be mere commanders? Apprentices need to burn money, and wizards need magic towers. The dragon needs a magic castle even more. Just arrange some apprentices for Lorna, and arrange some wizard followers for Malim. Princess Tianwu's property will gradually be invested in the shelter. And when the shelter develops, won't the gold and gems in the veins continue to flow? It wouldn't be a problem to make another bed for Malim. Of course, provided that George was willing. However, in his opinion, it would be very good for this guardian dragon, who guards money, to look after the bank of the sanctuary in the future. As for how to deceive this investment, and how to deceive Princess Tianwu to help the shelter capture the demon miners and guard the peace of the place, George had already taken precautions. He opened his mouth, ready to fool the 2 little girls in the cafeteria. Or, he took out the lollipop he had prepared for a long time. Chapter 581 Horrible New Magic Equipment.
She only has a little bit of property left. She is very poor. Most of it is given to you,
Lorna said with an uncertain expression. Regarding Lorna's words, George did not answer directly, but glared and said,
So you just spend it randomly? I spent a lot of money. It's just a little bit. She eats it too much.
These expenses are just a drop in the bucket for Princess Tianwu's property. But every time she paid, Luo Na always felt a little embarrassed. She promised to support others, but ended up spending other people's money. George glared at Lorna fiercely and said,
Look at how hungry people are these days. Tell me earlier, why do you have to live such a hard life? I can still afford to raise a dragon.
Hearing this, Lorna couldn't help but blush slightly. Indeed, if George helped, she and Malim would indeed be able to eat well and sleep soundly these days. However, he had been chatting with Soraya about dragon slaying some time ago, and Lorna was also worried that George would steal all Malim's money. At that time, not only did he fail to fulfill the agreement between the two of them, Malim would also be angry and run away. Maybe by that time, George and Malim will completely become enemies.
As for the properties you mentioned,
at this point, George's voice suddenly became louder.
How can I take the property of Princess Tianwu? I won't take other people's money. You know how many of my mining areas I have. How much gold is there?
Lorna curled her lips. There are many mining areas, but the gold in them can't be dug out, so it's useless. But Malim, who was eating not far away, suddenly stopped moving after hearing this. Her ears brushed and stood up.
Of course. Although I lack a little investment now. But after our sanctuary has established magic hubs one after another, will we still be short of gold and gems? Even if Princess Tianwu's house is full, how much gold will it have? Do you know how many mining areas there are in the valley? Basin. And Elda? The gold mines dug out in one day can fill that house.
Malim, who was not far away, suddenly straightened up. How could she know that the gold smelted out of that ton of gold or was only a few kilograms? Lorna couldn't help but widen her eyes. Although she knew about the gold content, she had indeed heard Angel murmuring about the reserves in the Doghead gold mine. Several veins in the Black Pearl Valley also had extremely precious mineral resources. George changed the subject and suddenly said,
I don't expect anyone to invest in me. Avali is also a poor man. But Lorna, you probably don't know yet. In the past few days, those big chambers of commerce have begun to invest in my mining areas. Planned. After they help me prepare the funds, a business group will go to the Forbidden Sanctuary to purchase equipment, although those things are much more expensive than what we make ourselves. They are all imported equipment. At that time, the big deal will be Forbidden Sanctuary also invests in individual stocks. If you have money, can we all make money together? Anyway, I can't spend it all by myself. I won't need gold anymore. Use Andorra Crystal.
The words of the big liar are full of loopholes. Ocean caravans are completely unreasonable. And if Andorra Crystal can completely replace gold, why would the Forbidden Sanctuary invest in your mining area? People have plenty of this kind of crystal. But some people can no longer sit still.
Is there really that much gold?
Malim's eyes flashed with countless gold coins. A lot of saliva flowed from the corners of the oil-stained mouth.
Of course,
George said with a frown, as if he was a little unhappy because of this doubt.
Whoever invests, I will give them a mining area as long as they prepare the equipment. Wizards and miners. And what they dig out. We will 55.
After saying that, George glanced at Malim.
I haven't noticed that those chambers of commerce are vying to come here these days.
Malim and Lorna nodded numbly. Indeed, in the past few days, the Chamber of Commerce had squeezed their heads into the hall every day. After the secret talk, they all left with smiles. The two little girls couldn't help but look at each other. Rona was responsible for training wizards. Malim was responsible for investing. And the two of them caught some demon miners. This cooperation was perfect.
Brother, is it too late to invest now? I mean, Princess Tianwu, there is still some money left. No problem. I will let Sophia prepare a contract.
George nodded and said. George knew that this time, when the two girls returned to the valley, they would deposit a lot of their money into the shelter bank. Before Lorna and the two left, George took stock of the harvest in Dragon Tooth Canyon. Many of the gold collected in Dragon Tooth Canyon are cultural relics. It would be a pity to send them directly to the shelter for smelting. Therefore, since collecting them, Brenda, Angel, Priyanka, and others have been organized this gold.
Sir, we got back a total of 17 boxes of gold from Dragon Tooth Canyon. During these days, we divided them into 3 parts.
Brenda stroked her beard and said,
According to Priyanka, the Wizard of Dragon Kingdom, we have many ways to use gold. And it would be a pity to smelt it all into eternal gold.
The first category is ordinary gold. These things account for half. Will be sent directly back to the shelter for smelting. Some are ancient gold relics, which are very valuable to historians. But the market value is high and low. They occupy 1/4 of the whole. For large boxes. During these days, Salmon cooperated with Brenda to exchange a lot with various chambers of commerce. The large amount of exchanges caused their value to be lowered. But in the face of Salmon and Brenda, they were still exchanged for more than double. Basically, the amount of magic gold that the wizards wanted to keep was replenished. The remaining 1/4 of the magic gold is actually worth many times more than those golden cultural relics. But they are more useful in the hands of wizards than in the hands of merchants. And ordinary buyers may not dare to accept them. Because these things, under the influence of the Hades Palace, have great resentment and magic power, especially the burial objects of the Nether Queen. They witnessed the process of the Nether Queen's transformation into a fallen angel, and the power they contain is extremely terrifying, not to mention selling them to ordinary people for collection. Even if they leave the care of the Dawn Knight and lose the suppression of these little suns exuding sacred power, The places where these ornaments are stored will immediately turn into haunted houses. In addition to the ancient gold coins and funerary objects, these treasures also include some magical jewelry once used by the wizards of the Kingdom of Dragon. The former can be used as a high-quality magic material, and the latter can be used directly after repair and transformation. The stone tablets and documents that Priyanka collected from the ruins of the Dragon Kingdom provided Anthony with a lot of ideas on how to use the magic gold. These things will be sent directly to the shelter by Rona and the others, leaving them for the Forbidden Dawn Society to study and use. Anthony believes that after being slightly modified and made into magic accessories for wizards, most of these magical golds are equivalent to DC level 1s, that is, the level of Arsonist and Thunder. There are also a few B grades 5%, and the extremely rare A grades, more than a dozen in total. Among them, most of the ancient magic jewelry are fire magic. Compared with Arsonists, after repair, they are more like dragon breath magic because they have a certain purification effect. As for the burial objects of the Netherworld Queen, they are more numerous than ancient magic jewelry. Most of their effects are not direct killing, but more bizarre summoning, curse and spiritual effects, best used by necromancers. But according to Rosgard, the master of necromancy, these necromancy magics seem to be more powerful than lightning and arsonists. Some kind of funerary objects can even be described as terrifying. Chapter 582, The Scholomance Academy of the Sanctuary.
Sir, your harvest this time is really not small. I have never heard of so many good things in my life. After being equipped, high-level apprentices will be able to summon very powerful servants from the demon's corpse. And as long as the ancient gold coins are not damaged, they can remain enslaved. And if these students master the knowledge well enough, you will be able to directly control undead creatures such as elite scavengers and burners, undead, on the battlefield. According to the data that Angel gave me, some B-grade jewelry can even control those cruel people with weak spiritual power. And if used by wizards, A-grade jewelry can even be used to enslave black demons.
For cursed items, Rosgard has a higher rating.
The power of the Netherworld has always been more effective against the demons in the Lava HL. The power contained in the gold coins with cursed power is very powerful. In the future, when our apprentices face those with higher magic resistance, you will no longer be helpless when you encounter demons. And some demons that are difficult to kill, after being cursed, may even be killed by common weapons and magic. Through individual B-level and A-level items, you can even get rid of those demons. Some powerful undead creatures were resurrected from the corpses of the cursed creatures.
There are 4 large boxes of gold, and more than half of them were harvested by adventurers in the Hades Palace. According to Rosgard's estimation, even if those defective products were picked out and thrown to the mercenaries, the rest would be enough to arm more than 1,000 wizards. Rosgard said,
I think those ancient ornaments can be artificially reproduced. The things on many demons are no worse than these ancient golds. There are a lot of these ancient golds, which allows us to carry out enough research. Although the new products may not be as effective. When we master this technology, the shelter will have some new equipment. Very good. This news is indeed very exciting.
Rosgard, I heard from Daphne that you are currently studying Ably Fellows?
The Netherworld Scroll has been repaired, and the Light of Dawn seems to have been trying to redeem this lost lamb. But obviously, this work was not done well. So that Rosted, who had always dreamed of studying gods, participated in this work of salvation.
Just a small exchange. My lord.
George could hear Rosgard's terrifying and weird laughter across a book.
How was the harvest?
George asked Rosgard while looking at Lorna, who was storing the treasure box not far away.
There is a lot to gain. Living fallen angels are indeed far more valuable than dead ones. Sir, through these exchanges, the Forbidden Academy will gain a lot in the science of curses, summons, spirituality, and Dawn Forbidden Science.
Dawn Forbidden Learning? George scratched his face and muttered in his heart. Presumably the Light of Dawn and some celestial armed forces were involved in this experiment under Rosgard's deception.
Sir, I think there is enough space in our Forbidden Tower to open a new dedicated Scholomance Academy.
Speaking of which, Rosgard seemed hesitant.
Devils have done a lot of research on evil spirits and souls. So far, the army of the undead is also a major foundation of the demon army. We feel that we should abandon the prejudice against necromancy and specially train a group of necromancy and summoning scholars, experts in curses and toxins, to deal with those demons.
In Rosgard's concept, psychic is a summary of the 4 major academics he mentioned, but the name Scholomance College still made George's mouth twitch slightly. However, Rosgard does have a point. George still vividly remembers the scene where the demons of Dakins boiled souls, and created things like Banshee, Tower of Sin, Plague of the Undead, and so on in the demon laboratory. The wizards in the sanctuary should indeed conduct some specialized research on this, so that they don't have to be constrained by ignorance on the battlefield in the future. In fact, many of the academic disciplines in the asylum are far more terrifying than necromancy, such as demonology. Moon wizards like Lena can already transform, but they are the staunchest guardians of the sanctuary. And with the guidance of the priests, the wizards have more knowledge and nothing will happen. Seeing that George didn't answer for a long time, Rosted mentioned, "Currently, the shelter has many advantages in this academic field. Not only are the books and systems more complete, but the demon spiders and night demons can also provide great help. The apprentices will learn from these enslaved demons. Their weaknesses are related to magic. My lord, I think it is time for our Forbidden Tower to improve this system and conduct specialized research on the magic of the Netherworld. Our wizards will make Anli, who thinks theology is magic, Yossi. Take a good look at what real ghost magic is. There are indeed too many spiders in the spider's nest. It would be great if a wizard could help enslave them." George was greatly moved. "Sir, this system requires a dedicated team of wizards to improve, so it is necessary to establish a new academy. Although apprentices should learn more things, the required courses cannot be left behind. This academy can not only educate future apprentices a more comprehensive understanding of magic, it is also suitable as a training center for wizards. In fact, I think that these academics should be strictly controlled in peaceful times. After all, there is too little research material, and wizards will inevitably go astray for the sake of academics and experiments. But now, if this, the wizards in the world have found that the most professional place is not with the devil, but with us. I believe that this open attitude of our college will have an extremely positive impact. After everything is settled, some things will be. It's not too late to seal it up." Rusgard knew that necromancy was a truly forbidden academic discipline. It could give an ordinary wizard far more power than a high-level wizard. Therefore, he was very careful when applying to his boss. George nodded. There are indeed a few forbidden wizards who will become high-level acolytes like Rusgard. But for these wizards, it is not because of worship, but because they are oppressed by the Holy Court and want to learn more stuff. Your suggestion is good, Rusgard. However, the word channeling needs to be changed. These two words are not auspicious. Ahem. The Light of Dawn told me that there is also a channeling in a parallel world. Spiritual Academy. But something happened to this academy later. The word, psychic, always reminds George of rebellion. The Light of Dawn does not take the blame. Then use darkness, preferring the study of the magic system of Netherworld and Shadow scholarship. This is good? George nodded. Most of his wizards had rebelled from demons. He continued. As for the new college, assign work with Anthony. Also, don't forget to let the Mama Avril gang control the scale. In fact, the Forbidden Academy also conducts this academic research. But the Forbidden Academy has been operating intact to this day. It comes down to the Parliament's control over the scale. George's two masters are both magical materialists. He believed that they would do these things well. Although the current Magic Academy in the Sanctuary only has one academic tower, it still has 3 deans: Anthony, Rusgard, and Grandma Avril. Among them, Anthony is the main dean, and Rusgard is the deputy dean. Aunt Avril, one of the 3 great nuns, is not only the first forbidden priest, she has also been the ideological director of the college. The new college will do the same, but it will be headed by Rusgard, a guy who is more professional in netherology. This is a forbidden college system that allows the main members of the Parliament to grasp the research directions and conditions of each college. Currently on this continent, the system of Forbidden Academy is the most scientific and complete, and it has prevented many bad things from happening. Before the emergence of a more scientific and complete system, it is very necessary to continue to use the things of the Forbidden Academy. Chapter 583. Go to your room. The Ark of Salvation. Lorna and Malene set out that afternoon, taking blueberries with them as well. And that night, legends about dragons began to appear in the city of Helenska. Some people say that the giant dragon soared into the sky carrying a hurricane. The dragon's body was bigger than the Helenska palace. The hurricane it carried blew the entire flock of sheep into the sky. George suspected that it was the cattle that blew up into the sky. Obviously it's a bit exaggerated, but it should be true that 2 sheep were captured. Some people also say that it is the mount of the sun god, and it is the command given to the god to return to heaven. I am afraid most of them come from the mouths of the cooks in the cathedral. After the 2 of them left, several knights responsible for delivering letters and agreements also left the church. In this messenger team, in addition to a few Dawn Knights and Kanglin Knights, There were also many knights and priests from the cathedral. They will accompany some caravans to the city of Kanglan, and then all the way to the capital of Eldar. George was not in a hurry as to when the knights would deliver the letters and agreements to the royal capital. After Alfonso and Duke Kanglan received something, they would probably choose a suitable time to show it to the king after discussion. That night, George, who was finally free, communicated with Bishop Ironsor. After that, several teams of cathedral knights went to the Holy Court with the bishop's letter. They were sent together with this letter and a report from George. The political changes in Helenska will inevitably spread to the Holy Court after a period of time as the various caravans leave, and cause an uproar in the Holy Court. And this uproar will also form a huge whirlpool around the Divine Knight. The actions of the Divine Throne Knight can be seen as a great achievement to make Nanwan loyal to the Holy Court, or they can be seen as leaving their posts without authorization, cultivating power, and openly challenging the Holy Court or even establishing a separate Holy Court. No matter which outcome the Holy Court's core center prefers in the end, George doesn't care, because those group of talkative guys can't even deal with Helenska now. How can they stand up to him? A general who has a strong army and self-respect? However, some lurkers may be restless, and this will also be an excellent opportunity for Avery and others to observe the situation. These letters and reports can be regarded as a vaccination for Avery and others. George wrote down all the names mentioned by Bishop Ironsor in his book. He knew that these people, who had often communicated in private, would be more closely connected in the future. The connection with George will also become closer. The third faction in the Holy Court has gradually taken shape. As things became less and less these days, George often went shopping with Soraya. Aji felt that since the night of the banquet, these two guys had given people a somewhat different feeling. The most obvious situation is that the two of them will get together no matter what. Since Rona was no longer the light bulb, the two guys spent more time together. Tomorrow is the hunting festival, and everyone took a look at the Maasai of various tribes today. I also purchased some hunting equipment. George hasn't used bows and arrows for a long time. His hammer is much easier to use than these things. But for tomorrow's event, it might not be appropriate to use something like a hammer. When trying out the bow, Soraya made a good joke to George. However, surprisingly, the boss just smiled this time, and Soraya later taught George how to use it correctly. Bow hunting in the southern wilderness. Everything seemed to be ordinary, but Aji noticed a different flavor, and he noticed that the boss, a workaholic, did not take the opportunity to talk to those tribes about purchasing horses when he visited various tribes today. Instead, he kept chatting with Soraya. And Soraya's focus today is not on those southern wilderness people. In other words, her eyes have only been looking at one person. Obviously, the focus of both people has changed. Today, it seemed that the purpose of the trip was to go shopping and have fun. Everyone also visited the places that Helenska had never been to. As the festival approaches, the city is becoming more lively. In the evening, George and Soraya also participated in a bonfire dance in the city square. In the noisy and chaotic atmosphere, they drank a lot of spirits from the southern wilderness, wore tribal summer clothes, and danced until they were sweating profusely. That night after the dance, when returning to the church, Aji saw a sense of reluctance in the eyes of his boss and Soraya. Wingman Aji mentioned the hunting season and sacrifices tomorrow through a topic. I almost forgot. Soraya, you have to tell me carefully about this sacrifice, George coughed and said. Go to your room, Aji, and let someone make some midnight snacks. He didn't know why he suddenly said such words. Maybe he just wanted to get along with her for a while longer. Well, Soraya surprisingly didn't say much, but nodded with a red face, seeming to detect something from George's words. Simply, everyone went to Soraya's room and discussed the arrangements for tomorrow's hunting season and the customs of sacrifice. The entire event is said to last for a week, but George plans to leave after the sacrifice. Over at the Sun Temple, Soraya has already made arrangements. The Sun Envoy of the Holy Court will serve as the chief priest of this ceremony, which is reasonable and what Avali hopes for. Originally, Soraya wanted to host this ceremony, but after hearing that George had other ideas, she gave up her position directly. And they also specially asked the temple to make a solemn and decent large sacrificial robe overnight. For Soraya, it has been hundreds of years since she has seen such excitement as tomorrow. For George, it was the first time for him to preside over ceremonies or sacrifices in the capacity of archbishop. Both of them couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, there is also the appearance of being a little too excited after drinking. It was already getting late, but the boss and his wife were still sitting on the sofa chatting animatedly. Aji, who was originally responsible for packing the luggage and equipment,
laid the sacrificial robe he had brought during the day on the bed, and then gave it to Gaspo, and the others winked, and quietly left the room with the saints. When Gale came to visit, he saw Aggie and 6 of Gasper's men lying in front of the door and eavesdropping. The scene was a little awkward for a while, and Gasper and others gave the businessman a hard look. Aggie and others were extremely unhappy with this late-night visit from this extremely unglamorous guy. However, after asking a few questions, Aggie guessed what this guy was here for. This guy came here today, and I am afraid he has made up his mind. After a few guilty-minded guys warned Gale sternly, Aggie carefully knocked on the door. After a while, Aggie heard the boss's response. Then he led Gale into the room. As Aggie thought, this damn guy really delayed the boss's good deeds. The sacrificial robe on the bed was wrinkled. It's not like someone was pressing on it before. I just tried it on. I can't put on these clothes by myself. Moreover, the boss and Soraya sat at one end of the sofa, with a large distance between them. It's just trying to cover up. Seeing the slightly panicked expressions of the boss and Soraya, Aggie gave the boss a thumbs up in his heart. Afterwards, Aggie glared at Gale fiercely, then left the confused profiteer and left the room. After a few words, Gale got straight to the point. Each Chamber of Commerce has people from mutual aid associations, and their identities are relatively secretive. Gale didn't know much. However, most of the people in charge, like him, are not politicians or nobles, but they can influence these people, no matter which member of the Mutual Assistance Association they are. They are all firm believers in the 7 gods. It seems that this cooperative association is just a chamber of commerce, but they can decide the life and death of various large chambers of commerce at the flip of a button. As for who Gale prefers to trust among the 7 gods,
My lord, businessmen all believe in the goddess of fate, Ariadne. But most people in the fraternity believe more in the bearer of the torch. There is a good saying, Maragathis the light in his hand illuminates the way forward in the dark night. In this foggy doomsday, for those of us who are unwilling to believe in fate, no one can guide our way forward better than him.
There are many names and taboos for the 7 gods, and believers in different regions have different customary names for the 7 gods based on their own understanding of beliefs and myths. George was a little confused, and he couldn't help but look at Soraya. Soraya said with a somewhat complicated expression,
It is Cherubim. The ancient wizards believe that he ignited the fire of truth in the world, and many people also believe that he holds the ultimate secret of alchemy and can bestow wealth and status on people.
George's heart moved slightly. He nodded and asked,
So Fernando, what kind of position did he hold in the north?
Gale answered truthfully. Follow Gale's account. Fernando was previously one of the generals of the North District. This powerful earl was responsible for several of his subordinates alone. Most of the materials collected by the various responsible persons were also changed hands by Fernando. At the same time, Fernando is also responsible for allocating urgently needed supplies to various responsible persons in each district. It can be said that for so many years, the people of the Mutual Aid Association have been invisibly controlling the resources of various countries. Fernando used his personal power a little, and used his huge supply of supplies to determine the situation in the north. As Gale narrated, George could tell that the economy of this world was already invisibly in the hands of the Mutual Aid Association. Under circumstances that the Holy Court could not detect, they gathered the wealth of the world and exerted a secret influence on various countries. The energy and power of this mysterious cooperative association far exceed George's previous estimates. As for the wealth gathered by the people in charge from various regions, people in each region have their own distribution, but most of their wealth will be deposited in the bank flowing into an absolutely safe Salvation Ark. Gale said,
After that unprecedented flood, the sun will be completely extinguished. The 7 gods will lead their people to another world and open up a new home. The responsibility of our Mutual Aid Association is to bring the last of the worlds a piece of fire, and hope will be guided to the Ark of Salvation. Those who help each other and contribute to the world will also be qualified to board the ship.
Gale made it sound nice, but in reality, it was about gathering the wealth of the world so that these businessmen could become masters in the new world after the end of the world. Hearing this, George and Soraya's pupils shrank slightly, and they couldn't help but look at each other.
Meligasius is a staunch fugitive, George. I think he may have obtained the things left by the ancient gods and found a plan to leave this world.
George pursed his lips. He didn't completely agree with Soraya's statement, because in his opinion, this wise angel is obviously collecting the wealth of the world, hiding somewhere, secretly building a spaceship, and planning to carry out alien immigration. Cherubim may have found a relic of the ancient Kashia people among the 7 gods. He is probably the only one who knows this best. But I want to repair this spaceship that is tens of thousands of years old and completely damaged. It's no small thing. Naturally, there is a lot of cost involved. And through the economy, resources from all over the world are mobilized to allow the angels to carry out research and development and repair. It is indeed a more secretive and efficient method.
But, sir, some people don't particularly agree with this statement, because there is another more secret prophecy in this cooperative association. In this prophecy, the seven gods tell us that she will lead your people through this doomsday. At the same time, our wealth will also allow us to become human masters in the new century. Lord Fernando and I are both firm supporters of this faction. Therefore, we have been trying your best to support the lords everywhere and fight against the black tide.
When George heard this, his eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. It is impossible for Cherubim to come up with several prophecies like Soraya. The leaders of the Mutual Assistance Association can hear the oracles of the seven gods. So naturally this prophecy cannot be wrong as it spreads. Among the seven gods, someone may have noticed some of the actions of Cherubim. She quietly used the power of Cherubim to secretly develop her own power to do things for her. She didn't know that these wealth were being used by her. How much has been cut off, and where has it been arranged? I don't know what this guy is planning to do. But in any case, using this guild in this way is simply causing trouble for Cherubaeus. But Cherubaeus doesn't seem to be fully aware of it. He can develop his own members in the cooperative association developed secretly by the Angels of Wisdom. This guy's methods are definitely extraordinary. This person who has played with Cherubim not only has the means, but also must have a very good understanding of Cherubim. If there is such a person among the seven gods, then I'm afraid it's only the twin sister of Cherubaeus. Chapter 584 Cherubim. City in the Sky. Thinking of Ariadne, George couldn't help but glance at Soraya with a strange expression. The relationship between the twins of the sun god and the twins of the moon god is really completely opposite. Sure enough, two fools will get along well together, but two smart people will start to scheming together. After secretly complaining in his heart, George looked at Gale and asked,
"How do the mutual aid associations judge Fernando's support for the North?" "Sir, in the eyes of the Mutual Assistance Association, this world is indeed lingering, and the new world is also a place where we must go. But the longer this world lingers, the more conducive it is for them to search for wealth. Therefore, there is always a need for someone to delay the black tide of spreading. However, Fernando's blatant behavior violated the unspoken rules of our secret faction and aroused the dissatisfaction of the Mutual Assistance Association. He not only participated in politics, but also used his resources to participate in the war. I don't know what will happen. Such a punishment."
With Fernando's departure, the various responsible persons under him have lost their channels of contact with the Mutual Aid Association. Maybe a new general manager will be transferred in the future. George asked a key question.
"How much does the Cooperation Association know about matters in the valley?" "Sir, the situation in each region is a business secret in the hands of each person in charge. We all rely on this thing to make a living. However, although the Mutual Aid Association does not know the details of each region, it can know that the peace and tranquility of each region are a dangerous situation."
George nodded, wondering whether the Mutual Aid Association had information about the valley. Actually, it doesn't matter much. At the beginning, Gale came to the valley earlier, so he did not understand the core secrets of the shelter. What Gale saw, combined with Avery's whitewash, the entire valley had changed. It became Avery's secret plan. And now, he, Morpheus, is not afraid of anyone. The people who know the valley best now are Aloysius and Analius. But what if they understand it? Today's shelter has passed its most vulnerable period. Now that the shelter is full-fledged, no one is afraid of it. As for how much Cherubim knows about Sanctuary now, although he doesn't have first-hand information, he should be able to assess it from business and trade. But I don't know, in the eyes of Cherubim, whether his current brothers and sisters have been controlled by Morpheus, or it is something else. The few angels who left did not know the existence of the Light of Dawn, nor did they know that their brothers and sisters would get rid of corruption by dissolving their godhood and falling into the embrace of the Light of Dawn. In this way, Soraya and others are equivalent to experiencing another rebirth and reincarnation, giving up all their power, using the dawn to reshape themselves, and becoming the great angel of the dawn that does not need to rely on faith to exist. According to what the Light of Dawn said, the son of the seven gods has no other way but to get rid of corruption. In this way, the son of the seven gods is too powerful, and has been corrupting since he was an infant, struggling on the edge. Even if the godhead is dissipated, it is enough to be completely corrupted in these 300 years, just like the Archangel Analius under the Angel of Mercy. The best they can do is hold on until the second blood moon. As for a being of the level of Cherubim, Even if he dissipates his godhood, he may not be able to survive the first blood moon before the fog, and he will fall completely. However, there are exceptions to this, such as the god of war Soteriah. In those reincarnations, he constantly washed and purified himself, and finally became a clean mortal. For them, every rebirth is an experience of purgatory and heaven. I am afraid that only a true warrior like the god of war can find a correct path through this tough method of constantly starting over. According to Dawnlight, Alexander was an impossible miracle. The Forbidden Sanctuary was Antony's homeland, a place where gods were not believed. This is a prerequisite for getting rid of corruption. And the sanctuary showed no signs of corruption. It can be said to be the cleanest place in the world. Besides shelter, it is full of sunshine. Logically speaking, if the cherubim had been corrupted, there would be no sunlight there, and he should build this isolated place into a secret stronghold of the mist cultists. Judging from the behavior of the entire Mutual Aid Society and the Ark Principles, this wisest man among the 7 gods has probably found a way to get rid of corruption. Otherwise, the principles of the Mutual Aid Association would not be to delay the black tide and gather the world's wealth to build an ark. It is very possible that he has already created a second miracle, and tried to leave this world that is bound to be destroyed. And someone among the great dawn angels may have noticed clues about the cherubim. Not only has she been secretly observing the angels for a long time, but she has also been secretly using the power and influence of the angels to do things for herself. It's really time to have a good meeting with Ariadne. I'm afraid this wallflower not only has the intention of letting others make her a wedding dress, but also has 2 boats under her feet. Let's see how I deal with you when I have free time. After sending Gale away, the room returned to silence. The atmosphere became a little more subtle. George and Sarai were sitting on the sofa respectively, feeling very nervous and afraid to look into each other's eyes. With Gale leaving, the 2 of them had completely sobered up, and the topic of trying on clothes was obviously not suitable to continue. Maybe the quiet atmosphere felt awkward, or maybe he was afraid of what would happen next. Just when George coughed and was about to get up and leave, Sarai, who was so nervous that her palms were sweating, opened her mouth first to break the silence.
Xiao! George! Do you think cherubim will really be in the Forbidden Sanctuary?
Sarai flipped her hair and asked suddenly in a panic. This topic made George think deeply. He couldn't help but look at the traveler's map that Gale left on the table. He once tore off part of this map, and then Anthony used the torn off part to make a magic sand table, which is still in the shelter to this day. Although the current map lacks that part of the valley, other areas are basically lit. Every corner of the world is mostly on this map. Although many places are not very accurate, they show the safety and danger conditions of each area. According to Gale, this is a sacred object given to the Mutual Aid Society by the 7 gods. But Anthony, who had studied this map, said that it was most likely produced by Forbidden Sanctuary, and it was the latest product. The Forbidden Magic Guild, an organization, once came from the Kingdom of Stars. The history is as old as the Kingdom of Stars. All have existed for thousands of years. These wizards were eventually persecuted by the Holy Court because of their research on taboos. They finally left the Kingdom of Stars and re-established a city on a mysterious island overseas. This city has existed for thousands of years, but during these thousands of years, the Forbidden Sanctuary was just an open school city. The things studied were not as powerful as they are now, and the level of wizards inside was only the category of top scholars in mainland China. As for their research on magic, it is also extremely primitive according to Anthony. It is called ancient magic. It is empirical magic that is not based on real theory. During that period, new things appeared in the Forbidden Sanctuary, relying on archaeology rather than innovation. It wasn't until 300 years ago that the world's first magic hub was born together with the modern magic theory. After that, the technology tree of the entire Forbidden Sanctuary seemed to have changed its direction, and a war began. An unprecedented technological explosion. From a time point of view, this is very consistent with the time when the angels left heaven. And if there is any place in the world that has the power of God, it is probably only the wizards in the Forbidden Sanctuary.
It should be right. Sarai, Anthony mentioned to me that the Forbidden Sanctuary is a floating city, and the architectural pattern is very strange. Previously, I thought that the architectural pattern was due to the influence of floating technology. But now it seems that they are actually secretly building starships in this floating city. Starship?
Sarai blinked, not quite understanding the meaning of this word for a while. She saw George opening the Book of Dawn and waving to her. He couldn't help but curiously came over from the other end of the sofa. George seemed to be communicating something with the apprentice, librarian, in the library. On the top of the book, along with George's inner thoughts and the apprentice's notes. There were constant conversations.
Sir, Dean Anthony is working on a project overnight. If you want to contact him, he may come back later. But if you want to talk about the appearance of the Forbidden Sanctuary, I remember that the Dean made a sketch before. Wait a minute. I'll look for it for you.
After a while, a sketch of a city appeared on the page. Judging from the time and signature of the note, it was an essay that Anthony drew at the beginning of the year. This was a duel written by Anthony when he was relieving stress. But the apprentices organized and saved everything Anthony wrote. So I found it quickly. Apprentice.
Sir, do you still want to contact Dean Anthony?
George.
No need. I will let the light of dawn directly help me establish a spiritual connection later.
Then, George said to Dawn.
Dawn, can you set up a video conference?
What is video conferencing? Oh, the light of dawn understands what the CEO means. The CEO likes to do things. The light of dawn will try to project some of you. After finishing speaking, George and Soraya looked at the picture carefully. Forbidden Sanctuary. This city. Although Soraya has never paid much attention to it, she has also imagined what this floating city looks like. But the pattern in the draft was far beyond her imagination. It was not a floating castle, but a floating island. But its area is so big that it looks like a flat cookie. This makes the buildings above appear lower. And many of the buildings are extremely odd in style, very similar to the low domed workshops of the sanctuary. The low buildings make the towers on the floating island appear even taller. They seem to be soaring straight into the sky, hundreds of meters high. However, they are extremely slender, like water plants standing upside down, making people worry that they will be blown down by the wind. There are many triangular islands floating above and around these towering spheres. Most of them are connected to the spheres and look like lotus leaves or large umbrellas supported. Some small islands simply broke away from the big floating island and floated above the big floating island out of thin air. I don't know what these small islands are used for. Some of them look like mushroom caps without any buildings on them. They look very flat and smooth. Some of them are like sunken plates with many plants planted inside. You can also see many workshops. But none of these workshops have domes. And you can directly see the magic hub and suspended crystals in the workshops. I wonder if these islands are the plain plans drawn by Anthony. These islands can range from hundreds of meters in size to several kilometers in size. Most of the shapes are acute angled triangles. And the larger ones should be as thick as 3 or 4 stories in proportion.
I really want to see these things somewhere before.
Soraya touched her chin and frowned tightly. At this moment, the light of dawn established a spiritual connection, pulling all 4 people into this video conference. Then, the vision of Anthony appeared in front of George and Soraya. And in their minds, the 3 people seemed to have come to an independent space and were facing each other. After Anthony's shadow opened his eyes, he looked around and said,
"This kind of projection does not require any magic equipment. It is really magical."
After a brief exchange of greetings, several people got down to the topic. Anthony used the magic sand table to 3-dimensionally draw the Forbidden Sanctuary in his heart. After seeing this 3-dimensional projection, Rusgard couldn't help but look slightly surprised. He said,
"When I left, there were not so many floating castles in the Forbidden Sanctuary."
Rusgard's so-called floating castle is those umbrellas. The 2 wizards discussed and explained to George. The plants in the floating castle are not only a potion garden, but also contain many crops and magical creatures. It is an animal and plant ecological garden specially created by wizards. When Anthony left, many magic potions had already begun experiments in soilless cultivation. And some crops in the botanical garden no longer require the use of soil, however. Most of them are based on fungi. This technology is actually not too amazing. Although the process is complicated, there are not too high technical barriers for wizards. Scholars supported by some nobles also breed some soilless toys. But Anthony's introduction to the floating castle made George's pupils shrink slightly. And Soraya's expression became even weirder. Chapter 585 Prometheus Fire of Truth.
The sketch I drew before is actually not a plan view. Those areas are all transparent. And the roof of the shed is replaced by phase magic barriers. These barriers are far better than any material in the world. It must be hard and stable. It has even withstood meteorites. At that time, it only burned out a few magic hubs. Wizards from the engineering department often use these castles to sneak into the deep sea to mine Andorra crystal and certain cherished minerals. So, these things, including stars, can fly into the sky?
George's expression became strange.
We have always been extremely curious about the starry sky, and the Magic Council has always been eager to observe the starry sky. I believe that theoretically, These things should be able to verify the heliocentric theory for the Forbidden Sanctuary, although it has not been put into practice yet. But the Magic Council seems to have great confidence in this.
It is true that there is no need to practice. The ancient Kashgar people have already practiced it for you. Just repair their things and it will be okay. George looked at the three-dimensional image in front of him and was in a daze. He suspected that Nachi Angel might be in the Forbidden Sanctuary, and he had already found many things of the ancient Kashia people. In Anthony's words, Soraya noticed that there were many areas in the large floating island that were empty, as if they were made up of mini biscuits made of steel bars. She couldn't help but point to the empty spaces and asked strangely,
"It seems like the city is not completely built. Well, it seems that they have been like this since I was born. I don't know if this island was damaged in some war, but the Magic Council has never meant to repair it."
At this point, Anthony looked at Riscard.
"Do you know anything about this?"
When Riscard was in the Forbidden Sanctuary, he was only one step away from the position of Dean, so he knows more stuff. As far as Anthony knew, before Riscard left, he made a big fuss in the sanctuary if he hadn't awakened the sleeping witch spirit. Even the Grand Dean would have been killed by this guy.
"Anthony, in fact, I have always suspected that this floating city was not built by us. Maybe it is not too difficult to use Andorra crystal to float an island. After all, as long as there is enough power, even a piece of bricks can also fly into the sky." But before I left, I almost explored the restricted areas of the Forbidden Sanctuary and looked at some of its internal structures. This is not at the level we can achieve, and it is even difficult to understand. I have always suspected that our technologies all come from the sleeping witch spirit in the sanctuary.
Witch spirits are often the remaining energy forms of ancient witches. They possess extremely powerful power, and can even destroy a city under the conditions of magical time and space. The vast majority of wizard spirits are unconscious. However, there are also wizard spirits who have retained consciousness over the long years. Every conscious witch spirit exists like the light of dawn in the hearts of forbidden wizards. These witch spirits are all ancient witches. According to records, when certain powerful souls are injected into the demonic nexus, they will also become witch spirits. And like a lich, he uses this to achieve eternal life. There is such a person in the Forbidden Sanctuary. He is one of the founders of the Forbidden Sanctuary, and is known as the Saint of the Forbidden Wizards. Thousands of years ago, during the darkest era that the Forbidden Wizards had experienced, he led the Forbidden Wizards to escape from the oppression of the Holy Court, left the Kingdom of Stars, guided the wizards to overseas, and established the Forbidden Wizards Sanctuary. He is the greatest Dean in thousands of years. He is also the longest living Dean, because he is a lich. Anthony and the Dean had some connections. Anthony was born in the highest ranking wizarding family in the Forbidden Sanctuary, and was a serious pure-blood wizard. Anthony's great-grandfather was the Lich's most proud disciple. After the Lich Lord successfully transformed his form, he gave himself a new name, Prometheus, literally translated from common language. Actually means fire of truth. According to Anthony, Lord Prometheus has been helping the wizards control the energy operation of the Forbidden Sanctuary and providing them with intellectual guidance. And he can also use the power of the demonic center to use all the instruments in the sanctuary connected to the demonic center to help the wizards complete the research on the subject. At the same time, Prometheus can also use the astrology instrument to complete calculations that the wizards cannot complete. And it can also instantly grasp the knowledge stored in the memory crystal ball by wizards. This is a fantasy that almost every wizard dreams of. It can be said that the emergence of Prometheus has made the immortal form of Lich completely outdated. However, Riscard firmly believes that the body of this wizard is not the magic hub, but the entire floating city. He does not just control the core magic hub and the connected instruments. Instead, he controls the entire floating city. Riscard stroked his beard and said, "I have always suspected that this floating city was not completely built by the Forbidden Sanctuary. Because I did not find any relevant records in the books, it seemed to have suddenly appeared in the sanctuary thousands of years ago. On the island, the magic energy of the Holy Island allows it to float, allowing the wizards to have a city in the sky. However, the wizards really began to understand and use this city in the sky 300 years ago, the emergence of Prometheus. Many technologies also made rapid breakthroughs at that time." The name Prometheus couldn't help but make George frown, but he didn't interrupt and continued to listen to Riscard's story. "I suspect that this thing is something that the Magic Council found from an ancient ruin. I guess that the witch spirit was specially created by the Magic Council to understand this thing. This allows the witch spirit to know everything about the floating city. Secret, but under the guidance of the witch spirit. The Magic Council still has no way to repair these damaged areas. Our material technology is not enough." "Have you ever communicated with that witch spirit?" George suddenly asked.
There was a trace of fear in Rusgard's eyes. The magic energy consumption of the Forbidden Sanctuary has been very large, which prevented him from using too much power. But he is still like a god of magic, he can even control the entire floating city. At this point, Rusgard's expression became a little weird. He coughed, looked at the sky, and then said to George, "In fact, I think Prometheus is very similar to the Light of Dawn to some extent. It's similar, but I can confirm that Prometheus is a living person, and the Light of Dawn is not a human being. I hope I don't offend you." "Thank you, Rusgard." Dawnlight was indeed offended. "Are you sure that Prometheus was later poured into the floating city instead of existing in the floating city itself?" George frowned and asked suddenly. "I'm sure." Rusgard's words were decisive. "Because he is my mentor, although he has never thought highly of me. And later he hated me because of some of the little jokes I made. But it is undeniable the thing is, he is the wisest wizard I have ever seen. And I have always been proud to be able to study with him, even though I have been expelled." Hearing these words, Anthony couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth among Rusgard's actions. The most intolerable thing for the Forbidden Sanctuary was that he exorcised the body left behind by his mentor. Anatomy. To this day, in the body left behind by Prometheus, or rather the dissected remains, there are still a few finger bones that have not been found. It must have become a collection of some wizard. Thinking of this, Anthony couldn't help but think of the wand that Rusgard had recently asked him to make. He picked up the wand from beside him, and looked at the finger bones holding gems on it. And his expression turned extremely ugly. "Prometheus, fire of truth." George nodded, slowly looked at the necromancer who had always dreamed of studying the gods, and said, "Rusgard, I think it is right for him to fire you. You are too curious, and you should feel very honored to have this mentor." Chapter 586, Ancient Witch Spirit. Immortal body? After hearing what George said, Rusgard touched his beard and was a little confused. But the Light of Dawn noticed what George meant. "The CEO is saying, well, it's very possible." At this moment, George felt someone pull up his sleeve. He raised his head and saw Soraya standing in front of him, looking at the three-dimensional graphics reflected by Anthony in a daze. "Xiao! George!" Soraya suddenly remembered something. She looked at George and said with some hesitation, "George, I hope I have seen these floating islands in some records. But the big island where the Forbidden Sanctuary is located is incomplete. It should have been a rectangle. It should be flatter and have no soil." Soraya may have indeed seen it. The Light of Dawn feels that there may be their patterns in the Golden Kingdom. George nodded. He already knew what these things were. That big island is probably the orbital platform left by the ancient Kashia people in ancient times. As for the small umbrellas floating on the islands, if all the soil on them is removed, they are starship modules or, perhaps, the wreckage of the starship where the ancient Kashia people fell. They were collected by the angels from all over the world. And then over the centuries, attempts were made to activate them. Maybe wreck is not the right word to describe it, because although they have been covered with soil for tens of thousands of years, they are probably very complete inside. It is unknown what materials these starships are made of. So many of the wrecks were not damaged after falling to the earth. I am afraid that only when the seven gods were at their peak, they had the power to destroy them. George believed that when Cherubaeus tried his best to drag Creation Angel to go with him, it was probably to repair or activate these starship wreckage. However, Cherubim has found another group of people who can replace the founding angels. And it seems that after more than 300 years of hard work, they are almost successful. The orbital platform did not fly into high altitudes. Perhaps this was to reduce energy consumption and facilitate the collection of resources. So it stayed on the sea. The Forbidden Sanctuary masters gravity technology. When everything is ready, I'm afraid it will be pulled to the orbit and assembled into a starship. George's eyes looked at the small triangular umbrellas. These umbrellas are probably modular. After pulling it to the track, combine it. As for the cherubim, I'm afraid it has already integrated with the starship. And that lich was probably originally an incarnation of Cherubaeus, or a wizard who worshipped and questioned the god of magic. The forbidden wizard's questioning of the gods made the seven gods extremely angry. But there is one exception among them. The god of wisdom is very interested in this. Because of this god, the existence of the god was originally questioned. Therefore, he secretly guided these wizards, reserved a fire of truth for them, and secretly allowed these heresies to carry out research that was of interest to the god of wisdom. He started the forbidden research that was not allowed by other gods. Unintentionally, those forbidden wizards who were traveling discovered a relic left by the ancient Kashia people in this world. With the help of the god of wisdom, they moved the ruins to the Holy Island.
But even with the wisdom of the gods, it is still impossible to fully understand that platform and starship module. Until Prometheus came along. The godhead of cherubim has probably been reshaped in the sanctuary. And the entire sanctuary has become his heaven in a sense. For cherubim, perhaps the current form is the most perfect. Perhaps this feeling is even more perfect than when Cherubaeus was a god.
Prometheus, I'm afraid he is that person.
George nodded, already confirming his point of view. Rusgard's eyes suddenly widened, and he suddenly understood why the boss said,
"You should indeed feel honored."
His face couldn't help but turn pale. But a moment later, the mad scientist's face suddenly turned red. He was shaking all over in the excitement, and couldn't help but snatched his wand from Anthony's hand, and observed his treasure with burning eyes. George's words and Rusgard's actions made Anthony confused. But after he looked at Soraya, this smart wizard suddenly guessed who Prometheus was. Only Soraya kept frowning. She asked,
"George, you said Melagacious is a lunatic."
Soraya's eyes suddenly widened.
"Well, it should be called Prometheus.
George nodded slowly. The form of cherubim now is probably completely different from before. It is very possible that he has become something between a god and a creature like the light of dawn.
Well, it should be called Prometheus.
George nodded slowly. 6 of the 7 archangels who have replaced the 7 gods in protecting the world have been found. The spirit of dawn light was connected to all 4 people. And he almost said the wrong thing. George nodded. Indeed, the 7 archangels have already found 6 people. After the sons of the 7 gods woke up, they were looking for ways to avoid the corruption of the ancient gods at that time. They were the new gods after the fall of the 7 gods. Among them, Soteriah, Ariadne, and Thoriwood, the angel of creation, were the luckiest. Under the guidance of the light of dawn, they successfully escaped the catastrophe of corruption and reshaped themselves. The most reckless god of war and the smartest cherubim also used their own methods to get rid of the corruption of the ancient gods. One is a fool and the other is a madman. In addition to these 2 people wandering around, there are 2 other people. One is the angel of mercy. She discovered Morphos's movements, sealed the entrance to hell and this world, sacrificed herself, and bought a precious period of time for the humans he regarded as his children. This lineage of mercy angels are the martyrs of all dawn believers. Although those heroes who are lucky enough to survive are trying to destroy the world. But the contribution they have made to this world cannot be questioned. The entire sanctuary stands on their shoulders. Compassion and generosity are the most kind and innocent gods among the 7 gods. In the mythological system of the Holy Court, one of them is the Madonna, who often saves mankind from danger. One is the Savior who once stopped the war between gods, saved mankind, and reconciled the 7 gods into one body. In that era when human civilization was in its infancy and ignorance, one of them taught people what compassion and sacrifice are, and the other taught people what generosity and tolerance are. They are the 2 greatest gods among the 7 gods. George believes that the original intention of showing mercy and generosity may not be for himself, but for the whole world, for their people. Mercy has fulfilled its great mission, and generosity must have a story as great as the angel of mercy. However, if he has fallen, then I am afraid he will be a far more terrifying existence than Annihilus. George pursed his lips, already having some guesses about Aloysius's identity. Indeed, only the heroic body of the generous angel could accommodate him. While George was thinking, Anthony and Rusgard pointed at the 3-dimensional image of the forbidden sanctuary and started talking. The 2 were greatly surprised by George's statement about the starship. Although they didn't know what a starship was, they could guess that it was something that could be used to explore the outer world. After George opened the window paper, the 2 wizards began to remodel the 3-dimensional figures. After removing the soul wrapped around the floating islands, these things became less and less like what they were. Floating fortress. Soraya looked at these gradually changing images, and she was in a daze, and her expression became more and more weird. She had indeed seen something of this style. Soraya looked at George secretly and couldn't help but feel very guilty. Maybe I should have brought a few back? Or take George to have a look. But how can we explain this? The more the 2 wizards discussed, the more certain they became that many of the technologies in the sanctuary may not be original to the wizards. Their ideas are often based on their experience and understanding of the world. The creators of technology may perceive and understand the world in a completely different way than humans. After thinking about it, George slowly looked at Anthony and Rusgard.
Forbidden Sanctuary. What has been researched over the years?
According to Rusgard, there was an academic dispute in the sanctuary before he left. And after that, the sanctuary gave up many other projects and specialized in several fields. As far as George is concerned, it's all about aviation. And these wizards have been able to study safely in the Forbidden Sanctuary until now, because of a big killing weapon that even the gods are in awe of.
Indeed, as Rusgard said, after that academic dispute, the Sanctuary gave up other research, and the specialized research in these fields also allowed the Sanctuary to develop greatly. But to be honest, I have always felt a little pity for the resolution of that parliament in that historical meeting.
Anthony shook his head and said,
If the Sanctuary can carry out more work, I am afraid that the brilliance of magic has illuminated the earth over the years. At least it can compete with the heavenly army of the Holy Court. Otherwise, it will definitely be a great help to Sanctuary. Anthony, you don't know something,
Rusgard said with a complicated expression.
200 years ago, the terrifying shadow of the Sanctuary once shrouded the head of the Sanctuary.
That is a top secret that has been sealed by history. It is the most intense collision between magic and theology in the world. In the end, magic wins.
The radiance of the sun drowned the vast fleet of the Holy Court in a terrifying tsunami. Even the heavenly armed forces in the sky fell to the earth like snowflakes.
Nuclear explosion. George pursed his lips and said this word. He couldn't help but think of the demonic nexus he detonated in Darkins before. I am afraid that when the first magic hub appeared in the Sanctuary, they had already mastered this weapon. However, it is unknown whether this explosion was based on the technology of the demonic nexus or the wizard's pure nuclear research. Rusgard was just a young ordinary wizard at that time and did not fully know the secret. However, he witnessed the battle.
In the blazing high temperature, many things in the core have even been completely vaporized. Even the dead creatures cannot be transcended to the kingdom of heaven. They directly turn into energy and dissipate. Only a few steps away from the center. Only those who die kilometers away can be summoned to heaven and become heroic spirits.
In the light of the Archangel of the Holy Court, most of the dead heroes returned to the kingdom of heaven. The door of the kingdom of heaven opened wide, and an extremely terrifying number of the holy army of the kingdom of heaven appeared. But this war eventually evolved in an extremely strange direction in the Sanctuary, and the Holy Court came together to fight against something. Many heavenly forces in the core of the explosion survived after turning on heavenly protection, including an archangel. However, in that explosion, they all became a terrifying chaotic species. In the end, this war evolved into a battle between humans and demons. This dark history has been sealed forever. The Holy Court was completely afraid of the power of the Sanctuary. The two sides signed an agreement not to invade each other, and the Sanctuary never used that weapon again after that. The Magic Council believed that it would bring destruction to the entire world, which was completely inconsistent with their original intention. And the chaotic species that the angels turned into also made the Sanctuary extremely frightened. Soraya's face became complicated, and she said,
The kingdom of heaven we abandoned was already filled with chaotic beliefs in that era. The heavenly warriors of the Holy Court themselves have been fighting against corruption. They do not have pure beliefs. Support, under the stimulation of that huge power. It is not surprising that it turns into a chaotic species.
At this point, Soraya suddenly gritted her teeth.
That damn guy. This thing he developed is just to deal with us.
George shook his head. He thought Soraya's imagination of this weapon might be exaggerated. It can indeed pose a threat to Archangel/Fallen Angel level things, but only if these guys go out naked and are in the middle of the core explosion. If you are prepared, Siljak, who is wearing EVA, can withstand the first round of attacks with the help of an artifact like the Netherworld Scroll, which is equivalent to opening a phase space barrier when unfolding the maze. And if it is in existence at the level of the 7 gods, I am afraid that there is no such fear at all. They are the existence that destroyed the ancient Kashia people. Nuclear weapons are extremely primitive compared to the weapons at the disposal of the ancient Kashgars. Soraya has now lost her godhead, and her power is no longer what it once was. And she had never really seen it, so she felt very scared after hearing the description. But no matter what, during that war, the Forbidden Wizards had completely demonstrated their intimidating power. They had the ability to perish together with the Holy Court. So far, there has been no conflict between the Holy Court and the Sanctuary. Chapter 587. The most professional spokesperson. Unprecedented grand occasion.
The meeting to determine the future research field was after that war. The Magic Council believed that possessing this weapon was completely sufficient, and they did not intend to have any more conflicts with the Holy Court. This is a sensible approach.
George nodded. If the conflict with the Holy Court continues, the world will already be in turmoil before the devil comes, and I am afraid that the Angel of Wisdom also believes that he alone cannot fight against the other 6 people. These 6 special forces would not fight him on a frontal battlefield. If they sneaked into the Forbidden Sanctuary to cause trouble for him, in the hands of the cherubim, there would be no one who could resist Soraya and the others. Although the current Forbidden Sanctuary has no longer researched the big killer weapon, it has spent all its time to completely conquer several areas.
In recent decades, the technology that the Forbidden Sanctuary has specialized in is the sun.
Anthony said.
The Magic Council wants to create a magic sun with endless energy in the Forbidden Sanctuary. When I left the sanctuary 6 years ago, this technology had gradually matured.
During Anthony's story, George initially suspected that the technology he described was controllable nuclear fusion. But this energy can be used interchangeably with magic energy and stimulate the wizard's magic potential. Andorra crystals are fire accelerants. The conversion rate of the magic energy released by that reactor in a short period of time is dozens of times higher than that of the magic hub. The raw material is water, but the waste produced is gold. This fusion was beyond George's understanding of modern science. But the material conversion rate is definitely more than 1%. Rusgard was also amazed by these technologies.
It was only more than 100 years ago. When I left, this was still just a theory.
George nodded. Indeed, this speed is much faster than the Earth. Specializing in aviation technology has indeed achieved great results. But a group of witch doctors suddenly developed from a medieval civilization to a level that far exceeds the technology of the Earth, and they also think they can build an immigration system before the end. Starship. 300 years is absolutely not enough. Unless they are. These people are basing their research on some of the techniques of the ancient Kashia people. Many things don't need to be made, just fixed. George couldn't help but look at the three-dimensional projection of the Forbidden Sanctuary in front of Anthony. From that point of view, it seems that there are many things that Sanctuary has not yet understood.
The time for the Forbidden Sanctuary is indeed a bit tight. After all, they are not just planning to explore the starry sky.
George shook his head and said,
No wonder this guy was so mysterious when he left,
Soraya said through gritted teeth.
But, sir,
Anthony said with an ugly look on his face,
if you say that the project studied by the Forbidden Sanctuary is for the Ark of Salvation, then why did they reprimand me and use a sentence when I proposed the death theory? A paper that disproved my theory. In fact, Anthony, they can kill you,
George said.
But if that happens, the world will know that you were right.
At this moment, Anthony's mind was dizzy. He suddenly discovered that even if some of his colleagues had known these secrets, they had never planned to fight against the Doomsday. They didn't even plan to take everyone away. George touched his chin. From the research point of view, it seems that Cherubim has no intention of resisting the Doomsday. So he roped in the smartest scientists in the world and studied how to escape. The shadow left by the ancient god was too terrifying. For the 7 gods, this is something that is simply impossible to fight against. As for the brothers of Cherubim, they were unable to work together. Some of them want to become gods again, and some want to survive the disaster. Some run away from home thinking about saving the world in their own way. Everyone has different ways and cannot work together. And apart from the 7 gods, it is difficult for various countries to unite together. Even Dawn of Light invited an expert to come over, and it took a lot of effort to unite half of the world. For Cherubim, a scientist, it is too difficult for him to unite people all over the world to save the world. I'm afraid the angels have already seen clearly what humans will do in this apocalypse. In addition, the memory that the ancient god brought to the 7 gods was too profound. He was the nemesis of the gods. And even the remaining shadows could kill the gods in corruption. Whether you plan to run away or not, I don't care about you. But if you want to leave, you must leave all the technology behind. Otherwise, I will take your brothers and sisters to the Forbidden Sanctuary and blow up your sun. After talking about the sanctuary, the 2 wizards reported on the situation of the sanctuary. While George and the others were discussing, Aji suddenly knocked on the door and walked in.
Boss, someone is coming from the Temple of the Sun. It will be dawn in more than 2 hours. The saints in the outer hall have already started to prepare for you too. When will you bathe and change clothes? Shower and change clothes?
George blinked the dark circles under his eyes, not understanding what Aji meant. Soraya rubbed her eyes, yawned, stretched and said,
Today is the sacrifice of the hunting festival.
Aji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that someone still remembered this incident. Then, he nodded to the projections of Anthony and Rusgard. It seemed that Aggie, the thief, was not surprised by the projections of the 2 wizards. Indeed, the soundproofing of this room is not that good for this top assassin. At this moment, George suddenly remembered that today was hunting day. According to the custom of the southern wilderness, the sacrifice should begin when the sun rises. So usually at 2 or 3 in the morning, many people start to make preparations. The tribes and nobles can arrive later, but they also had to reach the temple before dawn, because after dawn, The ceremony ends. Everyone has to go hunting and offer the prey to the sun god divided into first offering, second offering and final offering. Not all of these prey will be sent to the temple of the sun, because the prey returned from hunting by many tribes often comes in hundreds or even thousands. Therefore, the Khan or the great shaman or high priest would select the best prey and then offer it to their gods. The whole sacrifice is not over until dusk. Today George is the protagonist. He has to preside over the ceremony early in the morning and lead everyone to pray to the sun god in the sun temple before sunrise. After the sun rises, George will lead the tribe to hunt non-stop. The more prey you hunt, the more blessings you get from the sun god, and the more it symbolizes a prosperous future. For the sake of good luck, starting from 3 days ago, the people of Avali went to the mountains and forests to hunt, pray. In fact, Avali was the most nervous about today's sacrifice, because the holy court envoy presided over the ceremony of the sun god, which caused a trace of restlessness in the originally harmonious city of Helenska that he could not calm down. For many people, this is difficult to accept.
Oh, I have heard about the hunting festival in the southern wilderness.
The knowledgeable Anthony looked at the planetarium in the laboratory and said,
based on the longitude and latitude of Helenska, when today's sunrise shines over there, it should be at 5:15. But there should be heavy fog over there today, and daybreak should be around 6 o'clock. All right, at 5:15. It seems I can't catch up on my sleep,
George said, rubbing his eyes. It's already past 3 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, George had to arrive at the Temple of the Sun. Then he would take 8 representatives of the Sun royal family and ride throughout the city. Then before dawn, they must return to the temple to accompany everyone in the darkness, waiting for the light to come.
It's already past 3 o'clock? Damn it. It's all your fault, George. I haven't had a good sleep for a long time.
Soraya looked at George with some annoyance, came to the bed, picked up the sacrificial robe, and said,
hurry up and change your clothes. I'll tell you what the high priest has to do. It's just a ceremony. Why should it be so complicated and solemn? I'm afraid it's too late. That's it for today, Anthony.
After saying that, George closed the Book of Dawn. He stretched and said, compared to Soraya, who only slept less because of insomnia, he really had no time to sleep. But we will start our journey after today, and by then we can sleep in the car again. George winked at Soraya and said,
don't worry, my Miss Sun God, your spokesperson, is the most professional in the world. There will be no mistakes.
Seeing George's confident look, Soraya suddenly realized that this guy had already made all these preparations. The so-called tell me about the sacrifice was just an excuse. Today's hunting festival may be the most unprecedented event in the history of Helenska City. Its scale even exceeded that of the Sun Festival in the year of the Blood Moon. The entire city was deserted, and in the darkness, there seemed to be burning fire dragons snaking through the city. Residents held torches, buckets and basins, and continued to flock to the Sun Temple. Viewed from a distance, the city of Helenska, shrouded in mist, was a fiery red in the sky. In the hazy night, it seemed as if the entire city was burning. No wonder today is so lively, because there are rumors that the person who presided over the ceremony today was the envoy of the Holy Court, not the high priest of the tribe. This situation is extremely special for both the people of Southern Wilderness and the people of Iberia. Is the sun god the incarnation of the 7 gods? Those who still have expectations for the Holy Court are filled with excitement. Those people who had converted to their faith were full of anxiety. But those people who were very stubborn in their belief in the sun god were indignant. For some, this is exactly what they have always hoped for. And for some, this is simply unacceptable. People in the streets were talking a lot, and many people even gathered together in the streets to shout loudly, almost turning into a riot. However, what is interesting is that in this commotion, most of the aggrieved people were the Iberian people. They loudly cried out for their masters. The people of Southern Wilderness, who should have been in intense emotions, instead stood with their arms folded and looked on coldly. Silence is because they do not need to use their voices to tell their neighbors that their loyalty to the sun god is true. But in this silence, there was also a trace of anger in their hearts, because they couldn't understand why the elders of the Sun Temple would make such a ridiculous decision. Compared with ordinary people, the thoughts of nobles are more complicated. After hearing the news about the banquet, the entire Iberian nobles had all left their territories and gathered here. In previous years, they were not so enthusiastic about the hunting festival. Many nobles know that with the arrival of the holy envoy, their backs may be straightened in the future. But the change of ceremony host was like a basin of cold water, extinguishing most of the fire in their hearts. The holy messenger has crossed the red line. The nobles could not understand why this holy envoy would have such a stupid idea in this great situation. It was simply superfluous. The bright future that could have been expected turned into an illusory bubble. And this holy envoy, like those in the holy court, was stupid, arrogant and overjoyed. Many tribal leaders are very complicated in their hearts. The lords of the southern wilderness, who originally looked forward to peace between the north and the south, suddenly became worried. They were worried that the holy messenger's move would anger other tribes. Tribes such as Fire Wolf, who had come all the way over the past few days, were originally a little unhappy with the holy envoy. And now they felt even more suffocated. They couldn't understand why Abli would follow those dim-sighted elders and act like this.
Quiet! Quiet!
In the midst of the noise, the temple's high priest, Babar, pressed his hands and couldn't help but secretly wipe his cold sweat. There were too many people here today, and it was still very early before the ceremony started. So the entire temple was already packed, and the torches and crowds in the distance outside the main hall door continued to crowd towards the temple. Just now, the eldest prince sent another group of soldiers, 2,000, to maintain order outside the temple, at least to clear the path for the holy envoy. The holy messenger had arrived long ago, earlier than everyone else. The first step of the ceremony is not in the temple, but on the sun platform outside. When everyone arrived, he performed the
baptism of sun and fire
to the representatives of each ministry. At that time, everyone was not so noisy, but it was not out of respect, but because the power left by the original messenger was still in people's hearts. But when the messenger led the team out of the temple, all the demons and monsters came out. At this time, the team should still be around the city, lighting the sun fire for Helenska city, so that the residents in the city can also receive the baptism of the sun fire. The roads everywhere have been decorated with torches since a week ago. There are tens of thousands of torches on both sides of the city's roads, each one 3 or 4 meters high, hanging in the air like a street lamp. The team that lights the fire must be divided into 8 parts. They must hold bows without arrows and light these torches while riding fast, even with a large number of people in the team. This is no small project, and if it is not a sharp archer, 2 hours is simply not enough time. And if someone in the team is not good enough and shoots the rocket elsewhere, he will be doused with water by the crowd guarding near the altar if the fire that ignited the team is doused. Then the team will still have to do it in full view of the public. Embarrassingly, he climbed onto the high-altitude torch to make fire. This is very insulting. Therefore, this is a ceremony that extremely tests equestrian skills. And in this world, except Sun City and Helenska City, no city dares to have the confidence to hold such a ceremony. Shooting someone is a trivial matter, because the arrow has little power and has no head, so it cannot hurt anyone. But if you don't do it right, it will catch fire. Now, there is still a moment before the start, and there is not much time left for the ignition team. Don't disturb the holy messenger or upset the holy fire. Chapter 588 I. Sotariah. Worship myself. Don't disturb the holy messenger or upset the holy fire. The high priest Babar is not worried that the messenger's team will make mistakes in archery, because most of the team is composed of people from the 8 departments, and each of them is an expert archer. You can't shoot wrong with your eyes closed. He was worried that some residents would maliciously throw water at the messenger. In previous years, no matter how careful the person who opened the road was, it was inevitable that some water would be stained on them. So pouring some water on it doesn't matter. But if the holy envoy becomes a drowned rat, then when he returns to the temple, in the eyes of the nobles, the situation will not be good. Thinking of this, the shamans concerning the high priest Babar quickly maintained order and sent people outside to take a look at the situation. Not long after, a shaman rushed back from the door of the temple in a panic.
Sir! Your Majesty! The team is back!
When the high priest Babar saw the shaman's panic, his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly took people out to greet him. In the far distance of the temple avenue, torches lit up like long dragons from the far end of the field of vision. Wherever the long dragons went, the dim sky was suddenly illuminated by the burning torches. The fire was far more dazzling than the torches in the hands of the crowd, and it even dispersed the heavy fog in the sky. The sun warriors who followed the messenger seemed to have already put down their bows and arrows. With solemn and sacred faces, they rode horses and followed the leader in front. Wherever the team passed, pure white sun flames were lit on the tall torches. It was like the sacred fire of the sun on both sides of the road was clearing the way for the entire team. The crowds on the road knelt down to worship as the lighting procession advanced. The previous indignation on their faces had all disappeared, replaced by a kind of holiness and piety. The Sun King rode forward, and the whole city, shrouded in his brilliance, knelt down in front of him. The sun god envoy stood in front of the statue on the high platform, holding the prayer platform with both hands, facing the bottom of the hall, his eyes closed, his expression pious and solemn. Nobles were kneeling inside the temple, and people were kneeling in the square outside the temple, amidst the hymns of the choir and the noisy prayers of the crowd. Everyone is waiting for today's sunrise. They believe that today's sacrifice must be different from the past. On both sides of the hall and on the altar of the high platform, there are many statues of gods. Among them, the largest statue standing behind George has a long sword at its waist, a spear in its left hand, and a scale in its right hand. His appearance is very similar to the statue of the 7 gods in the Holy Court, and he even has 12 wings. But the armor on his body is not a knight's armor, but a beautiful willow leaf armor, and the 12 wings on his back are not feathers either, more like thin ribbons or wings of light. If some shamans have been to the City of the Sun, they will know why George said, "You can't even tell whether the sun god is male or female, because in that temple of the sun, a man is worshipped. Helenska's is female, and if anyone pays attention, they will find that the faces of the sun angel statues kneeling in front of the statue of the sun god are exactly the same. These statues in the temple were carved by the elders of the tribe based on their dreams and memories, and each one has its own name. If you look through the books in the temple, you will find their names in the kingdom of heaven. The several statues on the edge are even depicted according to the faces of some elders. They are ancient heroes, living antiques, regardless of whether they have a place in the kingdom of heaven. Their statues should also be here. Look, I didn't lie to you, George." On the high platform of the temple, Saraya, who looked like a knight standing next to the Pope, nodded with her chin to a huge statue at the far end of the right side of the temple, quietly whispered. George did not answer. He looked solemn and focused on praying. Give full play to your professional qualities. But Averly, who was standing beside George like an attendant, couldn't help but quietly open his eyes after hearing this whisper like a mosquito, and turned back to stare at the face of the statue again. After swallowing his dry throat, Averly said cautiously, "Yes, it is a bit like you." "Well," the craftsman farts. "Farts? How does it look like me? I have a high nose." Saraya pointed to an angel sculpture on the right side of Averly with a red face and said, "I mean, Michael holy object in hand. Saraya, when you return to Skyhawk in Frostfang, you have already explained to the CEO that your appearance is similar to the statue. Please don't hide it." After hearing the reminder from the light of dawn, Saraya couldn't help but quickly close her mouth and pretended to start praying. But her words had already made Averly's mind unable to calm down any longer. "Michael, this name is engraved on the Temple Sun book. This is the holy name in heaven of the greatest saint in the history of Southern Wilderness. And this huge angel sculpture is kneeling on the far right side of the hall, just like the knight captain kneeling under the king's throne. He knelt down on one knee before his father, and his sculptured stature towered over all the angels. He had been holding a huge sword in his hand, and holding a huge scroll high in one hand. The scroll was dragged from mid-air to the ground. It was engraved with runes, and those runes were faintly glowing. This scroll is the sacred object enshrined in the Sun Temple. It is the most powerful sacred object in the southern wasteland, except for the Sun City. Helenska relied on this holy object to condense the Sun Talisman one after another. The reason why Sun Warriors can appear in the northern southern wilderness like Sun City is because of the Sun Seal given by this holy object. Normally, the High Priest of the temple would use this long scroll to canonize the Sun Knight. While thinking about it, Averly suddenly discovered that the runes on the scroll seemed to be beating regularly, along with the sound of the crowd praying. The runes that jumped out became clearer and more numerous. Gradually, these runes rotated and flew into the air, flying into the murals on the dome. And the entire dim temple suddenly became filled with light as these runes flickered. Many people with their eyes closed mistakenly think that the sun has risen after feeling this light. When they opened their eyes, they discovered something abnormal on the statue. People stared at all this in stunned silence, and the books in the hands of the choir boys also fell down. The noisy prayers in the hall gradually quieted down, and the only sound left in the hall was the echo of George's prayers. This echoing sound was so clear in this silent hall, and the runes flying out of the long scroll of the statue became more and more following the rhythm of the sound. Gradually, the sound echoing in the hall became louder and louder, like a voice coming from the kingdom of heaven. Suddenly, sections of ethereal hymns, accompanied by the prayers of the chief priest, echoed in the hall. The painting on the dome suddenly came to life. Chapter 589 Archangel Michael. Amidst the loud prayers of the chief priest,
The painting on the dome suddenly came to life. People watched helplessly as the angels in the mural kept flying in the mural. And the way their mouths opened and closed seemed to indicate that the hymn was sung by them. As more and more runes rushed toward the dome of the temple became radiant, and the entire temple became brightly lit under the pure holy light. In the dim city of Helenska, this temple shines so brightly. The crowd inside and outside the temple saw golden runes. These runes are the power of their thoughts. And whether they believe in the 7 gods, or the sun god in their hearts young, or the envoys of the kingdom of stars, the runes jump out of their bodies, and follow the guidance of the sun, and flew to the sun temple. These runes may have different appearances, but people can feel that they all have the same essence because they come from the desire for sunshine, and the hope in their hearts. At this moment, the lords and nobles of the southern wilderness in the temple, no matter what they truly believed in their hearts, suddenly stood up and stared outside. This was the first time they had ever witnessed a miracle. A true miracle. Amidst the roaring mountains and tsunami outside, countless runes were flying in the sky. Filled with runes, the temple was like a shining sun, illuminating the entire city of Helenska. Then, above the clouds in the sky, a ray of light pierced the darkness and fell into the temple. The huge door to heaven gradually opened in the light of the sky. Many sun angels flew out of the gate with waving wings of light. They surrounded a huge seraph and slowly landed above the temple. Suddenly, the city, which was cheering like the tide, suddenly became quiet. Everything is like a dream. Countless eyes looked at the angels in the sky. Some of them had light wings, and some had feathered wings. Some were wearing sun armor, and some were wearing holy court armor. There are also some people whose armor is exactly the same as the armor of the Dawn Knights, who lit the torch team before. In the blink of an eye, thousands of heavenly arms, thousands of heroic spirits, and heavenly servants have flown to every corner of the city. As they fly, the golden runes in the air are gathered by them and taken back to heaven. Within the gates of heaven, angels come and go. At this moment, people saw the huge angel in the center of the sky suddenly raising the long sword in his hand. The shining long sword was exactly the same as the long sword in Michael's hand in the temple of the sun. The archangel suddenly waved the long sword in his hand. And then, the sunlight around the temple began to spread rapidly. It was like a dawn fire was suddenly ignited. In this fire, the night was suddenly dispersed. The light of dawn fell on the earth. And in the sunlight, many golden runes shone. After the runes landed in the city of Helenska, they became attached to it. It exerted a layer of protective power on the city. The fog in the distance outside the city was suddenly pushed to the end of the field of vision as the city's light flickered, and eventually spread to 100 miles away from Helenska city. Once, many people believed that the sunshine over the city of Helenska was the glory of the sun god. But today, they finally knew that the real sunshine was warmer and more dazzling than anything they had ever seen. After more than 10 years, the fields in the distance of Helenska city were finally shrouded in sunshine again. This sunshine is different from before. It not only shines on the nobles living in the city, but also on the poor people living outside the city. The power that unites it is no longer the glory of heaven, but the power in everyone's heart. People fell to the ground, with tears streaming down their faces, and loudly recited the holy names of the sun god or the 7 gods. The faith of Dawn is indeed far better than that of the 7 gods. Archangel Michael looked at what was happening in the distance and sighed in his heart. In fact, he felt very uneasy when he heard Dawn of Light conveying the tasks assigned by the CEO to him. Because today's world is different from what it once was. It is no longer possible for the angels of the 7 gods to perform miracles. This is true even if the 7 are still alive, because the power of chaos has blocked the gathering of faith. But what he didn't expect was that the power he released turned out to be more powerful and pure than before. Because when he performed such miracles before, he relied on the power of the 7 gods. But this time, the power he used belonged to everyone in the city. Although this kind of power is not as huge as the power of the 7 gods, it is more pure and surging. Not only can it not be corrupted by the fog, it can also neutralize the fog and corruption. This is far beyond the power of the 7 gods. Reached, he could deeply feel the difference between these two powers. And he could also feel that the power of the 7 gods came from them. At this moment, looking at the city of Helenska roaring in the mountains below, Michael bowed his head and paid a slight tribute. A glimmer of enlightenment suddenly appeared in his heart, and he understood the words that the light of dawn had taught him. Perhaps this world has never belonged to the gods, but to all the people in the world. And we have never protected humans, but humans have always protected us. With the emergence of this understanding, some of the power mobilized by Michael merged into his body. This made his body, which was condensed like light, become more solid. It seems that the heavenly arms is different from the Dawn Knights. The strength of the former is mainly the power in people's hearts, and their own strength only accounts for a minority. But the power of the Dawn Knights belongs entirely to them. Therefore, before the Dawn Knights became heroes in the hearts of mankind, they were unable to mobilize the spiritual power of this world. However, the heavenly armed forces with holy names could mobilize these powers with a wave of their hands, revealing miracles. But when the world completely falls into eternal night, and people are completely desperate, the 7 angels will be corrupted, and the angel of dawn will be weak. Only the Knights of Dawn are still powerful, and can still illuminate the world, and leave a light of hope in people's hearts. At that time, these early heroes of the heavenly arms will become auxiliaries, and it will be the heroes of mankind who truly support the world. Michael suddenly felt that his loyalty to Dawn, Sanctuary, and the High Council might not always be in conflict. He also suddenly understood how he should address the Holy Envoy in that hall. Chapter 590, Voucher of Name. After the sun appeared, many angels flew back to heaven. But the tallest angel, and the dozen or so guards around him still stayed in midair. See those angels acting contrary to other angels. The crowd in the city suddenly realized something amid the excited shouting, and couldn't help but let out waves of tsunami-like shouts. Following these bursts of chanting, the remaining angels bowed to the crowd, and then landed in the temple. The bodies of these angels are bloodless and fleshless, as if they are condensed from the pure power of Dawn. Obviously, they are the most devout Dawn believers in the kingdom of heaven. Over the years, they have used the power of Dawn to reinvent themselves. It is different from other heavenly weapons. As they passed through the stone wall of the temple's dome, their bodies suddenly turned into balls of light, descending into the temple's main hall without any hindrance. In the eyes of the people in the temple, it seemed as if a ball of light suddenly descended from the dome and landed on the statues. Some of these statues were originally erected next to the sun god, and some were erected at both ends of the hall. At this moment, under the silent attention of the crowd in the main hall, these statues suddenly radiated light from head to toe. As these rays of light flashed by, the body of the statue continued to become smaller and became flesh and blood. The gods opened their eyes suddenly, and then Shir-Shiran sorted out his clothes, packed up his weapons and armor. Looking at the tall sun angel, who was slowly putting away the long scroll in his hand in the high hall on the far right side of the station, the priests couldn't help but feel furious. They will never admit their mistake. This is the Michael who led the people of the southern wilderness to destroy the Ogre Empire hundreds of years ago. The birth of Michael into the world is something that no one has ever imagined. Perhaps from now on, the glory of the sun god will completely shine in the city of Helenska. All the angels, at this time, have slowly walked down the high hall and walked towards the altar at the front. Wherever he passed, people were lying on the ground like waves with tears in their eyes. However, in this difficult situation, they found that the Dawn Knights were still standing there, nodding slightly and saying low to the angels passing by. Seeing those Tianyang angels responding with smiles, like their colleagues, everyone in the hall couldn't help but blinked hard indeed. These people brought by the Holy Envoy may have known them for a long time. Or maybe these Dawn Knights are Michael's subordinates. People couldn't help but look towards the front of the hall while praying silently. They saw Michael adjusting his clothes, then stepped down from the high platform and walked towards the Holy Messenger who summoned him to this world. The Holy Envoy also prepared his clothes and walked out of the prayer platform with a sacred and solemn look on his face. He didn't know whether he planned to make way for Michael or to kneel on the ground and listen to the holy voice. But no matter which way the Holy Messenger chooses to greet him, people know that this will be a sacred moment recorded in history books. Suddenly, the angels and Dawn Knights gathered in the center of the hall knelt on the ground. Eyes widened and ears pricked. People waited to hear the word. The secretary was even on his knees, and hurriedly picked up the long scroll and pen on the ground, preparing to record this moment. At this moment, the seraphim walking towards the high platform. In people's eyes, he is like a god king. Your Majesty, Sir Speaker. Michael held up the scroll in his hand, and knelt down on one knee in front of the Holy Envoy, and the Grand Knight Commander beside the Holy Envoy. Fortunately, I have lived up to my command. The glory of dawn has fallen on this place. Above the sky, there was silence in the hall, and the corners of George's mouth twitched. He took the long scroll, looked at Michael deeply, and nodded slowly. He looked at the numerous heavenly arms behind Michael, all of whom held extremely high positions in the heavenly kingdom. This guy who cheats and cheats really understands, Soraya thought as she gritted her teeth. However, he didn't care too much about Michael's behavior in his heart after all. He had told him not to spill anything in front of George today. In addition, in her opinion,
This was also an assist from Michael in correcting her previous prophecy. She, Soraya, didn't canonize Smoker as the Sun King. She didn't know him at all. In the eyes of the people of the southern wilderness, this is the verification of the sun god's prophecy. The sanctuary is further north. However, in the eyes of George and Michael, everything was left unsaid. There is only one boss in the shelter, and the other angels are all presidents. No wonder this guy brought so many people here today. It turned out to be a certificate of submission. George looked at the people in the hall. Some people's faces were flushed and excited after hearing the words, "Your Majesty." Some people were pale and very nervous. He knew that the title Michael meant that he wanted to add a yellow robe to himself today. But in his heart, he didn't want to accept it. Where did he end up? Even to the west of the northern continent, he had not yet completely gathered them under his command. If you take too big a step, you will pull your balls. He put the words back. I saw George picking up the long scroll in his hand, turning around and kneeling at the foot of the statue of the sun god, shouting, "My noble Majesty the Queen, your most loyal lord has led your knights to bring the glory of the dawn. It falls on this sky." The silent hall was roaring with waves at this moment. They looked at the great Lord of Heaven, whose identity seemed to be more noble than Michael. With blazing eyes, Soraya, who was not far away, looked at the crowd of people prostrating themselves under the statue in the hall. Her hands and feet were numb, and her face was flushed. Her eyes looked at George's secret gaze, and her mind was filled with what happened last night, and what George said at this time. "My lord." My knight Soraya almost fell to the ground amid waves of dizziness. The sun was shining brightly, and stands had been set up on the edge of the forest in the distance outside the city of Helenska. The crowds were surging and noisy, cheering the teams returning from the hunt. Among the hunting teams that returned here, there was one of the largest teams. The people among them were wearing bright hunting attire and shining armor. There are dozens of flags with different emblems in the team. It seems that these people are all lords. These lords gathered behind George like knights. And there were also groups of wolves in the team. It was already noon, and the various hunting teams had begun to turn back gradually. And as they turned back, the area became more lively. In fact, this area follows the movement of the hunting party. Because this is the characteristic of the Southern Wilderness Festival, they never stay in one place for too long. Wherever you hunt, this area stops. It was only when the hunting team entered the depths of the mountain forest that the teams behind them had just arrived in certain areas to station themselves in preparation, in order to deeply participate in this festival. Not only many residents in the city followed, but many brothels in Helenska city even moved here. After all, those who could afford to come over, or even participate in the hunt, at least had horses or carriages. And even the many residents who serve as service providers will definitely receive many rewards today. So there are not only many wandering warblers, but also many caravans. The entire area is as huge as if it were a war. But there are all kinds of people and things there. Chapter 591, Having Fun. Hunting is not all about the theme. The lords took warriors and knights to the mountains and forests, and ordinary people held various competitions and activities in this area. In these activities, although the food is not always free, people can easily find a job here. During the hunting festival, not only are the employees covered with food and accommodation, but the workers can also earn a large sum of money. Even hard laborers and slaves will be rewarded. In this grand scene, the Iberians and the southern wilders blended together like never before. Everywhere you looked, there were noisy crowds. George even saw a lot of ogres. "Sir, some of these ogres are slaves and some are hard laborers." Avali rode next to George and kept explaining to George and others. He saw George and others looking at the ogres. He couldn't help but said, "There are also some ogres who are free people here in the tribe. They were once allies of our tribe and staunch opponents of the ogre empire. There have always been ogres on our side. Demonic mercenary." Some ogres were carrying things, and some were helping the human cook slaughter cattle and sheep. Instructing them to work were not only the lords of southern wilderness, but also the nobles of Iberia. There are even caravans. It seems that these ogres can indeed be hired. Some ogres dress like witch doctors. Looks like he's pretty smart. The people of the southern wilderness seem to respect this type of ogre. It's like talking to your own shaman. George couldn't help but look at Soraya with a strange look, as if he was saying, "Are these ogres also the shamans of the sun god?" Seeing George's eyes, Soraya pursed her lips and did not answer. "You're teasing me again." She never defined those ogres as shamans. But in that complicated history, the people of the southern wilderness regarded these ogres, who believed in the sun god, as shamans according to their teachings. Then the sun god. This is the only way we can recognize each other. There are 7 or 8 kinds of ogres in the tribe.
And the largest one is the ogre with earth-colored skin. This kind of earth-colored skin is very different from the yellow skin of the Rodunk Mandalorians and the Saudi people. Not only is it very rough, but it is also a little green. George once wondered whether these ogres were goblins, because their stature is much smaller than that of ogres, only slightly taller than humans, and very thin, which is very rare.
Sir,
Michael explained,
these earth ogres are very rare in the north. They are mostly active in the southern wilderness and the south of the Sand Kingdom. Once, they were the most important members of the Ogre Empire, the lowest level of slaves and food rations. Now, they should be working as laborers in various tribes.
Compared to Avali, Michael knew even more about the southern wilderness. In other words, he knew more about the earliest southern wilderness. These earth ogres have very good endurance, work more, eat less, and are less picky eaters than humans. He is the best hard worker in the eyes of the lords of the southern wilderness. In addition to these earth ogres, there is also a more conspicuous red ogre. These ogres are smaller in number, but they are all very tall and strong. Basically, every one of them is wearing armor and is about 3 meters tall. Their resilience is not as strong as that of red devils. But according to Michael, the physical quality of these ogres is actually not much different from that of medium-sized red devils such as the overseers. Put on armor and charge as well as the armored cavalry. It is capable of going head-to-head with the mid-level red devils on the battlefield. Soon, George's hunting team arrived at the southernmost hill in this area. On this hillside, a large shed has been built simple, but not crude. The items used on it were exactly the same decorations used during the Dusk War, in that desert oasis, specifically for the signing of the agreement. When the Sand King pledged his allegiance to the Sun King, it seems that the people in the southern wilderness in the north are using this method to express their recognition of this new patron. Standing in the pergola, you can see the majestic Helenska city in the distance. You can have a clear view of the noisy crowds and various competitions and venues. You can also see that from that city to this side, there are many the team is stretching. In this huge pergola, all kinds of things are available, and long tables are also set up. The cooks and servants are busy placing food and drinks on it. In addition to many prey, there are also many foods from all over the world. Grilled eel, camel hump from Saudi Arabia, elephant puck. There are even peacocks and red-billed cranes from the Kingdom of Stars. People in the southern wilderness originally didn't eat messy things like peacocks, and neither did the people in the Kingdom of Stars. But obviously, after living here in Iberia for a long time, the nobles have also acquired the habits. It doesn't matter whether it tastes good or not. What matters is that it is luxurious enough. And for people of this era, things from the south to the north are indeed extremely rare these days. Things are still being arranged, and many hunting teams have not yet fully returned. After George took a look at the stars, he stood on the hill, chatting with Avali and others while watching the excitement. Today, the various tribes and Iberian nobles can be considered to have truly gathered together. There was a lot of fun below, with everyone participating in various competitions and activities. Usually at times like this, there is no such harmony between the various tribes. During the hunting festival, conflicts between the various tribes are often the most intense, because hunting success and competition results will affect distribution. Often before the results come out, the Gidge tribe has to fight a few times outside the venue. And in normal festivals like this, the Iberian nobles huddle in a group by themselves. These lords, who have no force to speak of, are the last in every competition. And it is difficult to gain the respect of the people in the southern wilderness. But today, there was an extremely harmonious look. Everyone's face is filled with smiles. The southern wilderness people's discrimination against the nobles suddenly disappeared. After all, it's because everyone can get rich together. The rules for resource allocation established by the Sun King are no longer important with the promulgation of new policies. Indeed, even before the food base was launched, many impoverished tribes had already received huge benefits from this new policy. The future benefits can even be seen. During the chat, Avali couldn't help but sigh.
I often tell each tribe that stable trade and the complete opening of the tribe will bring far more benefits than plunder. Today, many people have finally begun to believe what I said. That's it.
George nodded and sighed in his heart. In fact, the good things didn't stop there. There were some things that even he didn't expect. For example, the Dawn Chamber of Commerce already has its own weapons. And the staunchest supporters are those southern wilderness mercenaries, and even ogres.
Iberia should be completely peaceful. After I leave, you and Michael must manage this place well,
George said. Today he will leave after canonizing various lords. Chapter 592 Recruitment and Canonization. As Awali said, it was originally due to the prejudices
stubbornness, and conservatism of customs of various tribes. Many policies are difficult to implement. For example, when it comes to trade, the managers know that the door should be completely opened, which will have endless benefits for the development of the southern wilderness. However, wanton plundering will not only easily lead to conquests between tribes, but also hinder trade routes. However, the more looting and conquest, the higher the price and the more scarce supplies became. The more we rob, the poorer everyone becomes. Although there are more and more gold, silver and jewelry, there are fewer and fewer things to eat. Many things that can be bought with a few copper coins in Elda have risen to sky-high prices among the tribes. This made the tribe's hatred of the merchants grow even greater. This has almost become an endless loop. And in this endless cycle, the former Helenska has slowly moved towards seclusion. The arrival of George gave Awali a great boost, allowing him to achieve political demands that had been difficult to achieve for many years. At the same time, it also greatly increased the confidence of chambers of commerce in various countries to invest in Nanwang. Not to mention anything else. In this short period of 10 days, the prices of grain and cloth that were originally overpriced have tended to drop. Apparently those merchants' associations that hoarded goods have opened their warehouses. With the help of George's team and the managers of the 8 major departments, many chambers of commerce have reached support agreements with those poor tribes, just as George said to each chamber of commerce. From the benefits you earn, spend some money to help the poor, and you will earn more. This is indeed true. This may sound like poverty alleviation, but the benefits gained by the Chamber of Commerce are far higher than the value of money. Not to mention anything else. Those chambers of commerce belonging to Alfonso's side have hired many southern wilderness mercenary groups to work for them. These mercenary groups are actually considered old friends with various chambers of commerce. Speaking of which, every chamber of commerce will encounter these bandit groups when conducting trade. Now, each chamber of commerce has selected the bandit groups that they fear the most and summoned them into the chamber of commerce, and established a close relationship of interest. Escort the chamber of commerce out of this terrifying land of Iberia, and even escort them to other parts of the world. As for the various chambers of commerce, under the strong power of George, no one dared to secretly collude with the bandits to rob other chambers of commerce. It can be said that in these 10 days, Iberia's bandit group has been reduced by more than half. It can be said that most of the most vicious robbers have been recruited. Nowadays, it can be said that the rich contribute money and the powerful contribute. Everyone united into a rope 3 monks, with water to eat. Indeed, there were many bandits in Iberia. Some of them mobs, some of them tribes. They may still be thinking about getting something for nothing, but they will soon find that in Iberia, the business of banditry will become increasingly difficult. It's the right thing to find a regular businessman as soon as possible. In fact, various chambers of commerce have also thought about the recruitment approach, but most of them failed, because recruiting security treats the symptoms but not the root cause, and the southern wilderness tribe is not convinced by them. But George is the ruler, and he has a big stick in his hand that makes the tribe convinced and even afraid. So the problem is easily solved. And those lords of Elda, who were often kidnapped, would have to thank God if they knew this news. Avli can see that there will be fewer and fewer bandits, and the trade routes will become smoother and smoother. Now, the business groups organized by the Dawn Chamber of Commerce have set off. Many of them are business groups from the southern wilderness people. The people of the southern wilderness are not proficient in trade, and all of them are as affordable as moss. Moreover, there are not so many channels and relationships in various countries. But now, someone has made them rich. In addition to these caravans, chambers of commerce from all over the world are also coming. They will take away those things that are superfluous in southern wilderness and bring supplies that are in short supply in southern wilderness. Previously, in addition to the bandits here in southern wilderness, various chambers of commerce with back ends had also greatly disrupted the market in southern wilderness. The hatred of southern wilderness people towards these profiteers was actually not unfounded. But this time, no matter which big nobles are behind those chambers of commerce, no matter which big tribes they have dirty dealings with, how can the power behind them compare with the behemoth of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce? Under the rules, regulations, and penalties jointly formulated by all members of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, those who do not abide by the rules have only one way out. The market will return to order, and no one will dare to do that kind of thing of hoarding futures and taking advantage of the situation. Therefore, in the eyes of the 8 departments, Lord Dawn brought more than just a food base. He gave everyone the long-awaited order. He summoned everyone with his unparalleled appeal. He first aroused hope in everyone's hearts, and then won a trust. Finally, They were given a visible future. So, in these short 10 days, the scattered tribes and nobles gathered behind him at an unimaginable speed. Create a future that belongs to them. Avali felt that he was like the long-awaited king who suddenly came to this land amid great expectations. Perhaps, as the tribe now suspects, this person is the real Sun King who belongs to them in the prophecy. While George and the others were chatting outside, they were arguing about one thing inside. This hunting ceremony is held in accordance with the highest standards of the entire tribe, and the seats should strictly comply with this standard. But this time the situation is a bit special, because this is not as simple as a king's hunt. In order to arrange seats, the bachelors quoted scriptures, and the prime minister, who had the status of a king's puppet, was the first to be excluded. But regarding the next arrangements, everyone had been quarreling red-faced before, because there is a special character, Michael. The myth that he led the tribe to overthrow the Ogre Empire is still written in history books. Its position in the southern wilderness is undisputed. Many historians even believe that he was the first Sun King in ancient times. Therefore, in the eyes of scholars, his status is second only to the sun god. Later, when the elders came over, the controversy rose to another level. Some old immortal guys actually thought that the chief seat should be the female knight next to the divine envoy.
Today is a sacrifice to the sun god. This is not an ordinary banquet.
The elders jumped to their feet and yelled,
If you want to sort by the deeds of the kingdom of heaven, then Michael and the Pope are nothing.
In their anxiety, the elders lost their respect when referring to their old officers. The stubborn bachelors ignored the words of these dim-sighted guys. It wasn't until Duke Yumeng, who had been making arrangements at the venue, came to inspect that the matter was settled.
You nerds, do you really think that Michael just kneels down to worship a statue? Also, remove the king's chair brought from Helenska Palace. Arrange 2 people on the right side of the chief and the chief. The seats are equally good. Arrange them according to the king and prime minister. The other seats are arranged to be more ordinary. Remember, today the first and second seats are not qualified to be called lords.
Duke Yumeng scolded him. He originally thought that everyone should know how to arrange it, but he didn't expect that there were far more idiots than he thought. When I was patrolling around today, I saw a lot of chaos. The hard-headed bachelors disagreed with this statement, but the controversy stopped because of this. After all, there are no names written on the seats. Adults, whoever likes to sit in the first place can sit in the first place. They know who is the boss and who is the second and third child better than the bachelors. When George and the others came back and sat down, it seemed that Duke Yumeng's words had been verified. The scholars saw that everyone was crowding around one person and couldn't help but secretly check in a cold sweat. There seemed to be no controversy about the chief position, and Michael didn't even have the intention to sit down. However, what stunned everyone, including Duke Yumeng and other nobles, this Lord Michael does not seem to be sitting on the right side of the chief. The woman sitting in the second seat is. It was not until Michael, like a knight serving the head of the family, helped the 2 elders to sit down and arrange their cloaks that he sat on the ordinary small bench to the left of the chief. Everything is natural, and it seems that in the eyes of all visitors to heaven, this arrangement of seats is extremely reasonable. The scholars nodded and looked at each other. Suddenly I understood something. They ignored one person, the queen. When the elders looked at the 2 people at the first and second seats, their eyes suddenly went dark. Who is that spokesperson? Why did Sodalea act like a little sister in front of him? He is not Sodarai at all. They didn't know the spokesperson at all until they heard Sodalea introduce him at the banquet. In just 300 years, great changes seem to have taken place in the kingdom of heaven. I am afraid that I will have to ask Michael what happened in the past few years. During the meal, the games and activities below never stopped, and the lords who had gained something in the hunting today also came to the pavilion one by one and offered the best prey as if they were offering something. These prey range from well-cooked to very strange living creatures. Most of these people are Iberian nobles, or missions and caravans from various countries. Their hunting team couldn't get anything good in front of the southern wilderness lords, who were extremely powerful in riding and shooting. So find another way. Most of the items brought here are rare treasures from various countries. These rare treasures were obviously not hunted today, but these guys were talking so much that it seemed that because of today's sacrifice, all the rare treasures from all over the world came to Helenska. In words, the meaning is that this is auspicious. Some of the prey were injured or alive beasts. These donations were hunted by the lords of the southern wilderness. Basically, they were obtained with real swords and guns. In just half a day, some people couldn't find good things, so even if they offered a rabbit as a donation, these real southern wilderness lords were not willing to cheat. The real beasts are found deep in the mountains, and it is not easy to find them. And throughout the process, hunting is not prohibited. Therefore, usually every year, the results of hunting are closely related to resource allocation. Because from this, we can see the strength of each tribe and the level of their scouts. Especially this year. Although everyone is harmonious, they all want to stand out. This process of presenting gifts is actually a part of the sacrificial ceremony. The things that were collected were equivalent to being dedicated to the sun god. The spokesperson needs to bless on behalf of the sun god. Some of the more outstanding contributors will even be canonized as sun knights. Donors are often not limited to aristocrats. Ordinary people who can hunt for good things at this festival are anything but ordinary. Therefore, this kind of festival is also a channel for people in the tribe to be promoted to sun warriors. No matter who came, George conferred the title on the spot. And many lords were not only conferred as sun knights, but also knighted. In fact, the title was already discussed with the tribe. Therefore, this sacrifice is actually a ceremony of allegiance. Some of the titles that George handed out were honorary titles, and some were ecclesiastical titles. And these church titles, like the Earl of Thorns, have church reservations. Iberia, as he said, was his diocese. These canonized people all have heavy troops. In this Iberia where strength is respected, these tribal leaders all have land. Even the nobles have become their vassals. There was originally a distribution of rights and land in Iberia, and the tribes had actually already distributed it. But there has never been a real name, including many of the new Iberian nobles who rose later. They did not have real names. But this time, the real estate certificate has finally been issued to these actual residents. For the lords, this means a lot, because this means that his inheritance 100 years later is legal. For George, these titles are not too big to lose, because in the future, no matter what kind of noble they are, they will be British nobles without the function of lords. They may have some land in their hands, but these lands will never be as large as a county or a county. Otherwise, when George is 100 years old, the people will guillotine them. The lords did not know George's plans for the future, nor did they know that the shamans who would be sent to various regions this year would become enlighteners of people's wisdom. And those heroes who will serve in the war in the future do not know now that when the world calms down and the sun returns to the earth, the empty titles awarded to them by Lord Dawn will completely become a symbolic reputation. Medal, but it has become the greatest honor in their lives.
George! Look over there!
During her free time, Soraya suddenly pointed in a certain direction. George looked over there and found that in the fighting arena not far away, there were 8 extremely strong ogres, besieging the brutal ones. These ogres were naked from the waist up and held only crude weapons in their hands. But it is extremely fierce. The brutal man is more than 4 meters tall including its horns. But those strong ogres didn't look much shorter. If you don't pay attention and look at it from a distance, you will think that the warriors of the southern wilderness are besieging the ogres. In the area near this fighting arena, there are an extremely large number of ogres, and they all look pretty smart. Judging from the flag, this seems to be an independent tribe in the southern wilderness, and it is one of the 8 major parts. I don't know which tribe this is, but the main force is composed of ogres.
Oh, that's the Buck tribe.
Avali, who was on Soraya's right, explained.
Sun King Smoke was born in this tribe.
Chapter 593 New Unit, Red Fawn Hunter.
Why are there so many ogres in this tribe?
George couldn't help but turn around and asked. He discovered that most of the ogre shamans in the southern wilderness tribe seemed to belong to this tribe. Soraya and Michael were also extremely curious about what George said. They only stayed in the southern wilderness for more than 10 years, and then went to other places. What happened to the tribe later is unknown. I don't even know why Smoker became the Sun King.
Because it was an ancient hero of the tribe who took in these ogres who became homeless after the fall of the Ogre Empire,
Avali said solemnly.
According to rumors, he was an abandoned child who was adopted and raised by an ogre. This man was also the most famous human hero in the history of the tribe. He was not the Sun King, but he spread the glory of the sun god to a place where the sun had never shined. To the land.
In the era after the fall of the 7 gods, many gods fell together. However, there are also some gods who were reborn after their fall, and in the slumber of rebirth, they became even more terrifying chaotic bodies. After the collapse of the Ogre Empire, Soraya and others also mistakenly believed that the ogre gods had fallen like themselves. But the god worshipped by the ogres finally suddenly awakened 100 years after they left the southern wilderness. This terrifying chaotic body is like a sore on the earth. Its spiritual power can infect all living things. And the ogres and many tribes in the southern wilderness were once under his enslavement. The ancient hero Avali mentioned led the people of the southern wilderness and the ogres to jointly destroy this chaotic body. After the hero and the evil god died together, the ogre, who was completely liberated, turned into a friendly enemy with the tribe and fully integrated into the tribe. The ogres once led by this hero all believed in the sun god. And they believe that this sun god is their unrivaled god of war, the sun god of war. In the hearts of the ogres is the human hero. Amid Avley's words, George and others looked strange. They suspected that the human hero was one of Alexander's reincarnations. Although, in history, ordinary human heroes have also performed many great deeds similar to this. But the fact that those ogre shamans thought that human being was the sun god of war should be more than just a coincidence.
Later, the hero's tribe split, and the ogre tribe dispersed into the Gidge tribe. Until the appearance of the Sun King, most of the ogre tribe gathered under his command. But unfortunately,
the Sun King took advantage of these ogres. After the human demons, they did not really accept them. Instead, they abandoned them. However, the younger brother of the Sun King accepted these ogres, that is, the stags. What a treacherous guy.
George nodded and couldn't help but look at the tribe again. At this time, he saw a hunting team passing by. That was the hunting party of the stag tribe, who were the last to return. And George noticed that none of these people had horses. In this hunting team, the main members are actually ogres. And they all wore human armor. It seemed to fit them extremely well, because their bodies are extremely well proportioned. It can even be said that they all look tall and thin. In fact, this hunting team was the first to return. It's just that after they came back, they changed their clothes for a long time. I don't know what kind of ogres they are, but their skin is blue. Moreover, they all carry bows, arrows, and spears, and they all seem to be sharp archers. And compared to other ogres, they are slightly shorter in height. With this posture and appearance, the first thing George thought of was Blueberry. He couldn't help but take a closer look at the feet of the ogres. And then he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Their feet are all human feet, not the anti-cavus of Miss Blueberry. If you pay close attention, you will find that these ogres are all hunched over. But even if they are hunched over, they are still 2.67 meters tall. Every ogre in this team has no horns. I don't know if the tribe itself has horns, or if they were sawed off by themselves. George once heard Salmon say that in the southern wilderness, the ogres who sawed off their horns were all ogre elites. Many people believe that these ogres sawed off their horns out of worship of human chiefs. Another theory is that these ogres are all warriors of the southern wilderness tribe, so they saw off their horns to distinguish them from other low-level ogres. But those who truly understand the situation in southern wilderness will know, although both of these statements have some basis. But the biggest reason is that these ogres are imitating the
Red Fawn Hunters of the Red Fawn clan.
Before Miss Blueberry served as the ace of the Salmon Arena, the champion of the Kanglen Arena was a powerful Red Fawn Hunter warrior. Red Fawn Hunters are an unusual breed of ogres, born without horns. Moreover, his endurance and explosive power are extremely terrifying, and he is not only very good at climbing, he can also run faster than a horse in the mountains and forests. Red Fawn Hunter is extremely good at tracking tasks and is the best scout in the tribe. Compared with other ogres, these ogres' eyes are very clear and smart, and they look very smart. If it weren't for their terrifying height, the appearance of wearing full-body armor and helmets with masks would almost make people think that they were human beings. No wonder many people in the Seven Kingdoms believe that southern wasteland everyone is an orc. Princess Nan Wang was among this team, surrounded by these tall ogres. Her height actually made her look petite and cute. Like all ogres, she was not wearing a hunting suit, but an extremely formal knight's armor, because she, like these more than 100 ogres, will accompany the Dawn caravan after the ceremony. Princess Nan Wang presented a saber-toothed tiger. Not only was this saber-toothed tiger extremely strong, but its fur was pure white. To George, this seemed to be a manifestation of albinism, or a genetic mutation. But in the eyes of people of this era, this is the real auspiciousness. This contribution is the last contribution. And this contribution, together with the luxurious team of Princess Nan Wang, also brought a climax to the venue. In the excitement, many people gathered around, and George also walked out of the venue and performed the last canonization before he left. Regarding this canonization, George and Avley had already discussed it in advance. He did not confer any title on Princess Nan Wang, but instead conferred the title of Knight of the Temple of Dawn, and asked if you would like to follow yourself. The answer is of course yes, because this heralds the complete surrender of Nan Wang, and George also needs this follower to escort the caravan back to Dome Eagle,
the white saber-toothed tiger. A good thing.
Moss, who was just joining in the fun, said naively,
Bana, you worked hard. You guys are really good at finding it. You killed it with your own hands. Right? Well, only the strongest a woman worthy of our little chief. Shut your bitch. Moss.
Bana cursed in a low voice.
It's true that you are a bitch. I am here to work, not to sell myself.
The corner of George's mouth twitched. He and Bana looked at each other. Both of them couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Also, who the L is a little guy. After taking the Grand Potion, I have grown to over 1.90 meters. Okay, obviously. The 3 words,
little man,
in Moss's mouth were written down by the boss. He thought with regret, when the flight comes back tonight, you will all be little men in front of my Alexander. Alexander is 2 heads taller than Bana, standing at 2.89 meters. The 2.67 meter ogre was indeed a small man in front of him. Chapter 594, heading to the tropical rainforest. That afternoon, George and others set out. Avali led people to see him off for a while. But as soon as he walked out of the venue, he saw the flight. Luo Na and others kept a low profile and arrived directly at the venue without making any noise. But everyone on the ground saw the giant dragon flying over Helenska City. Afterwards, many people watched helplessly as the dragon flew into the forest of the royal hunting ground only 2 kilometers away from the venue. After Soraya heard that Lorna was back, she personally took people to pick her up. She said she missed Lorna, but actually she missed her brother. After this group of people came back from the forest, the matter of the divine messenger's mount was completely confirmed among the people. After Lorna came back, she actually wore dreadlocks. The same goes for Malim, apparently imitating Little Blueberry's hairstyle. According to Dawnlight's previous explanation, this hairstyle will be like an antenna in the use of magic. This will make the ancient Kashgar people completely different from other races in their use of psionic energy. But the blueberries have nerve bundles on their heads, not hair. However, even Daphne had dreadlocks. I don't know what happened during the past few days in the shelter. George's eyes quickly moved away from the girls, who came not far away. Because Alexander was too conspicuous standing among the girls, he felt a bit like a kindergarten teacher. After not seeing each other for half a year, Alexander actually grew a beard, and he looks fatter than before. The abdominal muscles on his belly are probably completely gone.
You miss me so much. You guy.
After George saw this guy, he went up and hammered him hard twice. Alexander stretched out his big arm and almost hit his best friend. Like he was picked up like a child.
Ahem. Alexander. There are outsiders here.
George said, a little embarrassed.
This is the real warrior.
Looking at the giant steel knight, Avali couldn't help but swallow his throat. Even though he had seen many tall ogres, Alexander stood out in his eyes. He originally thought that the Sun King was tall enough, but this terrifying steel-armored warrior was actually a head taller than the Bloodfang hunter. In addition, Avali and Bana both felt that the Scarface knight with no hair and a big beard looked a little familiar. However, Avali's attention was soon attracted by another gentle gentleman. According to George's introduction, he is called Baron Ives. He is a real great wizard.
Shio is my most important wizard. He is the chief disciple of the Dean of the Forbidden Sanctuary Deep Sea, Rusgard's former position. In addition to alchemy and potions, he will teach you how to make fertilizer.
What George said came from his heart. Although Lord Wolf is not the Dean of the Valley Forbidden Academy, he is a great wizard who is as important to George as Anthony and Anthony. Because the chemical fertilizers in this world were developed in the hands of this scavenger. Under the influence of the 7th edition scavenger potion, even the demon's flesh and blood, which is full of corrupt power, will turn into clean biomass. Using these nutrients, Eve's team formulated a variety of fertilizers. And those manures, under this process, can also produce a fertilizer that can improve sandy soil. The most important thing is that these products do not require retting. This greatly saves labor and time.
Due to the season, the shelter only has some test plots. And I enjoyed these things this year. Those things produce crops every month, but they are not edible. However, many lands in southern Iberia will undergo a new round of cultivation after June and July this year. With Eves as an expert, this year's harvest will be no problem. In addition, Ives is the guy with the highest political ability among the sanctuary wizards. When the Wizards Union and the Alchemists Union here are established by Ives, the profits earned from those alchemy products and potions will be turned into materials and weapons needed for each battlefield ahead. Iberia will completely become the great logistics of the north. After chatting briefly, Avali suddenly discovered that the wizard's knowledge far exceeded his imagination. Just like the surprise George felt when he met Anthony, Avali regarded Ives as a guest of honor.
But he always felt that this terrifying great wizard seemed to be particularly afraid of the people in the wizarding female group that George took away. The people here are either his boss or his senior sister. After the introduction, George completely parted ways with Adley and the others, and set off towards the Kingdom of Stars. The journey ahead is a smooth plain, and after 3 days, they will reach the tropical rainforest area. This time, Moss failed to follow the caravan, because as the situation of the tribe changes, Frostfawn has a lot of things to deal with. George and Moss's old father also hoped that this guy would take on the responsibility of the Frost King as soon as possible. So he had to take over many things and become familiar with them as soon as possible. Now is a good time for Moss to solidify his foundation in the tribe, and George can be said to have helped him lay a solid foundation. If you don't strike while the iron is hot, you will be wasting this opportunity. The entire Frostfawn tribe will probably be very busy in the coming period. George gave Moss many tasks, one of which was the horses that Elda was currently lacking. Speaking of which, George was a little surprised by this matter. But various chambers of commerce and tribes had been discussing it privately for a long time. After today's grand ceremony, not only was the matter completely settled, many people also spent an extra amount of money. These horses, raised by various chambers of commerce, can be regarded as donations for the Northern War effort. There are patriotic businessmen and nobles from the country, as well as foreign businessmen and nobles, who make donations in the name of supporting Elda and Rodink. Even the United Chamber of Commerce, composed of several small countries in the East, sent out 200,000 silver foxes in order to please the Lord of Dawn. The people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia were even more wealthy, and more than a dozen business groups and nobles together collected more than 2 million gold, silver and war supplies. These things include money and materials. Supplies will be shipped directly to Dome Eagle, and money will be used to buy horses. There is no shortage of gold and silver in the southern wilderness, but there is a shortage of daily necessities. Therefore, these horses acquired from various tribes will be exchanged in the form of barter. Various chambers of commerce also took this opportunity to win over tribes that they had not been able to win over before through George's connections. This was regarded as poverty alleviation. In addition, the 8 departments also called on various tribes to contribute more than 50,000 horses to support Elda's war effort. Most of the people who contributed funds were the various lords who were canonized today, as a way of expressing their feelings to Lord Dawn. Among these horses, there are war horses, but most of them are pack horses and draft horses. They would provide the main logistics for the northern campaign. It can be said that it greatly relieved George's pressure. Originally, George planned to make a second purchase after the caravan trade. As a result, the matter was resolved halfway, and because of the support he brought to Frostfawn, the 50,000 horses that had been sent to Cheongying before were also turned into a donation. This gift was indeed of some importance. Although Moss is a bit naive, he is unambiguous in his actions. So George left this matter to Moss to help keep an eye on it. However, there were many more people in the team, not only because of the addition of Bana and the others, but also because of Kanglin's caravan. Their addition tripled the size of the entire team. There are more teams in the women's group. Bana is very shy in the women's group and does not participate in many activities. Most of the time, she acts as a guard for the caravan. Occasionally, when he was pulled over by the girls to rest, he remained silent, listened quietly to others talking. But the noisy level of the girl group has increased exponentially. Daphne is not yet noisy. The most noisy one is a new member. Salmon said her name was Erin. Chapter 595, Slave Lady. This team has more than 200 vehicles and more than 500 people. The scale is huge, but there wasn't much road ahead, and these people were more familiar with the jungle. I brought it with me. The leader is Irene. She is Salmon's cousin. After Irene's father died, the girl was adopted to Salmon, along with Salmon's cousin. Salmon has always taken care of her. Priyanka, who was bought by Salmon since she was a child, has grown up with Irene. They are good best friends. But unlike Priyanka, this girl Irene usually idles around and travels around. As a member of the Kanglin family, his dream is to become an adventurer and a great philanthropist. It was not until later that this girl was detained in the city by Salmon and took charge of the financial management of the business group. Salmon had no children, so he treated her as his own daughter. But George always feels that this girl is Salmon's illegitimate daughter. When she came out this time, in addition to gaining experience, Irene also acted as the boss of the Kanglin family business group. Originally, this girl usually sat in the city and took care of things. This time, Salmon originally planned to let his good niece take this opportunity to practice. But who would have thought that this would happen to me for the first time in a group tour?
It's quite unlucky. Moreover, people were sold as slaves, that's interesting to say. After many twists and turns, she worked as a maid at Helenska Palace for 2 weeks. Originally, he planned to please a Wally and sleep with a Wally. It was a near miss. Thinking of Avali's weird and ugly expression when he said this, George couldn't help but smile. This guy probably thought he couldn't explain it clearly. However, the big shopkeeper of Kanglen Caravan is interesting enough. Thinking of this, George, who was listening to Salman and Gale reporting the situation to the Kanglen motorcade, couldn't help but look at Irene not far away again. She was sitting on a large hay cart, wiping her tears while talking boastfully with Lorna and others. When they first met, this girl acted like a reserved lady. Every move has everyone's style. But since he got together with Lorna and others, his true colors have been revealed. He looks silly, a bit shrewd, talks a lot, and is very familiar with himself. She is the most active among the girls, and has become a follower of the girl group. Aji didn't know when he went over to join in the fun. He is acting as groom for the ladies. Alexander, on the other hand, was lying on the hay cart, listening and smiling silly.
Sir, this time is really blessed by the 7 gods.
Salman couldn't help wiping away his tears and said,
I have seen this child since I was a child. Fortunately, the caravan was safe this time.
George looked at Count Salman and felt that this cousin's niece had an unusual relationship with Salman. Maybe she was an illegitimate child.
Let's go. Let's go over there and have a rest.
Irene was a great storyteller, speaking and singing like the throat of a nightingale. Very rhythmic. The girl sat on the hay cart and listened attentively. When he saw George, he stopped talking to him. Along the way, George either rode in a carriage or rode a horse. It made my butt hurt a bit. Occasionally, I sat on the grass and found that it was extremely comfortable. No wonder they all come here. It really is a good place. Smelling the fragrance of the sun-dried grass, George couldn't help but take a breath and lay his head on Alexander's big belly. Amidst the noise of the girls, George was drowsy and soon fell asleep. In his dream, George dreamed that the god of love had crawled into his arms. However, when he was taking off his clothes, the angel of love suddenly picked up George's sleeve and blew his nose. This made George drowsily open his eyes from this strange dream. At this glance, George discovered that he and Alexander had been buried in hay. It was obviously a pile of hay made by the girls for comfort. And several girls, who didn't know when, had already leaned beside him and Alexander. Some people lean on their legs and stomachs. There was a girl who was leaning in his arms. They must have forgotten that there was someone in this fodder. It was impossible to see who was who among the fodder. Feeling the girl's soft little buttocks, George closed his eyes happily and began to eavesdrop. Aaron seemed to be cursing the robbers. It seems that this girl did a lot of good deeds in the tribe when she was traveling. Moreover, it seems that she has been in charge of the financial affairs of the business group after serving in the Kanglen Consortium. So he often dealt with bandit leaders from various tribes. The relationship is very good. But I didn't expect that outside Kanglen City, these guys would show their ugly faces one by one. If he hadn't been a good talker, he would have been almost dragged to a coal mine, obviously not a miner.
Don't worry, Irene.
This was Aji's voice. He joked.
With your pretty face, I must have deceived you when I told you to step into the coal mine if you want to sell it. You have to sell it to the Kingdom of Stars. Brothels. Young children are all valuable.
These words obviously brought back memories. And poor Eileen let out a cry and couldn't help crying loudly. The girls yelled at Aggie, and Soraya seemed to have grabbed Aggie's ears. George pursed his lips with a smile. Under the comfort of the girls, Erin finally stopped sobbing. She picked up something casually, wiped away her tears, and blew her nose. After blowing it, I found that what I was holding was a person's sleeve. I couldn't help but put it down quickly and secretly stuffed it into the haystack. After Erin finished crying, Salman started crying too. The Cliff is Salman's illegitimate daughter, George speculated maliciously. Like Jagger and Garvey, they all play sister-in-law. Most of the members of the Kanglen Caravan had been sold to various tribes as hard laborers. Although most of them were recovered, some unlucky ones were missing. There are a total of 30 people missing. Among the surviving people, their mental state seems to be very depressed. It seems that these guys who usually take care of themselves have indeed suffered a little. Regarding the 30 people, Awali said that some were married by certain tribes as wives, and some were married to the daughters of tribes. Naturally, George would not be serious about this, because it seemed that Avali was also in a bit of a dilemma. He didn't know what the problem was. Give this guy a headache. Moreover, Avali sent 3,000 more horses to the cavalry sent to Dome Eagle. so this matter can be considered understood. However, according to Saul's information, Irene was the only one among the slaves who were sent to a certain tribe to survive. I don't know if it's because of her special status or because she's lucky enough. George didn't rest in the car for long before he got out of the car. Because Gale outside was shouting George's name everywhere, the forest in front was getting thicker and thicker. And he was probably entering the rainforest area. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was up to the boss to decide whether we were stationed now or walking a distance.
Damn it! Who blew their nose with my clothes?
The eyes of several girls averted. Obviously the person wiping their noses was not the only one today. Although everyone used handkerchiefs. It was not very ladylike to say this. So they all felt guilty. Only Irene, the girl, looked serious, as if she was the cleanest in the group. Chapter 596 Night Camp. At dusk, George, Bana and others patrolled the camp.
Sir, this forest is actually a secondary forest of the tropical rainforest. We haven't entered the real rainforest yet, but there are still many mosquitoes at night, so we have to do a good job,
Bana said seriously. When it comes to security matters, this tall girl always has a serious look on her face. That serious look always reminded George of a professional bodyguard.
This is not even a rainforest.
George sighed as he looked at the dense woodland around him. There are many shrubs and vines around here, and the ground is covered with green moss. It looks denser than the swampy woodlands of Dragon Tooth Canyon. But if you look carefully, you will find that the trees here are very thin and not so thick. Speaking of which, the red fawn hunters are indeed good scouts. At around 4 o'clock, Gale proposed the matter of stationing. But George felt that it was a bit too early. However, Bana's men were confident that there would be a more suitable place to station in front of him. Originally, George thought that the location was just a few miles away. But he didn't expect that the hunter scouts actually explored an area more than 20 miles away. If it were a march and a battle, the efficiency of the scouts alone would be enough to defeat the enemy. Their presence saves Gasper's flying team a lot of effort. George no longer has to stare at the book and direct the angels or wolves to explore. Finally, the team was stationed here. Not only was the location good, it was an open space and suitable for guarding. There were no traces of large animal activity around. Even more rare, there is a clear and clean stream not far away. There are now more than 800 people in the team. And drinking water is indeed no small matter. After replenishing the water supply this time, there is no need to worry about running out of water for 3 days. But with scouts like this around, I guess I don't have to worry about finding water in the future. But no matter what, I can take a good bath today.
Bana, please send Daphne some other medicinal powder soon. I heard today that some red fangs seem to have been bitten by snakes. Daphne's medicine is more effective at driving away snakes and insects. I understand, sir.
For the red fangs, even if they are bitten by a venomous snake, just sleep. But it's always something annoying. And bugs are much more annoying than snakes. When encountering a killer bee, even the strongest red fawn warrior will be frightened. I saw that the camp had been arranged in an orderly manner under the command of Brenda and other adventurers. George was relieved. So after giving Bana a few words, he started walking around the camp. The cooks had already set up the cauldrons. In the afternoon, when the scouts were exploring the road, they brought back a lot of prey as well as several large nests. The honeycomb, as big as a table, was filled with honey, which made Maline drool. Not long after, Soraya and others came back from the sky. According to the display in the Book of Dawn, they explored the nearby area more completely. Judging from Soraya's appearance, it seemed that she had just taken a shower at the creek.
The miasma is very thick in the west. Tell the team to be careful when fetching water.
Soraya flipped her wet hair, pointed to the map in Brenda's hand, and marked the location. After making some arrangements, Soraya gave George a wink. So the two found a deserted place and leaned against a tree to chat.
Soraya, how are you? Are there any problems with those guys?
George asked.
It's either Roger or Nia,
Soraya said with bright eyes. The new team members are not just people. There are also 6 German angels. They came down with Michael, because there are enough people on Michael's side. And George and the others need to help Blueberry find his way home. So they asked for half of the team from Michael. Put together the German angels into a team. They said they wanted to. But in fact, these 6 guys took the initiative to apply. 2 of them were originally subordinates of the founding angel, and they were the ones who sent George's stick scroll back. The 2 people Soraya mentioned were among the 6 people.
Don't worry, George. I can recognize that stinky girl on E even if she turns to ashes.
After hearing Soraya's words, George nodded.
Keep an eye on it. I'm not particularly sure.
According to Dawnlight, we saw Ariadne at the shelter yesterday. However, the Angel of Love once ran to the Kingdom of Stars and established a stronghold under the eyes of Dawnlight. Before George analyzed this matter from Gale's words, Dawnlight kept it in the dark. I thought Love Angel was the most well-behaved child. But in fact, Love Angel was once the intelligence leader among the 7 gods, and the ancestor of people like Juing. Juing can even deceive Aloysius and steal things under his nose. Ariadne specializes in lying to God. I'm afraid it's easy for people to do things like stealing a beam and changing a pillar, and a golden cicada to escape from its SHL. Therefore, what you see in the light of dawn may not be real. Maybe what you see is someone else's incarnation. Judging from the distance, there are almost no bases to go to next. It is impossible for Miss Moon to wait in the tribe of the ancient Kashia people. Otherwise she would not be able to join the caravan. The Kingdom of Stars is indeed a good place to wait. But in this case, she will miss the tribe of the ancient Kashia people that Guy has had contacts with the angels. So he must know about the ancient Kashia people. So after Blueberry entered the team, she should have been able to guess where George planned to go. Therefore, George believes that she will enter the team earlier, not later. After seeing George nod, Soraya stared fiercely at Nia, who was not far away, and then walked over. Like an egg, she provoked Nia's problems, and her aggressive look made the poor angel's face turn pale. She didn't know where she dissatisfied her master. Seeing Soraya being so firm in her own judgment, George couldn't help scratching his face. According to convention, the judgments of these two fools, Soraya and Dawnlight, should be viewed in reverse. I always feel that George couldn't help but touch the stains on his sleeves and looked at Eileen at the bonfire not far away. She was sitting on the piles with Lorna, Malim, Blueberry, and Daphne, brushing the bread with honey and cooking the mushrooms she had just returned. He looked so happy, as if he were out camping. In the end, it's actually very simple. George chuckled evilly. Chapter 597 Sleeping Together.
So, Teacher Daphne, do you think the Red Fangs are not afraid of snake venom? Not because of their resilience, but because they are the same as honey badgers?
Angel's eyes widened, and he shook a test tube in his hand.
I'm just using a metaphor. What I mean is that they all have extremely high immunity, not extremely high resistance to poisonous elements. Dean Riscard believes that immunity to poisons mostly comes from body functions, although some toxins are caused by elements, but they actually account for a small proportion in nature. The mantra's effect on immunity to toxins is due to its purification and neutralization effects, not entirely resistance to poisonous elements.
Daphne earnestly told several girls about the latest theories of the Forbidden Academy. In the early days, wizards believed that poison was also a magical element, and even believed that corruption was also a poison. Riscard recently recreated an experiment in the Forbidden Sanctuary at Sanctuary, classifying some theories more clearly. The shelter's academics have improved a lot in the past 6 months, and Rona and others are making up for it. A group of girls surrounded the experimental table, chattering and studying the ogre's hair. It seems that a new potion is being prepared, but that potion doesn't seem to be used for serious things. George cautiously held cards in his hands with Aggie, Alexander, and Brenda, looking at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Just like an old father who doesn't do his job properly. He doesn't dare to disturb the girls' study. Originally, George asked Lorna to bring back a piece of mahjong from the shelter. But in the past 2 days, I didn't dare to call Salman over to win his money. Even when playing cards, I don't dare to make any noise. Ever since Daphne arrived, George's RV has had a small alchemy table. And since they came back from the shelter, a school style has started in the team. These days, the apprentices have basically gathered in the RV. Even a few famous people who have always been interested in magic tried hard to take notes, even if they couldn't understand. As a result, George and the others almost ran out of room to even play cards. Maybe I'll have to sleep on the floor again tonight. It's already crowded. And Alexander has to sleep with his arms around him for the past 2 days. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but glance at another corner. Even the trio of Soraya and Malim, who were lazy, were now flipping through journals alone and holding the book,
Brenda and the Gold
Dragon's Tail, looking at it curiously. Oh, it's 2 people. Siljek went out to pee.
The world really does revolve around the sun,
Soraya said excitedly as she flipped through the journal Gravity. George couldn't help but roll his eyes. That guy really liked to blame everything on himself. And he remembered that Anthony had added in the latest edition of the journal that their world/planet was just a drop in the ocean in the void.
Ha ha!
With a snap, Aji threw out the cards in his hand and laughed loudly.
I won again. Boss! Aji! You cheated! You can't have 4 dragon cards!
George looked at the cards on the table and blinked hard. He clearly remembered that he hit a card.
The Duke of Wrath cannot be with you. So does the Dark Dragon,
Brenda said with eyes wide open.
Hey, can you guys keep your voices down? Apart from eating and sleeping all day long, all you do is gamble.
Soraya, who was not far away, cursed. This attracted the contemptuous looks of Rona and others. Damn it. Isn't it just junior high school chemistry and high school physics? I helped Anthony correct many things. How proud are you? Seeing that it had aroused public outrage. Brenda, who had almost lost all her money, coughed and tried to find an excuse to sneak out.
It's so boring. Boss, when are we going to practice Tai Chi?
Aji muttered in a low voice. Yes, the time in the car is too boring. And I have long been tired of playing cards. In comparison, recently, everyone has become addicted to new games like Mahjong. And professionals like Salman, Gail, and Brenda, after only 2 days of contact, are already mastering all kinds of tricks. Not to mention Aji. According to George, this activity is very good for the body and mind, exercising the arms. He called it Tai Chi. I haven't had a chance to play in the past 2 days. Everyone's hands are itchy.
Boss, I'm hungry. Where should we sleep tonight?
Alexander asked 2 important questions. Hey, George threw away the cards in his hand with some pain. At first, when this car became the girls' stronghold, George and Aggie were very happy. But recently I feel a little exhausted. Even if I take off my shoes, I will be told that my feet smell. As for the rose-purple flower tortoise L smoking pot offered by Adley, there is no chance to touch it. The smoking pot is made of 17 colors and inlaid with various gemstones. And it is extremely exquisite. George couldn't put it down after watching it. The ingredients such as shredded tobacco and cloves are also extremely authentic, and are even better than the cigarettes George once smoked. Seeing that the boss liked it, Adley secretly ordered people to make a lot of cigarettes overnight, according to the appearance of the cigarettes the boss had said. Just because they couldn't find such white paper, the smokers came up with a clever idea and directly used good tobacco leaves to make a few thin pieces to serve as the outer wrapping paper, and pack them in many exquisite snow wooden boxes. So it's different if it's done better. And it's a lot bigger. It doesn't look white, but antique. But after the boss saw it, he seemed even happier. Afterwards, Adley told Salman about the craftsmanship and placed several large boxes in Kanglin's fleet, so that the boss will not be so bored along the way. George was a salesman in his previous life, and he drank and smoked a lot and gambled. But since it came to this world, it has not smoked for many years. And after smoking these goodies once at Helenska Palace, the addiction started, especially when playing cards. Is it really possible not to smoke? But in the car, he secretly smoked once, and then let Lorna and the other brats secretly throw out the exquisite tobacco bottle. The girls don't understand why everyone likes the choking taste. Thinking of this, George felt extremely heartbroken. If those cigars hadn't been hidden by Aji, and Priyanka secretly told herself later, she had quietly found the tobacco bottle, George would probably crawl on the floor crying secretly in the middle of the night. There was no bed to sleep on. Aggie poked George and pointed out the window. George looked out the window and saw Priyanka. The girl was carrying a bucket of water and walking towards the Kanglin motorcade. It seemed that he was planning to take a bath with Aaron. George's eyes couldn't help but light up.
Let's leave this place to them. Alexander, I'll take you to find your sister.
George gave Aji a look, and then several people sneaked out. After going out, Aji took out a cigar and gave one to each of the 4 people. Outside the camp, Bana was leading a patrol team holding torches and running nervously. The Red Fang said they smelled a smell of spider urine in the forest. And the stuff was worse than the excrement of brutal people. Twice as much. This is no small matter. Siljak's evil smile was echoing in George's heart. He knew that this guy was planning to hide and seek with the Red Fangs again. So I asked Brenda to take a look. Aji then trotted over to catch up with Priyanka and took the bucket from her hand. Immediately afterwards, George and Alexander also walked over. After asking, they learned that the water supply was for Irene. Grandma's has a great spectrum. Even I dare to call my maid.
Sir, I have already washed your robe for you. I have hung it over the bonfire, and will be able to do it in a moment,
Priyanka said very virtuously. In fact, this girl is a complete scheming griller. She was as good as Irene. But she took the initiative to tell George in private about wiping her nose. And ever since, she discovered that George seemed to be interested in Irene. This girl had been secretly spreading bad news. However, although many things were mixed, George could tell clearly at a glance which ones were true and which ones were false. So I learned a lot of truth from Priyanka. Yeah, George nodded.
Did you and Irene grow up together?
Amid George's topic, several people chatted while walking. According to Priyanka's words, there is no difference between the current Irene and the former Irene.
Yes, sir. Eileen has loved traveling around since she was a child. She is very kind-hearted. No, nothing has happened to her before. She is very lucky. But there must be an exception this time. Yes, she is very interested in doing business. But she is always mysterious in this regard. And I don't know how much private money she has. Baby?
Priyanka's face turned slightly red after hearing George's last question. She looked at Aji and Alexander, who were following not far behind. Then flipped up her hair and looked at George with watery eyes.
Sir, she also likes men. It's just that she is a little arrogant. However, the two of us used to have a relationship. I often do this.
Priyanka was very smart. She found out that her husband was obsessed with her bestie. So she changed the trend and began to plan to take her best friend with her to please the master. So, she was guiding the master to hurt Irene in that way. That's the tone that the masters like the most. My own master is no exception. In the pool of the big wine pot, she saw the master's excited expression. A lady who is arrogant and kind, yet clean and duplicitous. The master must be very happy. I heard that Mother Sophia is this kind of person. I will definitely not be able to compete in the future, because the master knows what kind of person he is. But Aaron had a chance. Compared to Sophia, Irene is much easier to deal with. After all, Priyanka and Irene have grown up together, and she knows the weaknesses of best friends. Listening to Priyanka's story about Irene's life experience, George touched his chin and fell into deep thought, his expression getting weirder and weirder. It sounds like there's nothing wrong with this Aaron. But intuitively, George always felt that there was a big problem with Irene. But if she has a problem, I'm afraid she has a problem since she was a child. This is not to say that Eileen's interest is two-way, but that Eileen seems to be a member of a mutual aid association, although there is no fault in this aspect. If one is to extrapolate from the premise of preconceived idea, many the place is completely consistent, and she is a staunch believer in the 7 gods. But she believed in the god of wisdom. This seemed to be okay. But George felt that if she was the angel of love, it would be difficult for her to be pious to him. But if she was to her twin brother, then it would be like asking for help. Raya worships her brother. And to outsiders, it looks like a devout faith. The CEO's reasoning reminds Dawn of the extreme and cruel heretics in the Holy See. If they can't be burned, drowned or hanged, then it's a witch. You know nothing. In fact, Dawnlight and Soraya have discussed your suspicions privately before. We all agreed that the CEO was a little too sensitive on this matter. The more you two idiots think like this, the more I think there's something wrong with Eileen. You have turned the corner. This is a sinful thought cycle. Dawnlight can feel the evil in the CEO's heart. I hope the CEO will not do something extreme like those referees. It's useless to say more. Just look at the light of dawn. She is a lurker. An avatar, with the angel of love inhabiting her body. I'll prove it to you. Obviously, heretic referee George has planned to do some extreme things to force Irene. When George and the other 3 opened the curtain and pushed open the carriage door, a pleasant and light fragrance hit their faces. Eileen was calculating the accounts in the car. She seemed to have finished her meal and planned to take a shower after calculating the money. It was hot, and she was wearing very little. I was shocked when I saw several men pushing open the door and coming in. It wasn't until he recognized that the person coming was George that he felt at ease. He picked up his coat and put it on. It seemed that subconsciously, she had great trust in this person whom she had only known for 2 or 3 days. It was just the smell of smoke coming from the thing in George's mouth that made her frown slightly. Among the 3 people, only Alexander put out his cigarette before entering. After coming in, the big man smiled gently at Aaron. Just then Priyanka walked in from behind. Priyanka took the bucket from Aji's hand and poured it into the bathtub after pouring the bucket of hot water. It was considered full. Then, Priyanka quietly gave Aaron a hint with her eyes. Aaron had a good rapport with her best friend and understood what she meant immediately. I couldn't help but become nervous again. And when she saw that there was a riding crop in George's hand, her face turned pale. What does this guy want to do?
Boss. This car is really big. It's better than the one we have. TSK.
George puffed out thick smoke, moved the cigar from his mouth to the other corner of his mouth, turned over the clothes on this side with the riding crop, and picked at the curtain on that side. The two of them, Aji, were like gangsters who suddenly broke into someone's boudoir, gossiping about all kinds of things unscrupulously. The whole room smelled like smoke.
Boss, according to what you said, she is really a pampered young lady.
Aji looked at Irene with a very vulgar expression. And he, who was already short, stood next to Alexander like a dwarf with a belly full of bad water. Although Alexander is stupid, he understands George very well. Listening to the conversation between George and Aji, he knew that the boss planned to sleep here tonight. So he patted his arm like a big duck and said with a silly smile,
Hee, it's big here. Boss, let me hug you guys to sleep.
Chapter 598 The Missing Puzzle Piece of Life? Dark speculation. The behavior of the three people couldn't help but make Irene's beauty turn pale.
Then, you can sleep here. I will go live with my uncle. Sir.
Irene stood up with an ugly face, indicating that she wanted to give up space. Then she packed her things nervously. And in her panic, several account books fell to the ground.
Stop joking. You too?
George suddenly became serious. After scolding the two of them, he comforted Irene.
I'm sorry for scaring you, Miss Irene. Don't listen to their nonsense. Live here. It's big here.
Alexander was a little unhappy when he heard this. He laid down on the carpet and stopped moving. Those long arms also grabbed Irene's feet, as if they were sure to hug her and sleep with George tonight. Erin, who had been a little relaxed, couldn't help but feel dizzy when she saw Alexander's appearance. She hurriedly hid in a corner, avoiding Alexander's grasping hand.
We agreed when we came out that we would sleep together like before.
Alexander pouted and said, I said I brought you out to see my sister? When did I say we were going to sleep together? George couldn't help but cover his head and complained in his heart. But he didn't notice that after hearing Alexander's words, Irene's mouth turned into something undetectable. Twitched. If that was what the angel of love said to Alexander before he came out, that must have not mentioned that one of the people sleeping with him was George. After complaining, George shook his head and said,
Okay. Sleep here you go and change the water first. Use new water from the creek. After taking a bath,
we will sleep together.
George's words saved Irene. And Alexander, who almost caught Irene, stood up immediately after hearing these words. Then he walked to the big bath obediently, and walked out of the carriage as if he was carrying a bucket of water. Looking at the route, it should be heading towards the creek.
You go out too, Aggie. Irene and I will talk about something.
Aji chuckled, bowed apologetically to Irene, and then walked out of the carriage. Then he closed the car door and stood by the door. This move made Irene feel a little relieved. But when she looked into George's eyes, her heart couldn't help but beat again. After George dismissed the two people, he sat on a chair and chatted with Irene about home affairs with a soft face. He seemed like a gentle and kind big brother. Irene was 18 years old, and George was about 10 years older than her. He asked Irene to call him uncle, which was considered from Salman's side.
It's a bit presumptuous to come here so late. But you know, those girls know that gathering people to gamble is too noisy. I happened to bump into Priyanka outside, so I came over to take a look.
It seemed that George was just following Priyanka here for a casual look. Finally, Irene was gradually comforted. As they chatted, they seemed like good friends, and the topic gradually deepened, and George seemed to be gradually opening his heart.
The hunting festival a few days ago was really grand. They were all prepared for you. My stepfather told me that you are very important.
Erin said.
Right. What's wrong?
George asked.
You matter and your work matters. Maybe?
Erin and Priyanka couldn't help but feel strange. They looked at George seriously.
I feel a little bit lately.
George took a breath, thought for a while, and said,
Some people are no longer interested in my work. Maybe. I have never been interested. In fact, this is not my real ideal. It is someone else's. Priyanka couldn't help but feel a little flustered when she heard this. After hearing this, Erin's pupils shrank slightly indeed. She had felt this way before. She could understand the heaviness and depression, and the feeling of wanting to let go of everything countless times. Like an intellectual lady, she tried to persuade her.
I was just like you. I wanted to find the true meaning and ideal. On the surface, my biological father is the president of the Holy Empire Trading Company, and my mother is the president of the Holy Empire. Bishop, my stepfather is Salman. I have everything, as long as I want something. The 113 chambers of commerce in the 7 countries will immediately look for it and execute it. But I always feel as if there is something missing in my heart.
Piece of puzzle. A very important piece of the puzzle.
Aaron nodded seriously and said,
So I traveled around, worked as a volunteer, and became a philanthropist until during the war. I met a thin and hungry child. See his smiling face after eating. A simple act of kindness changed his life. I suddenly felt that the missing piece in my heart was suddenly filled. Maybe the smiles of those suffering people are the missing piece of the life puzzle in my heart.
Speaking of this, Aaron laughed happily. During the narration of the great philanthropist Irene, Priyanka held her hands and listened with admiration to this lady's great ideal world peace. Save suffering. During this narration, she couldn't help but quietly wipe away the tears flowing from the corners of her eyes.
So much.
However, a harsh sneer suddenly broke the harmony and tranquility in the car. The two girls couldn't help but look at George in surprise.
You told me that you ran so far just for the smile of a retarded poor man?
George looked at Irene with an incredible look.
Is that the missing puzzle piece of your life? You know they are always their laugh?
These words that exploded the world's outlook on life made the temperature in the car suddenly turn cold. At this moment, Irene and Priyanka were stunned on the spot with cold bodies.
Stand up,
George said coldly.
Take off your clothes.
Under George's cold command, Irene stood up with a pale face and took off her coat and top with trembling hands, leaving only her white nightgown.
Take the butter and put it in your hand,
said George. Aaron pursed her lips and picked up the plate on the table numbly. I didn't ask you to get the plate,
George emphasized.
Pick up the butter and put it in the palm of your hand.
Irene looked at the writing crop next to George's seat and suddenly realized what was going to happen next. Her whole body couldn't help but tremble. But she still picked up the butter and did it. While Aaron was dawdling, George heard a slight cough at the door. And soon there was a slight knock on the door. He couldn't help but frown and glared fiercely over there. Aji must have been peeking. So ignorant. He ignored it and slowly stood up.
Put it between your legs.
George looked at Eileen coldly and said,
Lie on the table.
Irene's face turned pale when she heard this.
As sir, you are my uncle. Eileen, this is exactly my responsibility,
George said seriously.
I am helping you find the missing piece of the puzzle in your life.
There was a burst of silly snickering at the door, as if Alexander had returned. And then someone covered his mouth. Amidst George's cold voice, Irene's head buzzed, and she almost fainted. While she was begging in a low voice, Priyanka was already kneeling on the ground with a smile, and unbuttoned George's belt very sensibly. It looked like he was serving two people. He also kept winking at Irene. Seeing Irene holding the butter between her legs and not daring to move, George smiled and nodded.
Pretend. Let me see how much you endure the humiliation.
From the half-smiling eyes, Irene saw the excitement deep in his heart. He was serious. At this moment, the car door was kicked open with a loud crack. An angry man walked in, breathing heavily, and it sounded like there was more than one person behind her. Seeing someone suddenly come in, Irene hurriedly covered her upper body with clothes and broke down crying. George turned around in surprise and found that it was Soraya, Lorna and others who came through the door, and Alexander and Aggie were following them.
Ha! Let's play games. Let's play games. We also want to play together.
As soon as Alexander came in, he hugged the big bathtub, jumped on his feet, and stupidly circled around George and the others, making the car clank. The crying Irene and the weird-looking Priyanka were almost shaken up, and George was also shaken by the vibration of the car. This matter, in Alexander's joy, has become a farce. Looking at the cold eyes of Soraya and others, George, who was slapping on the cardboard, couldn't help but suddenly felt like his hair was going crazy. He felt like he was suddenly caught raping while out on a PC. He glared at Aji fiercely. Aji had a sad face and made a helpless gesture. The boss seemed to have coughed when someone came just now. And then he knocked on the door, risking his life. George, Soraya's face was dark. She pursed her lips and couldn't speak for a long time.
What are you doing here? Lorna, get out of here and don't peek. I've seen everything a long time ago. I will definitely tell Aunt Sophia.
Lorna gave George a look that said,
I know you are not a good person.
Then she hid behind Soraya like a child. Later,
you damn girl.
George now knew why in the letter from Sophia that Lorna brought back. There were vague mentions of things about the ancient bishop, the wise King Tadar, and the self-discipline of the lords, such old-fashioned dogmatic things as aristocratic spirit. Hearing that George was still so confident, Soraya almost fainted from anger. In the car, she saw Alexander carrying a large basin toward the creek outside the window, and she felt something was wrong. When I came over and took a look, it turned out that this was what I was doing. And the most annoying thing is that he is going to take a bath with Alexander and poor Irene soon.
You are so shameless. You have violated your moral beliefs. You are not a perfect son knight.
After saying that, Soraya took the children away.
You too. Let's play.
When have I ever been perfect? I am not a good person to begin with. The CEO made Dawn Light also feel very disappointed. The excitement hidden in the CEO's heart just now was heard by Dawn Light.
How much do you two know? Mahler Gobi. I'm doing business.
Looking at Alexander, who was still jumping around, George covered the veins on his forehead and sighed heavily. It was obvious that this matter could no longer continue. And he was no longer interested. He fastened his belt and gave Aaron a deep look.
Don't be anxious.
Let's play slowly.
Then George pulled up his pants and pulled Alexander out of the car door in embarrassment. After looking at it, Priyanka hesitated for a moment, then comforted Irene, and hurriedly followed her master. Aaron was left crying helplessly in the car. After getting out of the car, George saw a ray of light reaching into the sky in the small forest not far away. It seems like someone has returned to heaven. This stupid bitch. No way. The corners of George's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He left Alexander and walked over there. On the way, George saw several Celestial Forces soldiers walking towards the camp. They held their chests in greeting to George. George ignored them and walked in the direction they came from. Until in the small forest, George saw Soraya hugging her shoulders and leaning against the tree coldly. Then he breathed a sigh of relief.
Soraya. She is not Irene. Irene grew up in a big jug. The guys trained by Salman are all drama stars.
As soon as George came up, he got straight to the point seriously.
The real Irene will provide cover for her stepfather's master after you come in.
George was actually not particularly sure in his heart, but he couldn't always say that it was because he dreamed that the god of love wiped his nose with his sleeve. And then he began to doubt it. So he planned to tell what he thought was the most reasonable guess. Soraya nodded, with a half smile on her face, but her expression seemed a little cold.
Like the last time I bumped into you and Priyanka? Ahem.
George looked a little embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject and said,
You should understand what I mean. Soraya. This Irene has a lot of problems. And Aji actually said she was a virgin. Aji. That little bastard. Isn't it? You will be wrong. But if Irene had not experienced a very cruel treatment, the slave owner would not have planned to sell her to a coal mine, at least a place of the level of Kanglan Big Wine Pot. But he plans to sell her to a coal mine. Which shows that she is no longer valuable. You are so dark.
Soraya shook her head and sighed.
Let Irene go. She is just a poor girl. She has not experienced those things because she was chosen by Avali.
The Light of Dawn wants to remind the CEO that Nia is actually the incarnation of the Angel of Love. Just because you two fools think so, I'm sure that Angel is not. At this time, George saw that not far away, the Heavenly Armed Forces were actually walking over with Irene. Chapter 599 Paranoia. Irene's face turned pale. She looked at Soraya and George, wondering what else they would do to her. She was trembling all over and didn't dare to speak.
Eileen. The story you made up does sound very reasonable.
George smiled coldly and said,
Avali doesn't know Eileen. But he knows the name. There are indeed many people with the same name. But at the banquet after that, Avali will definitely do a thorough investigation, especially around him. But Avali didn't know that there was a person named Irene around him before. It took him a long time to find it. This shows that the real Irene is, I'm afraid, Lynn has been tricked by those dirty nobles a long time ago. And she has changed hands several times. And even the original seller doesn't know where she was sold.
Listening to George's vicious speculation, Irene's face turned gloomy as she felt cold all over. She looked at George, who was talking eloquently, and his pale lips were trembling. But she was weak and helpless. But she couldn't say a word. George smiled coldly and continued.
As for the last slave owner, he must be Irene's accomplice. Either a demon or a member of the Mutual Assistance Association. After hearing the call of their master, they found that they had a suitable identity in their hands. So I helped Ani make arrangements. So Irene became a lucky person who survived. It looks like she was chosen by Avali's men to please Avali. This makes Avali's crotch now sticky with yellow mud. And it's hard to explain. I am clean. So after I found out that Irene was well taken care of, I didn't pursue the case. I couldn't pursue him even if I wanted to. Because those bandit lords probably ran away long ago. They were scared to death of Salman. They never thought that Irene would turn over. You can find out these things if you check them out. The CEO is indeed the head of the Judgment Knights. Ariadne. If she were here, She would definitely give you 10 points for your malicious reasoning just now.
I'm sorry, Ariadne. Meeting you in this way, I just made a little joke with you before. I thought that the moment you stood up, you would explain, but who knew? You were so into the drama that I thought you were Irene.
After saying this, George was slightly restrained. But the eyes that looked like a smile, but not a smile, seemed to say I did it on purpose.
In fact, you were almost exposed when I said I was abandoning my business.
George Chiron smiled and said,
I thought that after I insulted Irene's faith, you would stand up and curse. But I didn't expect that you don't care what I said about those poor refugees. I'm afraid in your mind, they are just the kind of retarded and poor people.
George! Soraya shook her head, as if she could no longer look on.
She is Irene. Oh, Eileen. Then you are really the darling of the goddess of destiny.
George spread his hands, and he and Aji laughed. The light of dawn reminds me of those poor witches who were burned to death.
Naya has already been recruited.
Soraya pursed her lips and said,
She is the incarnation of Ani. We just finished talking. She has gone back.
George's eyes widened, and he froze on the spot, remembering the figure who had just flown to heaven.
Boss, that figure is so good. It seems to be at the level of an archangel,
Aji said in a low voice.
Damn you!
George suddenly raised his foot, pointed at Irene and cursed.
You white-bone demon!
Amidst this angry scolding, Irene's face turned pale. However, she did not dare to disobey this powerful lord. Soraya nodded, and she looked at George coldly. Then he left with a disappointed look on his face. As she walked out of the woods, George saw Soraya hugging Irene. I plan to protect this girl well in the future. It seems that Irene has indeed aroused the evil desires in the CEO's heart. However, everyone is flawed. If you sincerely apologize to Soraya, Dawnlight, and Irene.
What a big-headed ghost. You two have been fooled by that little goblin.
George jumped to his feet and cursed. He looked at Irene in Soraya's arms, turned around and glanced at himself timidly, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have finally met an opponent.
The real Erin would never look back at me. She was provoking me. Maybe she acted on purpose when we were in the car. She seduced me on purpose.
Obviously the CEO forced them to do it. Besides, Ariadne is back. George was stunned for a moment. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at Irene's back and said,
Grandma, I have to say, the light of dawn. This is the most powerful lurker I have ever encountered.
The CEO is already suffering from paranoia.
It's fun. It's fun. This game is fun. Hey, hey, hey.
Alexander clapped and laughed. When George returned to the garage, it was already deserted. Lorna and others had left, presumably going to sleep there. Only Daphne, an employee, stayed near the alchemy table for the sake of her boss, pretending to be messing with things. He looked so absent-minded, but became even more nervous when he heard someone coming in. Apparently, everyone was gone, and she didn't fit in so well by herself. She glanced back secretly and found that Salman, a loser, had come in with the boss and others. I don't know if I bumped into him on the road.
Irene, this child is so ignorant. Sir, I will teach her a lesson later.
Salman had been sighing all the way, feeling extremely incomprehensible to his own illegitimate daughter's ignorance today. It didn't matter when we were in the car. It can be said that he did a good job. He was indeed taught by himself. He looked so good at pretending. Know how to stir up the evil fire within someone like a boss. But after others come in, you have to cover. Why not just not explain, but continue to act? But it looks like a neat idea. Now, the boss seems to be paying more and more attention to Irene. Salman couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He was really better than his predecessor. This is simply the perfect way for a mistress to gain the upper hand. However, he was secretly happy in his heart and secretly cheered for his illegitimate daughter. But his face was pretending to be frowning. The boss just had a quarrel with his aunt. Although the boss may not take it seriously, as a subordinate, he has to pretend. It is not good to gloat at this time. When George saw Daphne secretly eavesdropping over there, he couldn't help but shook his head and said with a dejected expression,
Go play with him, Daphne. Otherwise, Alexander will hug you to sleep tonight.
After sending Daphne away, the car seemed deserted. Then George stretched out his hand, and the lights in the car changed and became colorful. It looked like a KTD. George, Salman, and Aji looked at each other and laughed. Then Aji ran out like flying to find Brenda, Gasper and other members of the Mahjong troupe and the substitute members of the Mahjong troupe without the help of Brenda and others. The master would have lost money. Alexander happily moved the Mahjong table over. Although this big fool doesn't play much, he really likes to watch the fun.
Siljak, go and call the girls' names and bring some wine and food. Priyanka, go and get the master's tobacco pot. The master is having a party tonight.
How can a KTV not have princesses to serve the gentleman?
Finally, he can calm down for a few days.
When Priyanka came back with the tobacco bottle, the car was already filled with smoke. Brenda, Gail and others were standing behind the master to help him. And Siljak was helping the master roll the tobacco. The lovers of Salman, Brenda and others were wearing thin gauze, playing the organ or talking about the book of songs. It was extremely noisy in the car. Salman obviously picked up a good deck of cards, and was secretly thinking about how to lose money. Gaspard and Carrie looked at the cards on their table with sad faces. Priyanka smiled charmingly. She quietly adjusted her newly permed waves, took off her coat, and walked towards the master holding the cigarette pot. The other side. After returning to Aaron's car, Lorna saw that Aaron was so scared that she couldn't sleep. So she told Aaron and Blueberry a lot of stories before going to bed. Then Lorna took out her precious dragon egg and played with Irene and Blueberry for a long time. Irene seemed extremely interested in this dragon egg. After seeing it, she forgot everything. Finally, Blueberry hugged the two girls and fell asleep. But Soraya was a little sleepless. Soraya tossed and turned on the bed, glanced at the girls beside her who had fallen into dreams, and couldn't help but sigh. Amidst a few murmurs, Lorna, Malim, Blueberry and Irene snatched the dragon egg from Irene's arms in that dream. It seems that this dragon egg is a great treasure in the subconscious of the two of them. It's just that the three of them have different ideas. These three girls are really heartless. Would what I said today be a bit too much? Is he also suffering from insomnia? Chapter 600 Dragon Egg. Weird Wonders of the World. That night, Soraya had many dreams while tossing and turning. She even dreamed that she was intertwined with Ariadne and George. The same goes for Irene, she even dreamed that they reproduced a thing. But what no one noticed was that these dreams gradually floated out of the minds of Soraya and Irene due to some invisible force. Just like what happened in George's car every night. Her dreams also penetrated into the dragon egg. This time, just like before, the dreams of the people in the car all penetrated into the dragon egg. And the essence of thinking, or thinking genes, carried by these dreams was preserved by the dragon egg. But what is different from before is that among these people, there is an extra love angel who represents reproduction. And like a key, she opened the program of the golem in this dragon egg. Indeed, it is not a dragon egg. It is a carrier used by the gods to inherit spiritual power. The two greatest creations of the ancient Kashia people finally had a strange reaction in the friction of the dream. Gradually, the dragon egg began to pulse rhythmically. With this pulse, the layer of petrified material outside it slowly peeled off. Its original colorful gem SHI was left intact. On this SHL, there is a small crack that is cracking with the pulse. It seems that this creature that has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years is gradually beginning to hatch. Those lords didn't escape. The last slave owner was not from the Mutual Assistance Association? George almost fell off his horse when he heard this. He couldn't help but stare at Soraya, who told him the news. After I informed Michael last night, Saul went to check it out himself. You can find out by reading the book. Soraya shook her head and looked at the dark circles under George's eyes. He didn't sleep last night either. Good. Seeing George looking so haggard, Soraya's voice couldn't help but soften. George, this time, you may be really wrong. I understand. Soraya. George nodded, squinting his eyes, and said slowly. It's another situation. The story Irene told is true. Because she is indeed favored by the goddess of fate. You guy. Soraya almost laughed out of anger. Are you trying to say that Irene has been the incarnation of Ariadne since she was born? George's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Soraya with great admiration, gave a thumbs up and said, Sure enough. You understand her. The CEO's perfect logic, because there is nothing wrong with Eileen. There is definitely something wrong with her. It's up to you. Soraya looked at the forest ahead and shook her head numbly, not wanting to say anything more. She took one last look at George, then rode her horse to the hay cart where Aaron and the others were. I don't know why, but Soraya always feels that she has a special rapport with this strange little girl. Blood is thicker than water. Soraya doesn't seem to know that she and her most annoying biological sister, who has been arguing for tens of thousands of years, are actually heart to heart. George shook his head and said to himself, No wonder this guy always thinks there's nothing wrong with Irene. Maybe she thinks that if Irene was Ariadne, she would feel bored. George's gaze made Eileen not far away couldn't help but tremble all over. She turned back and took a look quietly, and found that the Lord had glared at her fiercely.
and she couldn't help but shrink her head in fear. At this time, Irene saw that Aji, who was holding the horse for him next to the Lord, suddenly ran over. After Aji ran over, several girls in the car couldn't help but look at him.
The boss asked me to tell you. Eileen.
Aji stumbled and said. He couldn't help but look at Soraya and said the most arrogant words in the most cowardly tone.
Don't let me find a chance. Otherwise I'll hammer you to death.
After saying that, Aji ran away quickly. George, Soraya gritted her teeth and cursed angrily. She glared at George in the distance fiercely, and then comforted the tearful Irene softly.
Little sister, don't be afraid. I will be inseparable from you all the way. As long as I am here, he will not I dare to touch you.
Amid Soraya's comfort, Irene smiled with an ugly face. Her mood was indeed extremely bad. This guy George Aaron gritted her teeth in her heart. She knew that George actually sent the message to Soraya on purpose. I chose such a body just to keep a low profile. I didn't expect the CO to be so difficult to deal with. This was far beyond her initial expectations. In the end, he actually had a personal bodyguard, Soraya, who was monitoring him 24 hours a day. Aaron suddenly felt like she was in a cocoon. On the surface, he did take advantage, but all his plans were ruined. Seeing Soraya in the distance, she comforted Irene kindly. George chuckled evilly. If you want to cure you, do you need me to do it? George believed that she would compromise with him in order to prevent herself from causing too much trouble in the Kingdom of Stars. Think carefully about how you will explain it to Soraya when you confess to me later. If you don't explain well, you may be beaten by a mixed double. 3 days later, the team had completely penetrated into the tropical rainforest. They continued to move in the direction of Blueberry's tribe and entered a hilly area in the tropical rainforest. Judging from the distance, the tribe should have arrived today inside a certain crater, because Blueberry said that he came out along a certain river in the crater. So after everyone found this river, they kept walking along it. However, after walking along the river for a while, they did not find the crater. Blueberry thought that they seemed to have gone too far and asked everyone to walk back along the river bank. But that crater is so big. If you had walked too far before, how could you not see it? For this reason, the Red Fang searched in the rainforest for a long time, but they never saw the crater described by Blueberry. The angels also flew for a whole morning, but they found nothing. We have also looked through everyone's maps. Logically speaking, craters are a very obvious landform, but neither Kanglin's map nor the 8 major maps have this crater marked on it. However, in the map, there is sufficient preparation for this river. It is a well-known river in Shelter Continent. It only has a downstream, not an upstream. The river seems to start from the middle, and is combed into a middle-parted hairstyle like hair by the god of creation, and continues to flow towards both sides. Many people believe that the whirlpool in the middle of the river is the source of the river water, but the amount of water flowing out of the vortex is far from enough to make the river water so turbulent. Countless adventurers have come here to visit, but in the end they found nothing.